Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride, combining Utakata's teachings with those of Ganru. Now, he used the mist not just to hide but to force his opponents to move where he wanted them to. Don't just hide, Utakata had told him. Make your opponent move according to your plan. During these sessions, Ren decided to reveal his skill with seals to Utakata, integrating them into his fighting style. This decision, made to further earn Utakata's trust, also proved strategic in increasing his experience with combined techniques. I need to make seals an integral part of my style, Ren reflected, and I want Utakata to know that I trust him. Over time, their bond grew, and Utakata came to see Ren as a trustworthy friend. Meanwhile, Ren worked diligently to better mask his chakra, an ability in which he was showing significant progress. Every evening, Ren consistently dedicated himself to training with Kurara. Though he had yet to decipher the mystery of her chakra issues, he made an intriguing discovery during a sparring session: his Ganjutsu seemed to have no effect on her. This led him to two possible conclusions: either Kurara possessed a rare, undocumented KK Genkai, or her chakra meridians functioned differently. Kurara, for her part, began to show significant improvements in chakra control. However, she continued to struggle with jutsu execution, finding it incredibly difficult to complete even basic techniques. Ren's relationship with Tatsumi had evolved into a genuine collaboration. He was no longer just a student but also a trusted assistant for Fu in jutsu-related tasks. This allowed him to apply his knowledge in practical contexts, improving both his precision and speed in executing seals. During these 3 months, Ren achieved a basic mastery of the finger-carving seal. While he wasn't yet capable of creating complex seals with absolute precision, he could effectively trace simple seals, both visible and invisible. With Ganru's return from his mission, Ren enthusiastically resumed Kinjutsu training under his guidance. Initially skeptical about Ren's progress, Ganru couldn't help but be impressed by the boy's growth. The kid has improved a lot, Ganru thought as he observed Ren during an exchange. I was gone for just one mission, and he's already showing greater proficiency in real combat. But true to his style, Ganru wasn't one to openly praise. I expected a bit more from you, he said sarcastically, crossing his arms. Looks like you've been slacking off these past months. Ren suppressed a smile, recognizing his master's intent. I wasn't born yesterday. He's just trying to motivate me, he thought. Well, I can't wait to see his face when I finally manage to land a hit on him. Despite Ganru's words, Ren knew his master was attuned to the progress he'd made. And he, for his part, hadn't forgotten the promise, learning the Kage Bunshin once he managed to land a hit on Ganru during a sparring session. That challenge had become a constant source of motivation to push his limits. Present day sitting by the lake, Ren reflected on all he had learned in the past few months. My style is starting to take shape, he thought. Thanks to Utakata, I've been able to refine many of my mistakes. But I still can't land a solid hit on Ganru-sama like I want to. As he stared at the water, Ren began formulating a new strategy. I need to create a favorable environment. I could prepare seals in advance and place them in strategic locations to force him where I want. Of course, Ganru will notice them, so I'll need to mask them with overlapping seals or create distractions. Focusing, he swiftly performed a series of hand seals, creating a powerful jet of water that surged from the lake's surface, much stronger than his previous attempts. Adding additional seals, he mixed small stones into the stream, increasing the speed and range of the technique. Some of those stones transformed into kunai with explosive tags, ready to catch the opponent off guard. Ren watched the results with a satisfied smile. Not perfect yet, but enough to distract Ganru and set up my next move. As Ren headed home, something caught his attention. Kurara? He murmured, spotting her walking leisurely through the village streets with a skewer of yakitori in hand. She chewed calmly, seemingly lost in thought, her gaze wandering across the stalls. Ren observed her for a moment, puzzled. She should be at my mom's shop by now. What's she doing here? He wondered, deciding to follow her. Just as he was about to approach and greet her, Kurara entered a shop, unaware of his presence. Ren stopped and glanced at the sign above the entrance, Silk and Blossom's Boutique. It was a women's clothing store. Strange. I've never seen her interested in this kind of thing, Ren thought, cautiously moving closer. Curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned in to peek through the entrance, but before he could get a good look, a voice startled him. I didn't know spying was part of your skill set, Mizutani. Ren nearly jumped out of his skin, stumbling slightly. He spun around to see Yukiko, her usual cold and analytical gaze fixed on him. With her arms crossed and one eyebrow raised, she looked both amused and intimidating. And no. I wasn't spying. Ren stammered, his face turning crimson. I was just... checking on Kurara. Oh, really? Yukiko replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Because it looked like you were staring at the entrance with a rather suspicious expression. Ren raised his hands as if surrendering. I swear, it's not what it looks like. I was just... waiting. Sure, Yukiko replied, her lips curling into a faint smirk. You know, next time, you might as well bring binoculars. It'll make the spying more professional. Ren opened his mouth to retort, but before he could say anything, the shop door opened, and Kurara stepped out, holding a paper bag decorated with floral patterns. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you, she said to Yukiko, completely oblivious to the tension in the air. Then she noticed Ren. Hi, Ren, she greeted him in her usual calm tone, utterly unaware of the embarrassment painted on his face. Yukiko seized the opportunity to escalate the situation. You know, Kurara, I think Ren was very curious about this store. Maybe he wanted to try something on. Kurara tilted her head slightly, genuinely considering the statement. Oh, I didn't know you wanted to try on women's clothing, Ren, she said, her tone entirely innocent and free of malice, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Ren's eyes widened as his cheeks burned brighter. And no. That's not true. He protested, raising his hands defensively. This is all a misunderstanding. I wasn't. I didn't mean. It's not what it looks like. Kurara observed him for a moment and then added, but it's an interesting idea. I'm sure we could find something that suits you. Ren groaned, covering his face with his hands. Why me? He thought, feeling the situation spiraling further out of control. Meanwhile, Yukiko was clearly enjoying herself. You know, Ren, I think a nice floral kimono would suit you perfectly, she said, her tone sharp and laced with sarcasm. Kurara, still misunderstanding the context, turned to Yukiko with genuine curiosity. I thought this store only had women's clothing. Do they have kimonos for men? For Ren, I'm sure they'd make an exception, Yukiko replied, her smirk widening. Ren, now thoroughly exasperated, decided it was time to retreat. Anyway. What are you two doing here? Kurara, shouldn't you be at my mom's shop? Oh, your mom gave me money to buy a new outfit, Kurara explained casually. I've never been to a women's clothing store, so I asked Yukiko to help me. Yukiko nodded, adding with an amused tone, and I must say, she adapted surprisingly well. But you, Ren, what exactly were you doing here? Ren rubbed the back of his neck, desperately searching for an excuse. I was just passing by, he said, avoiding eye contact. Kurara nodded with a small smile. Well, that's lucky. Maybe you could help us pick an accessory for my new outfit. Ren sighed, desperate to escape. Well, it looks like you have everything under control. I have an appointment with Aoi for some training. Yes, that's right. He's waiting for me at the training grounds. He said hastily, taking a step back. Kurara gave him a puzzled look. But didn't Aoi said he'd be at the hospital with his father this afternoon? Yes. But he finishes early, and he wanted to get some practice in. You know how diligent he is, Ren improvised, waving his hands. Anyway, enjoy your shopping. See you later. With that, he quickly turned and walked away, trying to maintain what little dignity he had left. Just as he was about to round the corner, Yukiko's voice reached him like a dagger. You know, Ren, if you change your mind, you could always come back and check out some accessories. A nice decorative fan might suit you. Ren froze for a moment, clenching his fists as his face burned red once more. Thanks, but I'll pass. He called back without turning around, disappearing as quickly as possible. Kurara looked at Yukiko, slightly confused. Do you really think a decorative fan would suit him? She asked, her tone genuinely curious. Yukiko chuckled lightly, crossing her arms. Kurara, sometimes I think you're too straightforward for your own good. Or maybe you're just sharper than you let on. Still flustered, Ren made his way to the academy library, determined to shake off the embarrassment. The quiet atmosphere of the library offered him the perfect place to refocus. Among the dusty shelves filled with scrolls and books, Ren began his search for techniques that could aid him in his upcoming sparring session with Ganru. He sifted through various techniques of D&D ranks, jotting down notes on anything that seemed promising. One technique, in particular, caught his attention, the manipulated shuriken jutsu. Its simplicity intrigued him. The technique allowed the user to control shuriken midair using fine chakra threads, altering their trajectory to strike from unexpected angles. This could be interesting. If I can combine it with explosive tags or other distractions, Ganru might not see it coming, Ren thought, grabbing the scroll to study it further. He spent the afternoon immersed in the scroll, taking detailed notes and visualizing how he might incorporate the technique into his strategy. Though ranked as a D-level jutsu for its simplicity, Ren recognized its potential to become a powerful tool with the right creativity. Returning home as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ren sat down for dinner with Yuki and Kurara. The warm aroma of miso soup filled the room, creating a comforting atmosphere. They chatted about mundane topics, the usual rhythm of their evenings together. "So, how was your shopping trip today, Kurara?" Yuki asked casually as she served the soup. Ren, mid-sip, froze. The question hit him like a kunai. His face flushed as he tried to focus on the miso in front of him, keeping his head low to avoid eye contact. "It was nice," Kurara replied in her usual calm tone. "Yukiko helped me pick out a dress. It was fun." Yuki smiled warmly. "I'm glad to hear that. I hope you found something you liked. What kind of dress did you choose?" "Something simple, but Yukiko said it suits me," Kurara answered with natural ease, unaware of the tension emanating from Ren. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, "Oh, and Ren seemed interested in shopping too." Ren nearly choked on his soup. He coughed, trying to recover, avoiding the questioning gazes of both Yuki and Kurara. No. This isn't happening, he thought, fighting to maintain his composure. "Really?" Yuki asked, her curiosity piqued. "Ren, you didn't mention anything. What caught your eye?" Nothing important," Ren said quickly, standing up with urgency. "I just remembered, I need to check on something in my room. Thanks for dinner." Without waiting for a response, he excused himself and hurried away. Yuki and Kurara exchanged a glance as Ren disappeared upstairs. "Do you think he wanted to try something on?" Kurara asked innocently. Yuki stifled a laugh, shaking her head. "Oh, Kurara, with Ren, you never know." In the safety of his room, Ren let out a long sigh, leaning back against his chair. "I really need to get better at handling these situations," he thought, rubbing his temples. Deciding to distract himself, Ren pulled out a box containing shuriken, chakra threads, and explosive tags. He spread them out on his desk, examining each tool with care. "I need to test this combination before trying it against Ganru," he thought, sketching out potential patterns and setups. His mind drifted to the manipulated shuriken jutsu he had studied earlier. He envisioned shuriken moving unpredictably through the air, enhanced by his seals. "This time, Ganru won't underestimate me," he thought with a determined smile. He was still lost in his plans when a sudden knock echoed through the house, breaking his concentration. At first, Ren assumed someone was calling for him from the hallway, but the sound came from the front door. "Ren, could you get that?" Yuki called from the kitchen, busy tidying up after dinner. Kurara, helping her, looked up curiously but remained silent. Ren stood, slightly puzzled. Visitors at this hour were unusual. He walked to the front door, his footsteps echoing in the quiet evening. Slowly, he reached for the handle and opened the door, the dim light from outside spilling into the house. Chapter 94, Change of Fate? Ren slowly approached the front door, the sound of firm knocking still echoing in his mind. Before reaching for the handle, he closed his eyes to focus, activating his senses to detect the chakra signature beyond the threshold. A familiar presence emerged clearly, Takeshi. Interesting. Ren thought, a faint smile forming on his lips. Maybe it's time to return the welcome he gave me at the forge. A small wooden beam would be perfect to test his reflexes. He stood motionless for a moment, imagining the scene in his mind, but then shook his head. No, I don't have time for such nonsense. Sighing, he let the idea go and grabbed the handle. Ren opened the door slowly, revealing the imposing figure of Takeshi standing under the pouring rain. He was carrying an enormous duffel bag on his shoulders, so large it seemed disproportionate even for his robust frame. Rain streamed down his tired face, and a bandage wrapped around his left hand. Despite it all, he appeared to be in decent shape. Takeshi met Ren's gaze, raising an eyebrow. Well, Mizutani, were you planning to leave me out here in the rain to admire the view, or can I come in? Ren crossed his arms, trying to suppress a grin. Admire the view? I didn't know you'd become a poet. Do you need a chair to enjoy it better? Takeshi let out a gruff grunt of mock exasperation, shaking some water off his shoulders. I've been walking for hours in this rain, kid. He didn't finish the sentence, as Ren interrupted him with a mischievous smile. First, I need to check if your reflexes are up to Mizutani household standards. Takeshi raised an eyebrow, confused. What? In that moment, Ren pretended to quickly close the door. Taken by surprise, Takeshi instinctively wedged his foot between the doorframe and the threshold, slightly losing his balance under the weight of the duffel bag. Kid, if I weren't so tired, I'd show you my reflexes. With a good hammer. Takeshi grumbled, trying to regain his composure. Ren chuckled, finally opening the door fully. "Welcome to the house, Takeshi-san. You passed the test, for this time." As Takeshi entered, shaking off some of the rain, the voices at the door reached the kitchen. Kurara, who was helping Yuki put away dishes, paused for a moment, immediately recognizing her grandfather's gruff tone. "Grandpa," she murmured, calmly setting the dish down and heading toward the entrance. Yuki, meanwhile, quickly dried her hands and made her way to the door with a warm smile. "Takeshi-san. Welcome back. I hope your trip was smooth, though. You don't look exactly dry." Takeshi, hearing Yuki's voice, turned to her with a tired smile. "Ah, Yuki-san. Smooth wouldn't be the word, but I made it back in one piece. Thanks for taking care of Kurara." "No need to thank me," Yuki replied, stepping closer to help with the duffel bag. "Kurara has been a joy to have around." At that moment, Kurara reached the entrance. "Welcome back, Grandpa," she said in her usual calm tone, though there was a slight warmth in her voice. Takeshi turned to her, and despite his fatigue, his face lit up. "Ah, my little Kurara. How you've grown. Did you keep Mizutani in check while I was away?" Kurara raised an eyebrow. "Of course. And for the record, I wasn't the one causing a mess with the duffel bag by the door." Ren stifled a laugh as Takeshi scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Well, you know, the trip was long, the bag was heavy, and the floor was slippery." "I see," Kurara replied, tilting her head slightly. "You're getting too old for certain weights, Grandpa." "Old?" Takeshi retorted, feigning offense. "I'm in better shape than this Mizutani here," he said, gesturing sharply toward Ren. Ren raised his hands in mock surrender. Yes, of course. But before challenging me, why don't you warm up with a cup of tea? Kurara makes an excellent one." Kurara turned calmly. "I'll make it, Grandpa. I wouldn't want you making more mistakes in front of Yuki," she said, disappearing into the next room. Takeshi sat with a grunt in the chair by the table. When Kurara returned with a steaming cup of tea, he accepted it gratefully. "Ah, perfect," he said, taking a sip and visibly relaxing. "That bridge. It'll keep us busy for years." "How did the construction go?" Yuki asked, sitting down next to him. Takeshi ran a hand through his damp hair. "It was a challenge. That bridge connects one of the main islands to the trade routes. Now it'll be easier to transport goods and people. But we'll have to build more to connect the smaller nearby islands. The village aims to strengthen ties with those communities." Ren, seated on the couch, nodded thoughtfully. "An ambitious project. But if I recall correctly, the Naruto Bridge will be built in the future. This must be another strategic point." Takeshi placed the cup on the table with a clink, his gaze serious. "We had problems with bandits and pirates. We were close to giving up, but the Mizukage sent a team of elite ninja to protect us. Thanks to them, we finished the work." "Pirates?" Kurara asked, her tone neutral. "I thought they were just stories." "Oh, they're very real," Takeshi replied, tilting his head slightly. "They're not like the ones in children's tales. No bandanas or parrots, but their swords are just as sharp." Ren remained silent, his gaze lost in thought. Sayagura is genuinely trying to improve the village of the mist. If only I could interfere with his manipulation. But I'm still too weak for that. After finishing his tea, Takeshi stretched his legs, groaning softly as he rose from the chair. But as he did, his foot nudged the duffel bag he had placed near the door. The contents shifted, and with a loud clang, a heavy hammer tumbled out onto the floor. Ren's head snapped up at the sudden noise, his brow furrowing slightly. "What was that?" he asked, his gaze landing on the hammer lying on the ground. Takeshi scratched the back of his head, clearly embarrassed. "Ah, well. I brought a few extra tools. You never know when they might come in handy." He tried to grin, but the sound had already drawn everyone's attention. Kurara raised an eyebrow, glancing first at the hammer and then at her grandfather. "I don't think the Mizutani household floor was one of those cases," she said dryly. Yuki chuckled softly, bending down to pick up the hammer. "Takeshi-san, it seems your strength might need a little break," she remarked, placing it back beside the bag with careful precision. Takeshi muttered something under his breath, his face flushing slightly as he lowered himself back into the chair with a grunt. Hoping to shift focus, he turned to Kurara. "Anyway, it's about time we head home. Do you have everything packed?" Kurara gave a small nod, moving at her usual deliberate pace. "Just a moment." She rose without a word and left to gather her belongings. Takeshi, avoiding looking at the bag, turned to Yuki with a more serious expression. "Thanks again for looking after Kurara while I was gone." Yuki smiled warmly, her demeanor as calm as ever. "There's no need to thank me, Takeshi-san. She's welcome back anytime." Kurara returned shortly after, a small and neatly packed bag over her shoulder. Her face remained impassive as always, but there was a slight ease in her movements, as though she was more comfortable. "I'm ready," she said simply. Yuki approached her with a gentle smile. Before Kurara could react, Yuki pulled her into a brief hug. "Take care of yourself, and don't forget to come back and visit us," she said softly. Kurara froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by the gesture. A faint blush crept up her cheeks, but she nodded slowly. "I will." Leaning against the doorway, Ren watched the scene unfold in silence. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he met Kurara's gaze. Kurara lingered at the threshold for a moment, turning back with her usual calm demeanor. "Thank you, Yuki." Ren. Without another word, she followed her grandfather and closed the door behind her. The day after Kurara's departure, the Mizutani household felt noticeably quieter. Ren stretched as he descended the stairs, the silence highlighting the absence of the subtle energy Kurara had brought to the home. Strange. Now that she's gone, I actually miss her presence. Am I softening up? He thought, sipping tea slowly as he looked toward the door leading to his secret laboratory. A faint smile crossed his face. At least now I don't have to worry about anyone discovering my lab. At the academy, the day seemed to be proceeding without incident. During the break, Ren sat under a tree in the courtyard with Aoi and Juneko. They were chatting casually when Yukiko approached with her usual composed stride. "Hello," she greeted, her tone direct, before turning to Aoi. "How did your training with Ren go yesterday?" Ren felt a chill run down his spine. "Yukiko. Why now? What did I ever do to you?" he thought, throwing her a furtive but accusatory glance. Juneko's interest was piqued. She turned toward Ren, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Training? What kind of training? And why didn't you tell me about it?" Meanwhile Aoi with a puzzled face couldn't understand what they were talking about. Before Ren could stammer out an excuse, a commotion on the other side of the courtyard caught his attention. A group of students had gathered in a circle, their malicious laughter and raised voices cutting through the otherwise calm day. Perfect? An excuse to escape this embarrassment, Ren thought, standing abruptly. "I'm going to check what's going on," he said quickly, walking away without waiting for a response. As Ren approached the group, his steps light and deliberate, he immediately recognized Zabuza in the center of the commotion. This time, the aggressors were more numerous, including some third-year students. Zabuza's fierce glare remained, but he was clearly struggling against the overwhelming numbers. Ren paused for a moment, watching the scene. If what he'll do in the exams is influenced by these constant attacks, maybe I can do something to stop it. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the fray. One of the aggressors swung a punch at Zabuza, forcing him to stumble back. "I'll make you pay for this." Zabuza roared, his voice thick with anger. But before he could retaliate, Ren intervened. "It's easy to act like this when you're in a group," Ren said, his voice steady but not aggressive. The students turned to face him, some laughing nervously, others irritated by the interruption. "What do you want, Mizutani?" "This has nothing to do with you," one of the third years snapped, taking a step forward. "These brats, they caught me in a very bad mood. If you think it doesn't concern me, then you don't know me at all," Ren retorted, his gaze unwavering. "If you're so confident, why don't you try without the advantage of numbers?" The implicit challenge in his words riled them up. One of the bullies lunged at him, but Ren sidestepped effortlessly, using a simple maneuver to send him sprawling to the ground. Zabuza, seizing the opportunity, struck another student, forcing the group to retreat further. "We're at a disadvantage now," one of the bullies muttered, helping his friend to his feet. "But this isn't over, Mizutani," he shouted as the group dispersed. Zabuza glared at Ren for a moment, saying nothing. His fierce gaze held a glimmer of acknowledgement, perhaps even gratitude, though he would never say it aloud. Ren simply nodded slightly before turning and heading back to class. Back in class, Fujimoto-sensei's lecture continued as usual, but Ren found it hard to focus. Images of Zabuza surrounded by the bullies played in his mind. I don't justify what he might do in the future, but I understand him, Ren thought, his expression serious as he stared out the window. Later, during a break, Shin Kaguya and Shinji Karatachi approached him. "You did the right thing, Ren," Shinji said in his usual relaxed tone, though there was an edge of seriousness to his voice. "We noticed what was happening too late and couldn't step in." Shin, known for his combative nature, nodded firmly. "Next time, it won't happen. But today, you handled it well." Ren studied them, slightly surprised by Shin's reaction. Even he seems to be influenced by me, Ren reflected. Maybe this is the path I should take. As classes ended and students began to leave, Ren headed home. But a group of students was waiting for him in the courtyard. Among them, Zabuza was immobilized, his fury palpable. "We knew you'd pass through here," one of the bullies said with a smug grin. "Now it's your turn." Ren sighed, his frustration clear. Don't you have anything better to do? He thought, resigned. Without a word, he created a water clone and prepared for the fight. The younger students were quickly dispatched, but the third years proved to be more challenging opponents. Despite this, Ren, bolstered by his rigorous training, managed to hold them off without much effort. However, as the tide turned against them, one of the bullies shouted, "Call Amuro." From the group emerged Amuro Ringo, a student renowned for her talent with swords and her fiery personality. Ren froze momentarily, taken aback by her commanding presence. Her aura of confidence was undeniable, and the wooden swords she carried hinted at her exceptional skill. Amuro Ringo. One of the future 7 swordsmen of the mist? Ren thought, his surprise evident. What's going on here? Amuro demanded, her sharp gaze landing on Ren. Before he could respond, one of the bullies spoke up. It's him, Amuro. Mizutani was bullying us. Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. The audacity of these idiots is astonishing. He quickly composed himself, locking eyes with Amuro. That's not true. They're the ones who started it, and now they're lying to cover it up. Amuro shrugged nonchalantly. Doesn't matter. If you're strong, that's reason enough for a challenge. She raised her real swords, their polished surfaces gleaming in the fading light, and took a stance that exuded experience. Ren sighed, pulling his weighted training sword from his scroll. He didn't want to underestimate Amuro, but neither did he want to hurt her. Assuming a defensive stance, he prepared for the duel. Chapter 95, Realization. Shin and Shinji ran toward Ren, their faces serious as they assessed the situation. This time we made it in time, said Shinji, unusually alert as he stopped next to him. Ren turned toward them, his gaze steady. Good. You two handle the other third-year students. I'll take care of her, he said, pointing at Amuri. Shin nodded, a faint smile on his face. Got it. Time to show off the super Karachi style. The two moved swiftly toward the group, leaving Ren and Amuri alone in the spotlight. Amuri observed Ren with a curious gaze, her expression a mix of amusement and challenge. You're brave, Mizutani, she said, spinning one of her wooden swords between her fingers. I like your attitude. Ren stared at the girl in front of him, his body relaxed but ready. How much I've changed over these months, he thought. If before I tried to hide, to avoid being influenced by events in pursuit of my goal, now I feel I can truly make a difference. His thoughts were interrupted by Amiri's voice. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Maybe I was wrong about you. Before she could finish her sentence, Amiri darted forward with a lightning-fast dash, her sword aimed at Ren. As Ren raised his sword to block the blow, a thought emerged in his mind like an epiphany. Now I understand. All those thoughts, all those fears, stemmed from my past ego. A smile formed on his lips as he countered Amiri's strike, his weighted sword precisely blocking her attack. So you know how to wield a sword, said Amiri, slightly surprised by his technique. Ren remained silent, his gaze focused. The difference between me and them is that they don't see the bigger picture. They waste time on trivialities, he thought, calmly parrying another strike. Amiri, increasingly irritated by his composure, pressed him. Is blocking all you can do? Show me what you've got, Mizutani. This time, Ren responded. And why should I? Is this a contest? We have nothing to prove to anyone. His voice was calm but determined as he deflected another blow from Amiri's second sword. Amiri, puzzled and irritated by his words, snapped. We are mist ninjas, it's our destiny. Ren dodged a direct strike, his face unperturbed. How cliché, he thought. I didn't know her before, but she's like so many other ninjas. After all, this is a world created by Masashi Kishimoto to be just that. Sorry, Masashi, but I'll change it in ways you wouldn't expect. With a swift move, Ren swept Amiri's legs, making her stagger. First, we're not ninjas yet, just students. And we should try to enjoy this moment with more lightheartedness while we can, he said, his tone light but cutting. As she fell, Amiri attempted a reverse strike with her sword, but Ren dodged effortlessly. Second, Ren continued, moving aside, a ninja isn't a tool of war but a bearer of peace for their village. Amiri quickly got up, her eyes glowing with a mix of anger and respect. After a moment's pause, her expression softened into a cold smile. So, you're a philosopher, Mizutani. Know that philosophers live short lives. As she spoke, a faint electrical crackling formed in her hands, flowing into her swords. Ren observed the phenomenon with interest as he parried her next attack, noticing the electrical dispersion upon contact with his weighted sword. Interesting. So she knew how to use electrical techniques even before obtaining the Kiba. Although these are nowhere near real lightning jutsu, he thought, keeping calm. As he blocked another strike, the dull sound of the sword clash intrigued Ren. The dispersion is almost immediate. Could it be because it's not a powerful jutsu? You really get on my nerves, Mizutani. You're officially my prey now, declared Amiri, her smile turning unsettling. Ren, without losing control, playfully replied, do animals talk about prey? Are you one, perhaps? The provocation hit its mark. Amiri lost her temper, quickly forming hand seals. The air around her seemed to tense. But before she could launch an attack, an authoritative voice interrupted the scene. What's going on here? Amiri froze, turning to the source of the voice. Fujimoto-sensei was advancing with a stern expression, his eyes scanning the courtyard rapidly, moving from Amiri to Ren, and then to the rest of the scene. The courtyard was chaotic, Zabusa, battered, nearly held hostage, many students, some almost entirely scattered on the ground, Shin and Shinji skillfully repelling the third-year students. Does anyone want to explain to me what's happening here? Amiri, surprised by Fujimoto-sensei's sudden arrival, stopped the jutsu she was preparing. Her excitement was still palpable, but the sensei's authority forced her to pause. Before she could respond, Ren spoke calmly, his tone respectful but filled with intent. Nothing, sensei. We were just practicing the guerrilla lessons you taught us some time ago, and the third-year students were giving us a hand, said Ren, maintaining a serious and composed expression. A silence fell over the courtyard, broken only by the rustle of the wind. Amiri stared at him, her eyes widening briefly, incredulous that Ren had covered not only for her but also for the other students involved. Amiri, stunned by Ren's response, couldn't hide her disbelief. But within seconds, her astonishment shifted to her usual defiant grin. Well, the fun's over, she muttered almost inaudibly, before disappearing swiftly among the nearby trees like a fleeting shadow. Ren lowered his training sword, observing the scene without saying a word. There was no need to add anything, the moment spoke for itself. Fujimoto-sensei approached Ren, his gaze firm and inquisitive. Mizutani, he began, his tone low but loaded with implication, it's not my job to teach you how to lie. But you need to learn how to do it more convincingly. Ren suppressed a smile. I wasn't trying to lie, sensei. Just to prevent someone from being punished for something that was becoming meaningless. Fujimoto scrutinized the boy for a moment, then nodded slowly, adding, remember, Mizutani, ninjas are not only protectors of others, they must also know when to let people face the consequences of their actions. Ren nodded silently, still holding his weighted sword tightly. Fujimoto's words echoed in his mind, leaving him to ponder as he made his way home. While walking back, Ren let his thoughts wander over the day's events. To think that in just a few months I'd came to know even Amiri. What strange developments. But I can't forget what happened during the fight. That realization. His gaze dropped momentarily as a deeper thought surfaced. It's as if, finally, after my father's death, I've developed a certainty within me. Perhaps I don't need to rely on the Edo. The idea grew stronger within him, leaving him with a sense of clarity he had never felt before. But before he could delve deeper into that thought, a metallic sound interrupted his musings. Turning quickly, Ren caught a Kusa origami heading toward him, the chain still rattling. Your reflexes haven't dulled, said a familiar voice. Ren lowered the Kusa origami, recognizing Kurara approaching with her usual impassive demeanor. Why would they have dulled? Ren asked, slightly irritated, his tone deliberately neutral. Kurara shrugged, spinning a kunai between her fingers with impressive speed. Well, we're not training in the evenings anymore, she replied nonchalantly. Kurara, it's only been a day, Ren said, trying to keep his irritation in check. Ignoring the comment, Kurara asked, what was going on earlier? I heard sounds of a fight. The kunai slowed its motion as she fixed her gaze on him. Nothing. Just some practice, Ren replied, attempting to sound casual. Kurara didn't press further, continuing to walk silently. Ren watched her, waiting fruitlessly for a response. She's such an enigma, this girl. I don't know if she does it on purpose or if she's really like this, he thought, as they approached Yuki's shop. At the door, Kurara paused for a moment before entering. See you later, she said simply, without looking back. Later? Ren thought, slightly puzzled, as he watched her disappear into the shop. In the Mizukage's office, dimly lit by the soft glow of torches, Yagura sat at the center, his gaze calm but inscrutable. Before him stood council member Fujino, speaking in a low unmeasured voice. The door opened, and Ao entered the room with determined steps. Fujino paused and turned toward him, scrutinizing him with an indecipherable expression. After a moment, he bowed slightly to Yagura before taking his leave. Council member, Ao said formally as Fujino passed him. But as the advisor exited the room, Ao felt a fleeting sensation. Something strange, like a passing shadow, struck him for an instant but was quickly interrupted by Yagura's commanding voice. Ao, I've read the report, the Mizukage said, observing him intently. Do you know why I summoned you? Ao straightened, his face impassive. No, Mizukage-sama, Yagura paused briefly, his gaze seemingly delving into Ao's mind. Then he continued, I suspect that someone from within the village is behind this group of bandits. The room fell into a tense silence, Ao's face remaining motionless as he absorbed the implications of those words. Chapter 96, Final Preparations. 2 weeks after Ren's confrontation with Amuro. Intense training and from an almost maniacal attention to the details of his techniques had punctuated his days. Now he stood at the lake, his personal training ground, surrounded by the apparent calm of the water reflecting like a mirror. In front of him, 3 water clones moved with startling precision, attempting to strike him with coordinated attacks. Ren responded with agility, his breathing steady despite the fast pace of the clash. With one swift movement, he launched a volley of shurikens, whose chakra strands weaved through the air thanks to the manipulated shuriken jutsu. The weapons changed trajectory in midair, hitting a water clone with precision. Ren didn't stop. Before the other 2 clones could seize the opportunity, Ren activated the mist body flicker, disappearing in a fine mist and reappearing behind one of the targets. With a firm blow of his weighted sword, he broke the clone, which dissolved in a cascade of water. The other clone performed the water wave jutsu, but Ren responded with a rock bullet. Small fragments of stone, now much faster, penetrated the water jet, creating a devastating effect that eliminated the second clone as well. The rock bullet is now at acceptable levels, he thought, even though these clones had only 10% of my chakra. Ren let himself fall down sitting on the lake shore, his breathing barely quickened. Despite his fatigue, a slight smile formed on his face. The manipulated shuriken jutsu has also been mastered, and the combinations are now much more natural. He carefully arranged the training sword beside him, observing it for a moment. Even with the weighted sword, I no longer feel the difference in weight now, he reflected, rising slowly. He grabbed his sword, putting it back with measured gestures. For now I can go back to the much, he thought, his gaze turned to the calm water of the lake. I must get used again without the weighted sword and resume infusing the wind element on the Tanto. After that, all preparations for the confrontation with Ganryu will be completed. After the intense training at the lake, Ren headed to the kiosk where he had an appointment with Juneko and Aoi. The academy was closed that day, and the group had decided to use the opportunity to spend time together in a different way than usual. Ren was the first to arrive, as always on time. Entering, he sat down at one of the side tables, greeting Kenji. Oh, Ren. Kenji said with a friendly smile as he set some bowls behind the counter. Ren hinted a smile. It was not long before Juneko and Aoi arrived together, and as expected, Juneko's entrance was anything but discreet. The kiosk door swung open with a decisive knock, and Juneko came running in, followed by a visibly embarrassed Aoi. A few customers turned toward them, while Kenji looked up with an expression of resigned familiarity. He will never change, Ren thought to himself, slightly embarrassed by the curious stares of those present. Kenji approached with a wry smile. I'm glad you haven't lost your vitality, Juneko, but the next time come in more discreetly, he said, gesturing toward the other customers who were staring at her. Juneko, not at all upset, made a sign with her tongue, a mischievous smile on her face. I'm sorry, it was Aoi's fault. What does it have to do with me? Retorted Aoi, raising his hands in protest. You're the one who suddenly started running. Of course, because you wanted to touch my butt. Retorted Juneko, crossing his arms defiantly. Aoi, blushing slightly, replied in a dry tone, Technically it's almost impossible for a man to want to touch your butt. What? Juneko opened her eyes wide, visibly surprised and annoyed. Alright, I get it, Kenji intervened, raising his voice to restore order. But that's enough, or you'll scare all the customers away from me. Ren watched the scene, holding back a smile. I must admit, it's always amusing to see these two acting like cat and dog. It's almost like an episode of Ranma 1/2, he thought, shaking his head slightly. So Shinji should be here soon, assuming he doesn't fall asleep on the way, Aoi said as he sat down next to Ren. Yukiko will meet us directly at the waterfall. A few minutes later, Shinji entered the kiosk with his usual relaxed attitude. But next to him was Shin, visibly embarrassed and unaccustomed to that kind of environment. Ren looked up, watching the Kaguya with interest. So he decided to come to the end. Good, he thought. If he can integrate into the group, I could influence future events related to his clan as well. Shinji greeted with a wave of his hand, taking a seat at the table with the group. Sorry for the delay. I had to convince him, he said, pointing to Shin, who sat down with some reluctance. You didn't convince me, Shin replied, crossing his arms. I only came because I had nothing better to do. Juneko smiled mischievously. Oh, look who's here. Our Shin Kaguya, so taciturn but always there at the right time. Shin looked away, slightly uncomfortable, as Aoi chuckled. Come on, don't be so cold. That's how it is unfortunately. Juneko, what do you mean unfortunately? Slightly annoyed. Meanwhile, in a cave not far from the village, a tension-filled conversation was taking place between Obito and Zetsu. The dim light of the cave barely illuminated the outlines of the two figures, while shadows danced on the damp walls. The seed of discord is germinating between the Mizukage and the village, Zetsu said, his tone as usual laden with malice. Obito, his face covered by his mask, stood motionless for a moment before responding. It's still not enough, he said in a cold, calculating tone. Yagura is still too mentally stable to be taken under control. To bend him completely, we need to bring him to an unparalleled level of paranoia. Only then can I put him under Genjutsu undisturbed. Zetsu leaned forward slightly, his tone betraying a hint of excitement. If I were you now, I would devote myself to Kubai. Obito was silent for a moment. When will that be? He asked. Shortly, a month or so, but we can't know for sure. We would have to force it, replied Zetsu calmly. After a short journey, the group finally reached the foot of the waterfall. There, waiting for them were Yukiko and, to Ren's surprise, Kurara as well. Kurara? What are you doing here? You told me you were busy, Ren asked, visibly confused, as he watched her approach with her usual calmness. I changed my mind, Kurara replied simply, without any explanation, as she continued to stare at him with her impassive gaze. Yukiko, observing the scene, brought a hand to her mouth to hold back a laugh. You two are quite a sight. Really? Ren sighed, exchanging a glance with Yukiko who seemed to be enjoying herself too much, before resigning herself. All right, let's lead the way, he said, turning toward the path leading to the top of the waterfall. The path, narrow and steep, turned out to be far longer and more challenging than they had expected. After almost an hour of walking, Aoi stopped, examining the geographical map he had brought with him. According to this map, this area may be dangerous, he said in a serious tone, lifting his gaze to the group. Juneko huffed, rolling his eyes. Aoi, don't be a professor all the time. It's just a walk. Meanwhile, Shinji stretched, yawning blatantly. Personally, I'd prefer a good nap. This path is too boring. Weak, Shin declared in his usual direct tone, walking past the group without even turning around. Only Mizutani and I are real men. Yukiko and Juneko burst out laughing as Ren ran a hand over his face, visibly embarrassed. Ren, did you hear that? You're a real man, Yukiko said, trying to keep a serious tone, but with an amused smirk. Thanks for the information, Ren replied, shaking his head. After hours of walking, Aoi looked at the map again with a worried expression. Maybe we took a wrong turn, he said, hesitating slightly. Juneko stopped suddenly, planting his hands on his hips. What do you mean? Weren't you the one with the map? You're our navigational genius, remember? Aoi blushed, raising his hands in surrender. I'm doing my best, but this area is not well marked. Ren reached out, taking the map from his hands. He studied it for a few moments, also observing his surroundings. We have to go this way, he finally said, pointing to a path that went into the thicker trees. Kurara, who had remained silent up to that point, nodded slightly, following Ren without question. She was always close to him or Yukiko, almost as if she was evaluating their every move. Continuing along the path, the group came to a sudden halt. A wolf pup appeared in the bushes, small and silvery coated, walking with a limp. His breathing was labored, and a faint yelp rose in the air. He's so adorable, exclaimed Juneko, approaching cautiously. Kurara, without saying a word, knelt down next to the puppy, watching it carefully. Although she did not speak, her interest was obvious. The pup, startled, moved a few steps away, but before the group could get any closer, a deep roar broke the silence. A towering bear emerged from the bush, its snout bloodied and eyes filled with fury. It lunged toward the cub with a mighty blow, hurling him into a tree. Back! Shouted Ren, positioning himself in front of the group with sword already in hand. Shin advanced, blood seething. I've got him! He exclaimed, ready to attack. Don't hurt him too much, interrupted Ren, giving him a determined look. Remember, this is his territory, not ours. Shin paused for a moment, frustration evident on his face, but followed the order. With coordinated movements, the group managed to push the bear back without inflicting mortal wounds. Ren turned to Shin, who still looked irritated. This is an ecosystem, he said, in a tone that was firm but devoid of hostility. We are not here to destroy it, but to respect it. Shin muttered something, but nodded. The puppy lay on the ground, visibly injured. Aoi knelt beside him, pulling out a small bag with medical instruments. He needs treatment, he said in a worried tone. Juneko, crouching beside him, gently stroked the puppy. We'll take him with us, right? We can't leave him here, Ren confirmed, observing the little wolf's condition. Kurara remained silent, but his gaze followed Aoi's every movement, as if to make sure the cub received all the necessary care. After hours of walking, the group finally reached the top of the waterfall. The view was breathtaking. The water was cascading down powerfully, creating a rainbow among the drops suspended in the air. "Wow!" murmured Juneko, unable to look away. Even Jin, usually aloof, was speechless. "That apostrophe is not impressive," he admitted in a low voice. Ren, sitting on a nearby rock, observed the view with the rest of the group. "It was worth climbing this far," he said, breaking the silence. Kurara, as is his wont, observed, saying nice. As the group was leaving the forest, a sound of fighting in the distance made them stop. The wolf cub, which Aoi was carefully carrying, began to yelp and wriggle, trying to break free. "There's something over there," Yukiko said, scanning the horizon carefully. Following the noises, the group came to a clearing. In front of them, an adult wolf, probably the cub's mother, was fighting the same bear they had encountered earlier. The scene was brutal. The wolf lunged with ferocity, but the bear, with its bulk, managed to hold its own against its opponent. "It's the cub's mother," Ren said, watching carefully. "We can't let her get seriously injured," Juneko added, in a worried tone. Before anyone could move, Kurara stepped forward decisively, catching his Gusa Origama. He threw it precisely toward the bear, wrapping the chains around one of its hind legs. The bear roared, trying to free itself, but the movement threw it off balance. Kurara pulled hard on the chain, momentarily blocking him. "Now," she said, his tone calm but authoritative. Ren wasted no time. Shin, help me force him to escape," he shouted. With a combination of targeted attacks, the group managed to wound the bear more severely than the first time, but without inflicting fatal damage. The animal, now exhausted and confused, retreated into the forest with a roar of frustration. Kurara rolled up the Kusa Origama with precise movements, her gaze following the bear until it disappeared into the trees. "He won't be back soon," she said calmly, stowing his weapon. The adult wolf, wounded but still standing, approached the group. With a watchful gaze, he gently took the pup between his teeth. Before disappearing into the trees, she turned back to them, her eyes seeming to shine with gratitude. "I think she thanked us," Juneko said, smiling as he surveyed the scene. "Technically it's impossible that," and as Aoi was about to finish his sentence, "Cut it," Juneko said, interrupting his friend. Ren was silent for a moment, looking at the spot where the two wolves had disappeared. He thought back to the day he had just spent, chaotic, fun, and incredibly necessary to clear his mind. Despite everything, he had seen his comrades interact better with each other, and this filled him with satisfaction. Yes, it was needed. Before I'll face Ganru, a moment like that was really what I needed. Chapter 97, A Proper Ninja. The morning sun had just risen, and the eastern training ground was shrouded in a light mist. Ren was already there, seated in a lotus position at the center of the field. He had arrived well before the scheduled time, determined to prepare a meticulous strategy. Around him, hidden in the ground, on trees, and even beneath rocks, were seals he had carefully placed at dawn. Surveying the field, Ren took a deep breath. Everything is ready. He had spent hours positioning the seals, using every basic notion he had learned about Fu in Jutsu. Though he wasn't an expert, he knew that even a small advantage could make a difference against an opponent like Ganru. He sat in the lotus position, closing his eyes. In the silence of the field, he began visualizing the upcoming battle. He mentally reviewed combinations of techniques, imagining every possible response Ganru might have. His hands, resting on his knees, moved slightly as he traced the gestures required to execute the most critical seals. Ganru is fast, unpredictable. But he won't use all his skills. I have to convince him that I'll rely on predictable patterns and shift his attention to decoys, keeping his focus on the seals and the clones as much as possible. As Ren delved into his thoughts, time seemed to stretch. A faint rustle among the trees brought him back to reality. Opening his eyes, he saw Ganru emerging from the forest. The Jonin walked calmly, his sharp gaze analyzing every detail of the field. Ganru stopped a few meters away, carefully observing the surroundings. His eyes briefly lingered on a tree, then a rock, and finally the ground. A subtle smile crossed his face as he thought, this kid. Does he really think I wouldn't notice all these seals? But I have to admit, it's clever. If he weren't still a novice at Fuin Jutsu, I wouldn't have spotted them so easily. Ren stood up slowly, his gaze locked on Ganru. The Jonin gave a slight nod, a gesture of approval. You've worked hard, I see. He noticed the seals scattered around the training field. Good, exactly as I wanted. Ren held back a smile, his heart beating slightly faster. He was ready. Ganru turned toward the lake visible in the distance and said in a calm tone, "Today we'll train by the water. Let's move." He then began walking without waiting for a response. The sunlight reflected off the lake, creating shimmering ripples across its surface. Ganru walked calmly to the training spot, His analytical gaze scanning the area, he immediately noticed the seals, fewer than in the eastern training ground but strategically placed. This time, he's determined to land a hit. And he anticipated that I'd notice. Good. I'll let you proceed, Ren. Let's see what you can do, he thought with a faint smile. Ren was already prepared. Without a word, he created 2 water clones that positioned themselves at his sides. With a fluid motion, he drew his Tando and charged directly at Ganru. The Jonin easily dodged the first attack, but a water wave suddenly struck from his right, created by one of the clones. With a swift motion, Ganru neutralized the wave, but Ren pressed on, attacking with the Tando and forcing the Jonin to keep his focus on him, while the second clone joined the fray. He's trying to lure me toward the seals, Ganru thought, anticipating the boy's moves. I'm sorry, Ren, but it won't work. Increasing his speed, Ganru eliminated the clone that had created the wave with a precise strike. But as he did, a series of kunai flew toward the clone. You anticipated this too. Good, he thought, dodging the kunai elegantly. However, he noticed an explosive tag on one of them. At the last second, he activated the mist body flicker, vanishing into the mist and reappearing unharmed. Meanwhile, Ren had already activated the hiding in mist jutsu, covering the area in a thick mist. The remaining clone moved toward Ganru, attacking head-on. You should know the mist doesn't work against me, said Ganru calmly. With a slash, he cut through the mist itself, but his strike met a protective barrier that Ren had set up in advance. While not strong enough to fully repel the blow, it disrupted Ganru's focus. Clever. He finally used the mist to distract me, but his barriers are still too weak, Ganru reflected, amused by the boy's determination. A volley of rock bullets burst through the mist, accompanied by an explosive kunai. Recognizing the repeated pattern, Ganru countered with a powerful water wave, halting the projectiles and stopping the explosion mid-trajectory. From the resulting cloud, Ren emerged with a direct attack. Though faster than before, Ganru easily evaded, only to face another series of kunai changing trajectory mid-air. One kunai struck Ganru, but the Jonin turned into a log. He had used the substitution jutsu, reappearing near the clone on the lake. As he moved to eliminate it, a third clone emerged from the water, catching him off guard. Not bad. So, it was all a diversion up to this point. Ganru easily dodged the attacks from both clones, eliminating them with a single sword strike. But he noticed too late that the third clone was loaded with explosive tags. Forced to dodge again, Ganru barely managed to avoid the explosion when another burst of water propelled Ren out, giving him the speed needed to strike. Ren's Danzō grazed Ganru's flak jacket as the Jonin sidestepped by a hair. Well done, but it's not enough, thought Ganru, surprised by the precision of the attack. Ren stopped, lowering his Tando and stepping back. Thank you for today's lesson, Ganru-sama. His words marked the end of the spar. Ganru observed him, puzzled. He is already finished? He considered responding but froze as his eyes fell on his flak jacket. There was a subtle cut. When? I dodged that. Wait. He infused wind into his Danzō to extend its reach. He kept that hidden this whole time. Ren couldn't completely hide a smug smile as Ganru pulled a scroll from his jacket and tossed it to him. Next time, this trick won't work, the Jonin said before disappearing into the mist. As he walked away, Ganru reflected. He used nothing but diversions, from start to finish, to land that single strike. And he hid the ability to channel wind into his Tando for all this time, as a true ninja. 7 years old, and he's already thinking 4 moves ahead. Ren, where did you come from? Ren, left by the lake, stared at the scroll in his hands with a mix of excitement and satisfaction. Finally. Now everything changes. He thought as the morning sun began to dissolve the mist. Chapter 98, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ren returned home shortly after his confrontation with Ganru. The satisfaction of having landed a hit on the Jonin filled him with pride, but he knew the real work was only just beginning. Clutching the scroll Ganru had thrown to him, he retreated to his room, determined to dedicate the afternoon to mastering the new technique. With steady but respectful hands, he opened the scroll. It was packed with detailed notes and precise diagrams, highlighting the complexity of a technique that might appear simple to those unaware of its intricacies. There's a significant Yang component in the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Ren reflected, studying the initial diagrams intently. While the Water Clone Jutsu primarily uses water as its base, the chakra in the Shadow Clone is equally divided, creating a complete physical copy. This makes it radically different from the illusionary clones I've studied so far. Each page of the scroll was a revelation. It contained exercises for splitting and balancing chakra, accompanied by warnings about the dangers of poor control. This is far more useful than I imagined, Ren thought, examining a diagram depicting the flow of energy. If I can master these principles, not only will I learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but my overall control will improve as well. One diagram, in particular, caught his attention. It showed how an uneven division of chakra could cause turbulence in the system, resulting in unstable energy feedback or damage to the nervous system. Fascinating, he murmured, poring over the scroll's intricate details. If the chakra isn't split precisely, any excess disperses wastefully, creating instability. Ren decided to practice the instructions immediately. Sitting cross-legged, he tried to divide his chakra into 2 equal flows. But the energy, like a rushing river, resisted every attempt at separation. For an hour, he fought against his nature, managing to maintain the distinct flows for only seconds before they re-emerged. This sequence is more complex than I remember from the stories, he thought, memorizing every motion. It's not enough to split the chakra, it must be precisely distributed between 2 separate entities. The notes on the scroll were thorough but filled with caution. The shadow clone was not a mere illusion, it was a physical copy that divided the user's chakra equally. A mistake in control could lead to severe consequences, especially for those with limited reserves. Naruto was really fortunate, Ren mused, practicing the seals without channeling energy. With nearly limitless reserves, everything is simpler. I'll have to be far more precise. Unable to contain his excitement, Ren rose to try out the technique. He headed to a secluded clearing he had discovered during his explorations. His first attempt was a complete failure, the chakra dissipated into the air without producing any result. On the second attempt, the energy seemed to outright refuse to respond, leaving Ren staring at nothing. It's like trying to separate water with your hands, he thought, trying to stay calm. It seems so intuitive in theory, but in practice. After an hour of fruitless attempts, Ren stopped, exhausted. I had already almost depleted my chakra during the fight with Ganru, he realized. And there's not even a sign of a shadow clone, he muttered, staring at the ground. But his eyes showed no trace of surrender. This was only the beginning. Later, Ren visited Tatsumi as usual to continue their work on Fuinjutsu seals. That day's tasks included familiar seals Ren had already mastered, but the boy was determined to use every opportunity to improve. As he worked with focus, Ren's mind wandered back to the shadow clone jutsu and how chakra control intertwined with seals. Suddenly, he looked up at Tatsumi and asked, "Master, is it possible to create 2 seals simultaneously?" Tatsumi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question, but his face remained calm and contemplative. "Anything is possible in Fuinjutsu," he replied thoughtfully, "but it's an extremely arduous challenge. Even I, a seal master, would find it difficult. When I collaborated with a Grand Seal Master on a particular seal, it was a complex endeavor." Ren froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. The phrase Grand Seal Master caught him. "What kind of seal was it?" he asked, tilting his head slightly, trying not to seem too intrusive. Tatsumi, however, grew somber for a brief moment. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a pensive expression. "It was a protection seal, let's say, designed to contain an immense force," he said, stopping abruptly. He seemed lost in his memories, his hands gripping the tools he was using more tightly. "But for now, focus on your work. It's still too early for you." Ren noticed the change in tone but decided not to press the issue. "Too bad, I couldn't gather any useful information this time," he thought, gritting his teeth with a hint of disappointment. Yet, as he focused on the meticulous work in front of him, determination reignited in his eyes. "But no matter. I will master the shadow clone jutsu." Returning home, Ren immediately noticed that something was different. Light streamed through the windows of the living room, and a familiar, out-of-place laugh made him slow his steps. "What's going on?" he wondered, instinctively clenching his hands as he set his bag down by the door. Cautiously, he entered. The cheerful sounds became clearer, his mother's calm voice, the unmistakable, lively tone of Kurara, and another voice, higher pitched and tinged with mischief, that instantly put him on edge. He stepped into the living room, and the scene unfolded before him. Kurara and Yukiko were seated, chatting like old friends, while his mother, Yuki, watched them with a warm smile. The room seemed smaller, as though their presence had taken up all the available space. Ren stopped in the doorway, his gaze shifting from one face to another. Kurara came by with her friend Yukiko tonight. "What a charming girl," Yuki said warmly, as though there was nothing unusual about the scene. A wave of exhaustion swept over Ren. "Kurara? Invited? And Yukiko?" he thought, the words echoing in his head with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. As if one weren't enough, now there are 2. "Hey, Ren," Kurara called out, raising a hand in greeting. Yukiko, on the other hand, observed him with a sly smile, her hands resting casually on her knees. "So this is your little hideout, Mizutani," she said, her voice dripping with irony that Ren immediately found irritating. He brought a hand to his forehead, trying to hide his growing frustration. "I can't even be the master of my own house anymore," he thought, forcing his expression to remain neutral as he slowly approached. Each step felt like a surrender to an inevitable fate. Kurara watched him intently, her cold, impenetrable gaze reminiscent of a feline studying its prey. There was no hint of genuine amusement on her face, just a calm indifference that made her intentions difficult to read. "Shall we eat?" she said flatly. Yukiko chuckled, adding provocatively, "Maybe he's overthinking things." "Did we disturb you, Ren?" Ren clenched his jaw slightly, but his mother's calm tone interrupted before he could respond. "Relax, Ren. Kurara wanted to spend some time with us and brought Yukiko along. It's nice to have company once in a while." "Company?" Ren thought, struggling not to show how out of place he felt. "This feels more like an invasion than a visit." But he said nothing, offering only a slight nod as he reluctantly sat at the side of the room, watching the two girls who seemed completely at ease. Elsewhere, in the dim light of a hidden cave, Obito and Zetsu prepared to take the next step in their plan. The faint glow barely illuminated their figures, while the shadows danced on the damp walls, heightening the tension in the air. "Everything is ready," Zetsu said in a voice laced with malice and satisfaction. His tone was slightly distorted, almost unsettling. His eyes gleamed with a sinister interest, as though he was already savoring the chaos to come. Obito, his face hidden behind his mask, nodded slowly. "Once the first step is taken, there will be no turning back." His voice was flat, yet there was an unyielding determination that conveyed an unshakable certainty. Zetsu leaned forward, his serpentine figure twisting slightly. "You know this move will destabilize everything. The reactions will be violent, and the chaos will be perfect?" A sinister grin stretched across his face, distorting his already unnerving features. Obito remained still, his gaze fixed on the darkness of the cave. "The village won't immediately sound the alarm," he said, breaking the silence. "My chakra signature was recorded years ago. I can move without arousing suspicion, at least at first." Zetsu watched him with a mix of curiosity and a faint, malicious smile. "Always one step ahead, as usual," he said, his tone teetering between admiration and mockery. The scene was set. The plans were in motion. And in the stillness of the cave, a storm of chaos quietly began to brew. Chapter 99, Divide and Conquer. As Ren walked through the village, his mind was focused on one goal, improving the chakra control necessary for the shadow clone jutsu. For days, his training had revolved around that crucial point, splitting the chakra flow into two distinct units and keeping them stable. "If I could make this chakra division process automatic, like breathing, I'd be halfway there," he thought. As he made his way toward the academy, his attention was caught by a familiar figure. Zabuza was heading in the same direction, his imposing figure barely visible through the mist. For a moment, their eyes met, but Zabuza quickly averted his gaze, almost pretending not to notice him. "Strange, I expected a friendlier reaction. I wonder what he's thinking," Ren mused, continuing his walk. It wasn't unusual for Zabuza to act distant, but there was something different about that brief exchange of glances. At the academy, the routine went on without much surprise. The usual cycle of theory and practice was interrupted only by a stern reminder from their strict teacher, Fujimoto-sensei, "Remember, the second-year final exam is approaching. Only those who prove themselves worthy will advance." Another year has passed already. "I wonder what this year's exam will be like," Ren thought, recalling the previous one with a faint smile. As they left the academy, a shrill voice snapped him back to reality. "Earth to Ren! Earth to Ren!" Juneko exclaimed, laughing as she interrupted his thoughts. Ren turned around, slightly startled. Was all he managed to say, still lost in his reflections. "These days, you always seem lost in thought, don't you, Aoi?" Juneko teased, nudging their companion. "Technically, you do appear to be deep in thought," Aoi confirmed, adjusting his glasses in his characteristic manner. "Of course, I'm constantly trying to keep my chakra split into two distinct units," Ren thought. Noting his friend's concern, he forced a half-smile. No, I'm just thinking about the upcoming exam." Juneko seized the moment with enthusiasm. "It's been a while since we trained together. Why don't we have a sparring session? Aoi's improved a lot too, right?" she said, winking at Aoi. "Technically," Aoi began, but Juneko immediately cut him off with a mischievous smile. "Technically, I'm right, end of discussion, Aoi." Ren watched them with a mix of amusement and curiosity. What's up with these two today? He wondered. But his mind quickly calculated the possibility. It might be an interesting way to gauge their progress for the exam. I'm curious to see how they've developed over the months, especially with the training weights I gave them. "Well, Ren?" Juneko pressed, clapping her hands. "Are you in?" Ren nodded. "Fine, tomorrow after the academy." Juneko pouted, crossing her arms. "Why not today?" "I'm meeting Utakata today," Ren thought, but he replied, "No, sorry. I promised my mom I'd help her." "Okay, tomorrow then," Juneko said, her smile returning as she stuck out her tongue. Aoi, with his usual precision, added, Ren, before I forget, my father asked about you. He'd like to see you. The Dr. Kaido wants to see me? I wonder why. Ren thought. Sure, he replied. Later, near the lake where Ren usually trained, he met Utakata. The shimmering water reflected the setting sun, creating a serene and almost unreal atmosphere. So, your second-year exam is coming up, Utakata said with a hint of a smile. Ren nodded, keeping a serious expression. Good. Brings back memories, Utakata continued, his voice a mix of nostalgia and encouragement. I'm sure you'll ace it, Ren. Yes, I think so too, Ren replied, though his tone carried a shadow of hesitation. But I'm unsure how much to reveal. Ren, mature beyond his years, had found an unexpectedly reliable confidant in Utakata. Their friendship had started unexpectedly but had solidified over time. Don't overthink it, but be careful, Utakata warned, his tone suddenly more serious. The second year, and especially the third, are different from the first. During the first year, accidents are rare. But from the second onward, there can be casualties. Yes, that's true. This year will certainly be riskier, Ren reflected. Shall we begin? Utakata asked, signaling Ren to get into position. The two began their weekly sparring session. For Ren, these sessions had become a crucial opportunity for growth. Although he still couldn't land a hit on Utakata, his endurance was steadily improving. My chakra reserves have increased significantly, Ren thought, dodging a quick strike. My resistance to and perception of Genjutsu are also improving. He moved nimbly to avoid another attack, though the gap between them was still evident. He's still in another league, even if the age difference isn't that great. Despite the challenges, Ren felt the progress, his movements were becoming smoother, his combat decisions quicker, and his chakra control increasingly stable. But once I master the Shadow Clone Jutsu, I'll drastically narrow this gap. After parting ways with Utakata, Ren stayed by the lake to continue his training. The evening breeze created small ripples on the water's surface, reflecting the sky as it turned shades of orange and violet. It was a moment of calm that Ren always found useful for focus. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and began to concentrate his chakra. The goal remained the same, split the flow into two distinct units and keep them stable. I need to make this a second nature, he reflected. His hands moved swiftly, forming the technique's seals. For a moment, he felt the chakra flow as desired, but as soon as the division seemed complete, the flow collapsed, leaving only a faint vibration in the air. Ren clenched his teeth. Another failure, he muttered, trying to calm his frustration. But he didn't give up. He stood and tried again. This time, he changed his approach. Instead of forcing the separation, he imagined the chakra as a river naturally splitting into two branches. His hands formed the seals more slowly, visualizing the flow dividing. A faint glow appeared beside him. An indistinct figure began to form. Only to dissolve immediately. Too unstable. My control isn't enough yet, he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the failure, Ren noticed subtle progress. For a brief moment, he had managed to perceive the two flows as separate entities. I'm improving, even if slowly. Once I stabilize it, I'll be closer to completing the technique. Time passed, and the sun's light faded behind the horizon. With his characteristic determination, Ren resumed his position for one last attempt. Meanwhile, far from Hidden Mist Village, the sky over Hidden Leaf Village glowed with an unnatural light. A gigantic figure, the Kobai, roared with primal fury, its tail striking the ground with devastating force. The village was engulfed in chaos. Madara, or rather, Obito, hidden behind the mask, watched the scene from above with icy eyes. Every action was calculated, every step part of a larger plan. But facing him, the fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, remained undaunted. With lightning speed, he moved across the battlefield, trying to contain the fox's rage and protect the villagers. In a small room far from the battle, a newborn let out his first cry. Naruto Uzumaki had entered the world, unaware of the destiny that awaited him. A new era is beginning, Minato might have thought if he weren't so focused on battling fate. The night in Hidden Leaf Village was destined to remain etched in memory, a night of loss, but also of new hope. Chapter 100, The Dawn of a World Ablaze. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the windows of the Kage's private chambers, where the Anbu had silently arrived to deliver urgent reports. Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat wearily in his chair. He had barely begun to embrace his retirement when tragedy struck the village. Minato no Mikaze, the fourth Hokage, had perished, forcing Sarutobi to resume his old role. Before him lay a stack of Anbu reports detailing the devastation, hundreds of homes destroyed, dozens of ninja and civilians killed, and a Kyuubi sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. The fox has been contained, but at what cost? He murmured, closing his eyes for a moment. The vivid image of Minato's sacrifice lingered in his mind. One of his advisors, Hamura Minakato, approached hesitantly. Hokage-sama, Fugaku requests an immediate audience. Suspicions against the Uchiha will rise, Hiruzen said, his voice tired but resolute. For now, maintain control. Hidden Leaf Village must not show weakness. We must prevent internal conflict. And Naruto? Asked Koharu Udatain. He will be safe. Minato made his choice, and we will honor and protect it, Hiruzen declared, his gaze falling on the young, smiling visage of Minato in a portrait on the wall. Hidden Stones Village, the council hall. Onoki, the third Sushi Kage, sat on a massive stone throne, a symbol of the rock village's strength and stability. Though his body was bent with age and the weight of responsibilities, his eyes gleamed with sharp wit. In his hands, he held the report the Anbu had delivered earlier. The fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village was dead, and the Kibai had ravaged their village. In the council hall, his advisors sat on stone-carved seats, each wearing a different expression. Some barely concealed their satisfaction, while others appeared concerned. Onoki read the report carefully, weighing every word. Finally, he looked up and addressed his council. Minato Namikaze, he hissed, his voice a mixture of satisfaction and bitterness. You have finally met your destiny. A young advisor, his face marked by war scars, interjected immediately. Sushi Kage-sama, this is an opportunity. Without their Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village will be vulnerable. We can reclaim contested lands and avenge our losses. The advisor's words echoed in the hall, but Onoki raised a hand to silence him. Opportunity, you say? Nonsense. Hidden Leaf Village is wounded but not defeated. Every time we underestimated them, we paid a steep price. Let us not forget what they leave behind. An older advisor leaned forward slightly. The clans of Hidden Leaf Village remain strong. The Uchiha, the remaining Senshu, and their council will not allow this loss to destabilize the village. If we act too soon, we could face fierce resistance. Onoki nodded slowly. Hidden Leaf Village is a tree that has lost a branch, not its roots. And they still have that old fox, Saratobi. But Sushi Kage-sama, the young advisor insisted, if we do not act now, other nations will. Hidden Clouds Village, perhaps even Hidden Sand Village. If we fail to seize this chance, we will lose the opportunity to strengthen our position. A cold smile crept onto Onoki's lips. Oh, I'm certain Hidden Clouds Village will make a rash move. It's their style. But Hidden Stones Village is not Hidden Clouds Village. We are the rock. We observe, analyze, and then strike with precision. The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sound of a chest being opened. Onoki pulled out a detailed map of the continent and placed it at the center of the table. He pointed to a region near the border between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Strengthen patrols in this area, he ordered. I don't want anyone crossing our borders without us knowing. Additionally, send new spies to monitor movements in Hidden Leaf Village. I want to know everything, how they manage this crisis, which clans ally or oppose each other, and if any internal dissent emerges. If there is a fracture, we will exploit it. And the Kyubai? Asked a senior advisor. Now that it's sealed again, this could complicate matters. Onoki leaned on his staff, his face impassive. The Kyubai has always been a double-edged sword. If Hidden Leaf Village has sealed it in a newborn, as the reports suggest, that child will become a target for all. We will watch. If the seal weakens or breaks, the situation could become catastrophic for Hidden Leaf Village. That will be the time to act. An unsettling silence fell over the hall. Onoki's plan was clear, not to attack, but to wait for the perfect moment to strike, exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Hidden Clouds Village Raikage's Hall. The fourth Raikage. The Kyubai has devastated Hidden Leaf Village, he murmured, his tone devoid of visible emotion. And the fourth Hokage is dead. Raikage-sama, a council member intervened, this is our chance. The Raikage raised a hand, silencing the council. This is a delicate move. Hidden Leaf Village may seem weak now, but ninja like Saratobi and the remnants of the Uchiha clan are not foes to underestimate. Hidden Sand Village, the Kazekage's Hall. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, stood before a map of the shinobi world. The desert surrounding Hidden Sand Village rendered the village isolated, but the Kazekage saw this as an opportunity. Hidden Leaf Village has suffered a devastating blow, he said, addressing his advisors with cold eyes. But we must not act rashly. Alert our spies in Hidden Leaf Village to assess their true condition, and be careful, we are not the only ones watching. One advisor, a thin man with a scar across his face, intervened. Kazekage-sama, this could be our chance to strengthen our positions. If Hidden Leaf Village is vulnerable, the resources they defend at the borders may become more accessible. Raza shook his head slowly. We must not act recklessly. Hidden Leaf Village is weak, but it will not fall. Even without Minato no Mikaze, they have the Sanins and their Uchiha. A misstep on our part could provoke a devastating retaliation. Another advisor raised his voice, more fearful. Then what will we do, Kazekage-sama? Sit still while the other villages watch and act? Raza fixed the advisor with a sharp gaze. We will not sit still. But we will act smart. Reinforce our borders with Hidden Leaf Village and send scouts to the contested lands. I want detailed reports on their troop movements. And ensure that our trade ally in the Land of Wind does not face interference. His eyes shifted to a specific point on the map, where the border with Hidden Leaf Village was marked by a thin line. Hidden Leaf Village may turn inward to resolve its conflicts. If the Uchiha and the Council clash, it could mark the beginning of a fracture that weakens their control. But until then, we must prepare. The room fell silent, the Kazekage's words hanging heavy in the air. Hidden Sand Village's strategy was clear: cautious observation, careful preparation, and opportunistic action. Hidden Mist Village, the Mizukage's fortress in the heart of the village hidden in the mist. Yagura Karatachi read the report delivered by the Anbu about the devastation in Hidden Leaf Village and the death of the fourth Hokage. Yagura's advisors watched him silently as he calmly scanned the document. His gaze was impenetrable, but a shadow of tension crept into the room. Hidden Leaf Village has lost its fourth Hokage, and the Kibai has ravaged their village, he finally said, placing the report on the table in front of him. An interesting yet dangerous situation. Advisor Fujino stepped forward. Mizukage-sama, this could be our chance to consolidate our power. Hidden Leaf Village is vulnerable. Yagura looked up, his tone icy. Vulnerable does not mean weak. Their strength doesn't depend solely on a Hokage. And what shall we do? Another advisor asked, impatience lacing his voice. For now, nothing rash, Yagura replied, leaning against the armrest of his throne. Our village is undergoing changes. We must strengthen our internal lines and keep a close watch on our allies and enemies. When the room emptied, Yagura remained silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the mist seeping through the cracks in the walls. If Hidden Leaf Village weakens, our village might grow stronger. But first, we must address our internal fractures. Hidden Mist Village must be united, or we will have no chance against our enemies. Ren observed Juneko and Aoi as they struggled to complete the weighted exercises he had assigned them some time ago. Both seemed improved. Juneko moved with greater speed, while Aoi displayed remarkable precision in his strikes. All right, remove the weights, Ren said, watching their surprised faces. Really? Juneko exclaimed, eagerly ripping the weights off her ankles with a bright smile. Finally. Aoi, calmer, removed his weights carefully. Technically, this should immediately enhance our relative speed. But endurance will temporarily decrease. Ren watched them closely as they warmed up without weights. When they began sparring, he noticed evident improvements but found them still lacking in real combat experience. They've improved, but they need more practice in live combat. I'll make you stronger, Ren decided aloud, his tone firm. Both because you could become valuable allies and because I can't afford to babysit you during the exams. From today until the exams, we'll spar regularly, he announced. Juneko looked at him, perplexed. Every day? But we're already swamped with lessons and exercises. Ren pondered. But I don't have that much free time myself. Unless. An ingenious idea struck him, and a small smile formed on his lips. As Ren walked back after training, the voices of a group of villagers caught his attention. Did you hear? Hidden Leaf Village. They've lost the fourth Hokage. And the Kibai has devastated the village. Ren stopped, listening carefully. So, it's already come to this. If I'm not mistaken, in 5 or 6 years, the Uchiha massacre will occur. If all goes well, I should be a Chunin or maybe even a Jonin by then. I might have an opportunity to infiltrate. And who knows, maybe obtain a Sharingan. A darker thought crossed his mind. But I doubt Obito will let me act freely. Fine, there's time to think about it. With those thoughts, he headed to his Fuinjutsu master, Datsumi. Ren entered Datsumi's workshop, greeted by the familiar scent of ink and incense. As usual, the old seal master was bent over a scroll, drawing precise lines with his brush. The light from the lanterns created dancing shadows on the walls lined with scrolls and tools. Ah, Ren, Datsumi said without looking up. Your orders are on the top shelf to the right. Ren simply nodded. I haven't yet had a chance to work on sealing techniques. I could use this opportunity to gather some information, he thought. Tatsumi-sensei, he began cautiously, I heard news about the incident in Hidden Leaf Village. The Kibai has been sealed again, right? Tatsumi paused briefly, his brush suspended in midair. Yes, he finally said, his tone more serious. At least, that's what they say. And the seals used for tailed beasts? Ren pressed, studying the master carefully. I've read they're extremely complex. Have you ever worked on something like that? Tatsumi's face darkened, and for a moment, silence filled the workshop. He then deliberately placed his brush down. No, not directly, he replied slowly. I'm not an expert in those types of seals. Ren sensed there was more to the story. Tatsumi's distant gaze and tense shoulders suggested painful memories he didn't wish to share. I see, Ren said, trying to lighten the atmosphere. I'm just curious. It must be fascinating to study them. Tatsumi nodded briefly and resumed his work. Focus on what's in front of you. The rest of their session proceeded in silence, with Ren diligently noting the details of the seals he needed to complete. As Ren walked home, he mulled over his interaction with Tatsumi. Strange. I've felt this same impression before. Could he have a trauma related to those kinds of seals? He shrugged, letting the thought go. There were more pressing matters to focus on. Let's see. The upcoming events include Zabuza's slaughter and the Kaguya clan's attack. He thought about Zabuza, his violent past, and the massacre that would mark the village hidden in the mist. If I could form a connection with him and influence him somehow, perhaps I could prevent it. Then his thoughts turned to the Kaguya clan. Their attack depends on when it will happen. Until I become at least a jonin, I won't be able to contribute much. But I wonder what triggered their attack. An internal rivalry? Or a political failure? Shaking his head, he allowed his reflections to fade away. Once home, Ren dedicated himself to his usual evening training session. Sitting at the center of his room, he began concentrating his chakra, visualizing its flow splitting into two separate currents. His hands quickly formed the seals for the shadow clone jutsu. A faint glow filled the room, and for a moment, he felt the chakra responding as he wanted. But once again, the flow collapsed, leaving him breathless. Still unstable, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He took out his notebook and began jotting down observations. Progress. I can clearly perceive the two separate flows. Problem. Instability when maintaining the division during the final seal. Hypothesis. The issue could be in visualization or the flow of chakra to my hands. Next session, try with deeper breathing and slower seals. Good, he murmured, storing the notebook in his scroll. Then, he turned toward his futon, blew out the small lantern with a soft breath, and lay down. With his arms crossed behind his head, his gaze drifted to the ceiling. Chapter 101, Second Year Exam. The sun had barely risen, spreading its golden light over the misty landscape of Hidden Mist Village. At the Ninja Academy, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Today was the day of the second-year exam, and all second-year students had been summoned to the academy's main hall. The instructors of each class, including Fujimoto-sensei, stood before the gathered students. Among them were Anbu operatives, their presence lending an air of solemnity to the event. Their masked faces betrayed no emotion, but their mere presence was enough to silence even the most unruly students. Fujimoto stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the students. Listen carefully, he began, his voice laden with authority. Today's exam will test not only your individual skills but also your ability to adapt in a dynamic battlefield. It will be similar in structure to the third-year exam, a battle royale, but on a smaller scale. A murmur rippled through the crowd as students exchanged glances filled with excitement and nervousness. Fujimoto raised his hand, silencing them instantly. The battlefield will be the academy's training grounds, prepared specifically for the occasion. The entire area has been covered in water. Your objective is to remain standing on the water while fighting. Falling into the water will result in immediate disqualification. The other instructors nodded in approval as Fujimoto continued. This exercise aims to test your control, agility, and combat skills while maintaining balance. You'll need to effectively utilize both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Strategy will be crucial, and low blows are not excluded. Juneko fidgeted nervously next to Ren, but recomposing herself, she whispered, "On the water? Is that why you made us train on the lake?" Some week before Juneko and Aoi were at the East training ground. Ren arrived with Kurara, announcing that they would now engage in continuous sparring with her. In return, Juneko and Aoi were to help Kurara improve her water walking control. The scene shifted to Juneko and Aoi, exhausted after countless training sessions, while Kurara, calm and excited, continued practicing. Although she couldn't yet move like them on water, she was visibly progressing. Juneko, bent over with her hair sticking to her face from sweat, puffed, "How is she so calm after all this?" Aoi, sitting beside her and panting, raised a hand to respond but collapsed backward, staring at the sky. "She's not human. She can't be." Kurara, however, turned to them with a serene smile, dipping her foot into the water and creating small chakra whirlpools with effortless calm. "You're not tired, are you? Can we do another set?" Juneko glared at Aoi. "If we survive her, the exam will be a breeze. Aoi closed his eyes, pretending to faint. I'm already seeing my life flash before my eyes. Goodbye, cruel world. Kurara tilted her head, confused, while Ren chuckled in the distance, amused by the scene before him. Returning to the present, Juneko crossed her arms, shaking her head with a smile. Now I understand the reason for that insane training. Ren remained calm, calculating possible strategies in his mind. He thought, well, I didn't know it would be on water. I just wanted Kurara to master water walking and kill two birds with one stone by giving them real combat experience. No, they shouldn't have any problems. The only wild card is Kurara. We've improved her control, but she's still not as comfortable as Juneko or Aoi. Each of you has received a token, Fujimoto added, showing a small wooden tag. Your goal is to collect as many tokens as possible while avoiding disqualification. The exam ends when only one student remains or when time runs out. And if time runs out? Aoi asked, adjusting his glasses. Those with the most tokens will be declared winners and evaluated accordingly, Fujimoto replied. Remember, teamwork is not prohibited, but alliances are often short-lived in this type of test. Trust at your own risk. The students gathered at the edge of the water-covered training ground as the start signal drew near. The tension was palpable as they took their positions, chakra already flowing beneath their feet to maintain balance. Begin. Fujimoto's voice rang out. Chaos erupted immediately. Students dashed into action as rippling water reflected the confusion of the initial skirmishes. Hiroshi moved swiftly, raising his hands and launching a barrage of water droplets in all directions. The liquid projectiles splashed everywhere, causing the water's surface to bubble. He had no specific target, but his tactics served to create chaos, forcing nearby opponents to scatter to avoid the hits. On the other side of the battlefield, Misaki and her group had already engaged in the first duels. Misaki, with fierce grace, blocked a blow aimed at her and countered, lightly wounding her opponent. The injury, though superficial, was enough to trigger her control over blood. With a fluid motion, she turned the blood into lethal darts, hurling them with precision at surrounding enemies. Shinji, meanwhile, seemed almost unaffected by the chaos around him. Coral formations on his forearms acted as natural shields, deflecting direct attacks while he maintained his outward calm. With slow but deliberate movements, he traversed the water, observing the battles and carefully choosing the right moment to intervene. Elsewhere on the field, the intensity of the clashes escalated. Some inexperienced students struggled to maintain their balance on the water and fell quickly, while others demonstrated surprising skill in combining ninjutsu and strategy. The water's surface rippled, reflecting the tumult of the battle. The exam had just begun, but the competition was already proving fierce and ruthless. Chapter 102, Clashes intensify. The clashes continued with growing intensity. On the right side of the field, Shinigami moved with lethal grace, the protruding bone spikes from his palms incapacitating one student after another. His strikes were precise, and his relentless technique left little room for defense. On the opposite side, Aoi and Juneko were successfully facing off against other students. Aoi, focused, waited for the perfect moment to strike, targeting key points with pinpoint accuracy, while Juneko used Ganjutsu to confuse or immobilize their opponents, giving Aoi the opportunity to act. The two moved in perfect sync, repelling every attack that came their way. Suddenly, Kenji Arame leapt toward Aoi, launching a targeted assault. Aoi, caught off guard, prepared to block the blow, but a kunai whizzed through the air at that moment, striking Arame's arm and forcing him to retreat. Thanks, Ren. Aoi gasped, turning to his teammate. Ren, still holding a kunai, replied in a cold tone, stay focused. But Arame wasn't ready to give up. In a swift move, he repositioned himself and launched a barrage of rock bullets at the group. The stone fragments flew with incredible speed, creating an immediate threat. Ren moved quickly, deflecting the projectiles with his kunai in a series of fluid motions. The stones splashed into the water, generating immediately afterward. Ren disappeared using the mist body flicker technique, reappearing behind Arame. With impressive speed, he grabbed Arame's tag and delivered a precise blow to stun him. Arame fell to the water, unable to respond, while Ren returned to his group, tag in hand. Aoi looked at him, still impressed. How are you always so fast? Ren offered a half smile. Just make sure you keep up. The constant training with Utakata and Ganru has paid off. Compared to that, this exam feels like child's play, Ren thought. Juneko shook her head with a playful smile, ready to rejoin the fray. On the sidelines, the instructors observed the clashes intently, whispering among themselves. Tuanbu, hidden in the shadows, kept a close eye on the scene. The young Mizutani has improved a lot since the last exams, said one, wearing a wolf-shaped mask. The other nodded slowly. His level is different now. And this time, he's not even using the weights. The clashes continued relentlessly, with every student striving to push their limits. The competition was fierce, and the watery field had turned into an arena of determination and skill. On the far side of the field, Misaki found herself surrounded by several students who had banded together against her, including Munashitma. Her anger grew, especially since Munashi, someone who had once piqued her interest, was now charging at her alongside the group. With a determined cry, Misaki created a rain of blood crystals, no larger than coins. The crystals flew fast and menacing, but the students had prepared a defense. With swift hand signs, they raised walls of water to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Kurara used the ice as a springboard to propel herself into the air. With an elegant leap, she threw her Kurosejima towards a nearby wall, using it as an anchor to stabilize herself. In the process, she managed to incapacitate two of the students, giving her trouble. Yukiko joined her without hesitation, helping her take down the remaining opponents with icy precision. Meanwhile, Mori Mizuchi, Regino Koga, and Sorayuki continued to launch attacks against Shin, who, despite holding his ground, began to show signs of fatigue. At that moment, a barrage of rock bullets interfered with their attacks, allowing Shin to catch his breath. Turning around, he saw it was Ren who had intervened. "This has nothing to do with you, Ren," said Sora, preparing an ice jutsu. Ren responded with a mocking smile. "I hope not all Yuki team up with just anyone." Meanwhile, Hiroshi had made his way toward Shinji, advancing with a determined look. "Finally, I'll have my rematch, Karatachi," he shouted, ready to attack. But at that very moment, a powerful explosion shook the arena, startling all the students and drawing attention to a new and mysterious development. Meanwhile, at the third-year exams, the exams continued with their usual ferocity, a hallmark of their fearsome reputation. Each confrontation was a test of skill, determination, and survival. Among the recruits, one figure stood out above the rest, Amiri Ringo. With swift and deadly movements, Amiri demonstrated a mastery of sword techniques that left little doubt about her abilities. Her opponents fell one after another, unable to match her devastating precision. The number of fallen had already risen to 3, a tragic reminder of the brutal reality of the third-year exams. The remaining students fought desperately, knowing that every mistake could be fatal. The cries of the injured and the sounds of battle echoed through the arena, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. At the first-year exams, meanwhile, in the first-year exams, a group of young students nervously awaited their turn. Among them was Momoki Zabusa, whose name was already being whispered among the academy's instructors. Zabusa, with his icy gaze and ruthless determination, demonstrated his superiority with a relentless series of attacks. Every challenger who dared to face him was defeated mercilessly, his precise and calculated movements revealing an innate talent for combat. In the stands, a hooded figure silently observed the clashes, flanked by 2 Anbu operatives. Their presence, shrouded in mystery, added an additional layer of tension to the already heavy atmosphere of the competition. The Anbu stood still and vigilant, tracking every movement with sharp focus, ready to intervene if necessary. Yet, the hooded figure remained impassive, their gaze fixed on the unfolding battles. Chapter 103, Chaos Unleashed. The explosion rocked the arena, a deafening roar that sent a shock wave of dust, smoke, and debris across the field. For a moment, everything stopped. Time seemed to freeze as fragments of the shattered environment rained down, and the acrid scent of burning wood and stone filled the air. 2 lifeless bodies lay motionless amid the rubble, and the metallic taste of blood mingled with the choking dust. As the smoke began to clear, the scene was one of sheer devastation, and the reactions of those left standing revealed their raw emotions. Shinji Karatachi's eyes darted frantically across the chaos, his usual confidence replaced with a mixture of shock and dread. His fists clenched involuntarily, small shards of coral forming on his knuckles as his instinct for self-preservation kicked in. "What just happened?" Shinji muttered, his voice barely audible over the din. The sight of his fallen comrades and the crumbling arena brought a lump to his throat. Nearby, Ren crouched low, his sharp gaze fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. His mind raced. 2 dead. Who planted the explosive? Was this planned? He glanced at the figures of the Anbu lingering on the sidelines, their postures tense. "I don't remember anything like this happening in the canon. Could my presence have created a butterfly effect?" A cold realization gripped him. No. This might have been omitted because it wasn't considered significant. He allowed himself a brief, grim smirk. An unforeseen twist, Shibuki. This just got more interesting. But I have to be cautious. Even the Anbu seem caught off guard. Could this have been orchestrated from higher up? Yuki's breath hitched as she observed the chaos. Her eyes narrowed, and she instinctively summoned a shard of frost to her fingertips, ready to defend herself. Stay calm. Assess. Control. Her gaze shifted to Kurara, who moved with calculated precision along the wall, her Kurosejima anchoring her movements as she maintained her balance. Yukiko's icy fingers tightened into fists. She had to act quickly. Kurara staggered, coughing as she swiped at the smoke in front of her. What? What the hell was that? She gasped, her weapon trembling in her hands. Her normally composed demeanor was slipping, but her determination remained unbroken. She glanced at Yukiko, who nodded sharply. The unspoken agreement was clear: stay together, stay alive. Juneko Tsuki was uncharacteristically quiet, her usual quips lost in the chaos. Her eyes darted around, trying to discern illusion from reality. Is this part of the test? No. This wasn't planned. She shuddered but kept her stance low, ready to weave a Ganjutsu at a moment's notice. Aoi Kaito had frozen in place, his glasses reflecting the glow of embers still lingering in the air. His scientific mind clung to logic, but logic failed him now. This wasn't supposed to happen. The structure of the explosion, the dispersal of debris. This wasn't a simple trap. Someone planned this. From their vantage point, Fujimoto-sensei and the other instructors stood grim-faced. Fujimoto's hands tightened into fists as his sharp eyes tracked the Anbu near the edge of the field. Two of them were already poised to intervene, but a third appeared suddenly, whispering into their ears. Whatever was said made the two freeze in their tracks. Fujimoto's brow furrowed, skepticism plain on his face. Just how far are they willing to take this? His sharp gaze returned to the field, scanning for signs of further danger. These students are being used. This has to be some higher-level decision. The other instructors exchanged uneasy glances, but none moved to act. The unspoken order was clear: observe but do not interfere. From the settling dust emerged a figure, his silhouette jagged and menacing. Yuzu Tokunaga, a repeat student with a notorious reputation, stood with an unhinged grin plastered across his face. In his hands was Shibuki, the explosive blade of the Seven Swordsmen. Its lethal edge gleamed ominously in the dim light, the rows of explosive tags embedded along its length threatening chaos. You're all useless. Tokunaga bellowed, his voice ragged with mania. He swung Shibuki in a wide arc, scattering students who scrambled to keep their distance. I'll show you. I am Yuzu Tokunaga, the next swordsman of the mist. His words sent chills through the onlookers. Shibuki was a weapon of destruction, and in the hands of someone like Tokunaga, it was a disaster waiting to happen. Students backed away cautiously, their instincts screaming to avoid him at all costs. Across the battlefield, Hiroshi's focus remained fixed on Shinji. The two had squared off before the explosion, and Hiroshi's fiery determination had not dimmed. Hiroshi, Shinji said, his voice steady despite the chaos. For now, maybe we should focus on that guy with Shibuki. What do you think? Hiroshi sneered, his body partially liquefying as he prepared his next move. Sure. Right after I've had my rematch. Idiot, Shinji muttered under his breath, readying himself to face Hiroshi. This is not the time for petty grudges. Tokunaga let out a guttural laugh as he swung Shibuki downward, the embedded tags crackling ominously. His wild swings kept the students at bay, each arc of the blade creating gusts of wind and small explosions that rattled the field. Come on. Show me your worth. He screamed, his eyes wild. As he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to a cowering student, his manic expression shifted to confusion. His feet had begun to freeze, frost creeping up his legs with an eerie determination. Yukiko stood several meters away, her hands extended and her gaze icy. You talk too much, she said, her voice as cold as the frost she wielded. Tokunaga's grin faltered, replaced by a snarl. He roared, swinging Shibuki with enough force to shatter the frost around his feet. The explosion sent shards of ice scattering, but Yukiko held her ground, her face betraying no fear. As Tokunaga surged toward Yukiko, explosions punctuating his every step, she retaliated with a flurry of ice darts, each one sharper and faster than the last. Her control, more precise than ever before, seemed to catch even herself by surprise. But Tokunaga, seasoned and battle-hardened, was faster. With Shibuki in hand, he detonated the darts midair, one by one, the resulting shockwaves shaking the battlefield. You think that's enough to stop me? Tokunaga taunted, his grin widening as he closed the distance between them. Just as Shibuki's devastating strike was about to land, a metallic sound rang out. Kurara's Kurashima had coiled around Tokunaga's ankle, yanking him off balance and averting the blow. The explosion missed Yukiko entirely, though the concussive force shattered the ice barrier she had hastily erected. The shards cut into her skin, but the damage was far less severe than it could have been. Tokunaga's expression twisted into rage as he spotted the chain binding his foot. With a roar, he channeled an explosion down the length of the Kurashima, the blast sending Kurara tumbling from her precarious perch on the wall. She flailed desperately, her footing precarious but not yet lost. The water loomed below her like a dark void, the realization dawning that a fall would mean disqualification. Her fingers clawed for purchase, the Kurashima still dangling in defiance. Not far from her, Tokunaga's grin widened, his eyes locked onto her vulnerable form. His steps continuing through the field as he began to close the distance, Shibuki raised high and ready to strike. The clash of ice and explosions had subsided, leaving only the chilling sound of Kurara's labored breaths and the ominous thuds of Tokunaga's advance. The battlefield held its breath, the water below shimmering under the eerie glow of Shibuki's explosive tags. Chapter 104, The improvised hero. Kurara was on the verge of losing her balance, her fingers slipping further along the chain of her Kurasujima. Tokunaga approached with determined steps, Shibuki poised to explode with the next strike. The tension was palpable, the sound of rippling water accompanying every held breath from the spectators. Suddenly, a kunai with an explosive tag flew between Tokunaga and Kurara. The ensuing explosion was powerful, raising a dense cloud of smoke and water fragments. A shadow moved swiftly within the cloud, further confusing the onlookers. Yukiko, observing the scene from nearby, widened her eyes. "Kurara!" she shouted, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Even Shinji, engaged in his fight with Hiroshi, was distracted, turning his gaze toward the explosion. Other students stopped, captivated and bewildered, watching the spectacle. As the smoke began to clear, silence fell over the field. All eyes were on Ren Mizutani, who held Kurara in his arms, just in time to stop her from falling into the water. It was clear, Ren had thrown the kunai and used the explosion to save his teammate. Fujimoto-sensei observed the scene with a mix of astonishment and approval. "Well played, Mizutani," he thought, shifting his gaze toward the Anbu. They, too, seemed surprised by the young man's quick thinking and ingenuity. Tokunaga, meanwhile, glared at Ren with a mocking grin. "Another insect to add to the list," he began, but he didn't get the chance to finish. Another set of explosive kunai flew toward him. With a skilled motion, Tokunaga wielded Shibuki, intercepting them midair and detonating the tags at a distance. But while he was distracted, a water clone of Ren suddenly emerged from the water, grabbing Tokunaga's legs with a firm grip. Before Tokunaga could react, a second clone of Ren took advantage of the confusion and delivered a solid kick to his side. Tokunaga lost his balance and fell into the water with a resounding splash. "Thank you," murmured Kurara, her cheeks slightly flushed, as Ren helped her regain her footing on the water. He responded with a faint smile. "Don't mention it, but move away. This isn't over yet." The students, unable to fully follow the rapid sequence of events, began murmuring among themselves. For most of them, Tokunaga was now disqualified, having fallen into the water. Even Fujimoto-sensei seemed convinced of this outcome, but his astonishment grew when he saw Tokunaga emerge from the water with a violent explosion. Fujimoto's expression tightened as his gaze returned to the Anbu. "He's not disqualified," he realized immediately. What are they thinking? The tension on the field escalated as Tokunaga, furious and determined, prepared his next attack. Meanwhile, Ren's underwater clone dissipated, while the surface clone quickly moved toward Yukiko. Ren observed the Anbu with an inscrutable expression. "So, you want the show to go on?" he thought, noticing their gazes fixed on him. "This is Hidden Mist Village, after all." Tokunaga, with a furious grin, shifted his focus to Ren. "Coward. Using such underhanded tactics," he shouted. Ren stared at him impassively. "I'm not the one wielding one of the 7 swords against mere students." The remark made Tokunaga lose his composure completely. He charged at Ren in a blind rage. "Juneko, Aoi, take care of Kurara," Ren ordered his teammates, allowing him to focus entirely on the fight. "Yukiko, keep trying to freeze his feet whenever you can," Ren's clone said to Yukiko before returning to the attack. While the clone kept Tokunaga busy, Ren grabbed his tando and prepared for a direct confrontation. Suddenly, Ren sensed chakra coming from underwater. With a leap, he fired a volley of rock bullets directly below him, neutralizing Tokunaga's attempt to surprise him with the same tactic. Ren's water clone continued to hinder Tokunaga, while Yukiko further slowed him with her ice attacks. "Wasn't that a cowardly tactic?" Ren said calmly, further provoking Tokunaga. "Between the clones and jutsu, I've already used up 30% of my chakra," Ren thought. "I didn't want to draw too much attention, but it doesn't matter now. I need to end this quickly." The mist began to envelop the battlefield as Ren calculated his next move. "I can't get too close without being sure I can take him out, or the blast radius of his explosions will reach me." Despite the difficulties, Tokunaga finally managed to free himself from Ren's clone. "It's useless," he yelled, detonating explosions to dissipate the mist around him. However, a figure appeared as the haze cleared. An Anbu stood before Tokunaga. "You've lost." "Surrender," the Anbu said firmly. Tokunaga froze for a moment, glaring with eyes full of rage. Then he screamed, swinging Shibuki at the Anbu. "I decide when I surrender." A colossal explosion engulfed the area, but the Anbu was merely an illusion created by Juneko. Before Tokunaga could react, a kunai flew toward his hand, striking the one holding Shibuki. At that moment, Ren delivered another strike with his Tanto, further injuring Tokunaga's hand and causing him to lose his grip on the sword. Shibuki was seized by Ren, who quickly retreated. The mist dissipated, revealing Tokunaga kneeling on the water, his hand injured and no longer holding Shibuki. The sword was now in Ren's possession. Chapter 105. Outcome. Shinji was still locked in battle with Hiroshi. Both moved nimbly across the water, but Hiroshi had a distinct advantage. His imperfect ability to transform into water allowed him to evade many direct attacks. On the other hand, Shinji was a master at manipulating coral, yet immobilizing Hiroshi this time was proving far more difficult than during their battle last year. "Did you really think your old trick would still work?" Hiroshi taunted, liquefying part of his arm to dodge a coral strike that had come dangerously close. "Don't underestimate me," Shinji replied coldly, summoning a barrier of coral from beneath the water that forced Hiroshi to retreat. The fight grew more intense. Hiroshi attacked with fluid movements, his body adapting and shifting to confuse and overwhelm Shinji. The latter responded with precise, calculated strikes, creating coral structures that rapidly extended, trying to trap Hiroshi. The waves generated by their movements made the battlefield increasingly unstable, adding further challenges to the fight. Out of the corner of his eye, Shinji tried to keep track of the battle between Ren and Tokunaga. He caught glimpses of explosions and the swift movements of Ren's water clones. He's fighting Tokunaga, and winning? He wondered, distracted for a moment. That hesitation gave Hiroshi the chance to launch an attack, hitting Shinji with a powerful water blast that forced him to stumble backward. "Don't get distracted, Shinji. I'm your opponent," Hiroshi shouted with a satisfied grin. Suddenly, the battlefield was engulfed in mist, making it hard for either of them to continue fighting. Taking advantage of the situation, Shinji moved laterally, using his connection to the coral to glide swiftly across the water's surface. After the battle, Ren held Shibuki in his hand, examining it with a mix of curiosity and respect. "So this is one of the legendary swords. I never thought I'd wield one so soon," he thought, feeling the weapon's weight and formidable aura. Tokunaga, still kneeling and utterly defeated, barely managed to lift his gaze. Ren looked at him with an ironic smile and said, "Show me your worth now, without Shibuki." He brandished the sword confidently and unleashed an explosion, shaking the air. The shockwave barely missed Tokunaga, stopping just short of hitting him. "So that's how it works," Ren thought, observing the sword's effect. The other students, intimidated, began to distance themselves from him. "I won't use Shibuki," Ren declared to his companions. "If you want to take on Tokunaga, all the tags he's collected are yours. I won't interfere." What a satisfying feeling. This is karma. He was acting cocky before, now he's at the mercy of the other students, Ren reflected with a satisfied smile. As the students exchanged glances, ready to gang up on Tokunaga, the Anbu suddenly entered the field, followed by Fujimoto-sensei and the other instructors. "The exam is over. Proceed to the examiner's table to have your tags counted," Fujimoto-sensei announced, marking the end of the test. The students, visibly disoriented, began heading toward the examiners. Fujimoto-sensei, accompanied by an Anbu, approached Ren to reclaim the sword. "Can't I keep it as a reward?" Ren asked, his tone half serious. Fujimoto-sensei, though inwardly agreeing with Ren, knew full well that the sword couldn't be left in the hands of a student. Before he could respond, the Anbu interjected, "Kid, this is too dangerous. Your time will come, if you make it." Ren smiled faintly and handed over Shibuki. "Just kidding. Here you go." Shortly after, Ren made his way toward the examiner's table. Along the way, he was met by Kurara, Yukiko, Aoi, Juneko, and Shinji. His friends congratulated him, each wearing a knowing smile. "Ren, you were incredible. That move with Shibuki. I never saw it coming," Aoi exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. Kurara, still slightly flushed, added, "Yes, thanks again for saving me." Her voice was a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. "Oh, come on, it wasn't just him," Juneko interjected with a sly grin. "After all, my Ganjutsu confused Tokunaga enough for Ren to land his blow." "Sure," Shinji replied with a wry smile. "But we have to admit, Ren showed exceptional control. That decision to leave Tokunaga to the others, genius." "Yes," Yukiko said, her tone more serious. "You acted like a true leader, Ren. You kept a cool head even in the toughest moments, so this was what you were hiding all this time." Ren scratched his head, visibly embarrassed by the praise. "Well, let's just say I did what I had to do." Aoi looked at him with a smirk. "Who knows? Maybe one day you'll become Mizukage." "Yes, and we'll be your trusted counsel," Juneko added, giggling. "Wait," Kurara interrupted. "With Juneko as an advisor, the village would be full of useless illusions. Or worse, we'd confuse ourselves and never find the way out." The group burst into laughter, and even Ren couldn't hold back a genuine laugh. As the others laughed, Ren took a moment to reflect. Mizukage? I don't think it's in my plans, though the idea might be intriguing. But I have other goals. For now. Why are you laughing? I don't think it's that funny, Kurara said suddenly, her expression serious. I mean, think about it, if we really got lost, how would the village function? For a moment, the group was silent, then erupted into another wave of laughter. Even Ren couldn't help but chuckle. Kurara, you're one of a kind, he said, shaking his head in amusement. Later, Fujimoto-sensei called Ren aside to congratulate him. You've shown all the qualities of a true ninja today. You've surprised me, Mizutani. Your father would be proud of you. Ren lowered his gaze for a moment, thoughtful. My father. I wonder if he really would be proud of me. Before he could respond, Fujimoto added, the results will be announced in a few minutes. Be ready. Later, at the academy, Fujimoto-sensei, flanked by the other instructors, stood before the students to announce the results. 1. Mizutani Ren 2, Yuki Yukiko 3, Kurashimi Misaki 4, Tsuki Juneko 5, Hazuki Hiroshi 6, Karatachi Shinji 7, Kashima Kurara 8, Kaguya Shin 9, Kaito Aoi 10, Munashitma, Yuki Sora, Terano Kori, Ibiki Jaiwo. Fujimoto-sensei declared, for these evaluations, we didn't only consider the number of tags collected but also other factors such as strategy, teamwork, and adaptability. The students murmured among themselves, glancing at Ren at the top of the list. Their reactions were a mix of awe and envy. Ren, though not surprised, reflected, seeing my name in first place has a certain effect. But from now on, I'll have more eyes on me. I'll face it, but I'll also need to develop other hidden cards, MMH? In that moment Ren felt a chill run down his spine. His instincts sharpened. Someone's watching me. Chapter 106, Who is Ren Mizutani? Ren spun around suddenly, trying to spot whoever was watching him. But there was no one. He stood still for a moment, his gaze still wary, before shaking his head. Yet I was sure I sensed someone, he thought, straightening up. With a determined sigh, he started walking toward home. He walked in silence, his thoughts drifting between the challenges he had just overcome during the exam and the growing weight of his daily responsibilities. Shibuki's appearance was unexpected, I never saw that coming. But neutralizing the Tokunaga was almost too simple. Why didn't the Anbu intervene right away? Were they trying to push us into a dangerous situation? Or maybe they're looking for a replacement among the 7 swordsmen? Then, turning a corner, he spotted a familiar figure. Kurara was waiting for him, leaning against the wall of a narrow street, her presence calm and unchanging. Kurara? Ren asked, surprised. It wasn't like her to look for him at such a late hour. She raised her gaze, arms folded, wearing the usual impassive expression that defined her. I wanted to say hello to Yuki, she said simply. Ren let out a quiet sigh, allowing himself a small, relaxed smile. Sure, come with me. She'll be happy to see you. They began walking side by side, their long shadows blending into the thickening mist. Kurara remained silent, as she typically did, but Ren sensed a different energy around her, an undercurrent of concern that did not dare to show itself openly. Is she still embarrassed about earlier? In any case, I'm glad she passed as well. Her chakra control is improving, though with great effort. But the fact that she can't perform any jutsu still puzzles me. When they reached the shop, Yuki, who was just finishing arranging some scrolls, opened the door with her usual warm smile. As soon as she saw Kurara, her face lit up even more. Hi, Kurara, it's so good to see you, she said, moving in for a hug. Kurara, for a moment, let her composure slip and returned the hug, resting her head on Yuki's shoulder. It was something they often did, a small habit that had formed over time. Yuki gently stroked her hair, a motherly gesture that Kurara accepted without protest. Everything's fine, don't worry, Yuki said reassuringly. Then she turned to Ren, observing him with curiosity. So, how did the exam go? Ren was about to speak, but Kurara beat him to it. We passed, she said, then added quietly, Ren finished first, her tone neutral but with a slight smile betraying her satisfaction. First? Yuki repeated in surprise, a flash of pride crossing her eyes. She tried not to show it too much to avoid embarrassing him. Ren immediately tried to play it down. It wasn't anything special. I only did what had to be done. But Kurara seemed to disagree. One student had the Shibuki and caused us some trouble. She trailed off, as though choosing her words carefully. Shibuki? Yuki asked, confused, tilting her head to one side. Yes, one of the 7 legendary swords, Kurara explained, her tone suddenly more animated. Her eyes gleamed with a desire she rarely revealed. I'd love to try it at least once. Ren scratched his head, looking a little bored. And here I was hoping to practice the shadow clone jutsu today, he thought, trying not to sigh. Instead, I'm headed for another exam. Meanwhile, on the third-year training field seated on a raised platform, the Mizukage watched the older students' tests with quiet intensity. His presence alone was imposing, even with no words spoken. An Anbu approached, handing him a detailed report on the results from the first and second-year exams. Mizukage-sama, here are the reports, the Anbu began calmly. For the first year, Council Member Fujino has identified a promising youth, Momaki Zabuza. The Mizukage flipped through the pages slowly, pausing at that name. Zabuza, he murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. The Anbu continued. As for the second year, Fujino's suggestion to test Tokunaga as a possible candidate for Shibuki didn't go as hoped. Tokunaga failed. A heavy sigh escaped the Mizukage. I wasn't convinced about this idea, he mused, his gaze drifting. It would have caused too much chaos, yet. The Anbu interrupted his thoughts. However, another student stood out, Mizukage-sama, Ren Mizutani. Without taking his eyes off the third-year test, the Mizukage examined the report more closely. His gaze lingered on the lines mentioning Ren Mizutani, a name he had never heard before. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped the wooden armrest with his fingertips, his expression as impassive as ever, but his eyes betrayed deep contemplation. A new name. Not one of the usual clans. An unknown talent emerging in the second year. I thought Shinji would give a good show. Instead the Mizukage turned toward the Anbu, who waited patiently. Tell me about him, he ordered, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Mizutani Ren, the Anbu began, opening another file, is the son of Mizutani Tashiro, a mid-level chunin who died on a mission. His mother, Yuki, is a civilian, currently running the family's weapons shop in Hidden Mist Village on her own. Mizutani Ren is among the top of his class in both chakra control and ninjutsu, but his defining trait is a remarkable ability to adapt to unexpected situations. Adaptation. The Mizukage leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. That's not a skill I see often among today's youth. Most are too accustomed to following predetermined patterns. The Anbu nodded. Indeed, Mizukage-sama. In the most recent exam, Ren tackled critical situations without ever losing his composure. He single-handedly neutralized Tokunaga. He also showed signs of leadership, while managing to keep a low profile. The Mizukage allowed himself the slightest of smiles. Interesting. The ability to remain unnoticed while excelling. Perhaps this boy deserves closer observation. Keep an eye on him, he commanded, without looking back. In a cave, darkness swallowed everything, as though it were a living entity breathing in sync with the damp stone walls. The only light came from the deep red glow of Obito's Sharingan. The mask rested next to him. The silence was broken by the familiar slimy sound of Zetsu emerging from the rocks, his mocking tone echoing through the hall. Your old master gave you a hard time, huh? He said with a smug smile. His face divided into black and white smiled asymmetrically, an image that seemed to reflect the duplicity of his nature. Obito didn't answer right away, his thoughts lost in memories of that night with the Nine Tails and Minato. Zetsu continued, his tone becoming more enigmatic. Looks like your plan is working though. Fujino is increasingly gaining the Mizukage's trust. More silence. But in the darkness, Obito's aura seemed to grow, like a shadow ready to swallow everything. Chapter 107, a new rhythm. Only a handful of days had passed since the exam, yet in Ren's mind, those events seemed distant. An insatiable desire to improve burned within him, a fire that pushed him beyond his limits. That morning, with a decisive gesture, he increased the weights on his ankles from 20 to 25 kilograms. Finally, he thought, it's been a while since I increased the weights, long enough to grow too accustomed to them. Now I feel the difference again. His daily routine was carved in stone, a long run to awaken his body, followed by a swimming session in the lake, and finally, handstand walking. Every inverted step was a triumph of will, a way to demonstrate that the body could be shaped by the mind. Ren's hands pressed against the damp ground, sensing every irregularity and tiny vibration beneath him. Blood pulsed through his arm and shoulder muscles, burning with the intensity of constant effort. Every movement required perfect balance, total concentration that isolated him from everything else. The world seemed to disappear, leaving him alone with the rhythm of his breath and the challenge of the next step. 497, 498, 499, 500. That'll do for today. Finished with his training, Ren leaned over the clear water to refresh himself. The reflection staring back surprised him, more defined shoulder muscles, slightly sculpted triceps. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad. I wonder how far I can go with physical training, he thought, running a wet hand through his hair. The cool wind brushed his skin, invigorating him. All right, time for a general review. he said to himself, sitting in a meditative posture. He began with chakra control exercises, then elemental chakra, water, wind, earth, and finally the last one he had learned, fire. Only lightning remains, he thought, and I should have a basic understanding of all 5 elements. Shortly after, he got up and started reviewing jutsu as well. He began with the simplest ones, moving up to water clone jutsu, water wave, water barrier, rock bullet, and then to sealing techniques, mentally going over every single step as if engraving it into his muscle memory. Time to attempt the shadow clone, he finally said, closing his eyes to concentrate. He had tried and retried countless times, but once again, after hours of effort, he had to give up. The clone formed but dissolved almost immediately. Frustration cut through him like a blade. Better save some chakra, or I won't be able to handle my work at Tatsumi's, he thought, rising with a deep breath. The following day, Dawn found Ren already on his feet, determined. Ankle weights strapped on, his mind clear, his body tense and ready. The routine was identical, except for one difference. That morning, he decided not to use chakra for the jutsu, knowing he would meet Ganra later that morning. The latter awaited him with his usual inscrutable expression, like an enigma that Ren could never fully decipher. No words about the exam, no questions about how he managed to rank first or what happened with the Shibuki. Ganra merely observed him, noting his progress without offering praise. That silence was worth more than any compliment, and Ren perceived it as further motivation to improve. Mizutani Ganra interrupted during their sparring session, use all of yourself today, even the wind element in the Tanto. He's been good, but he took too many risks. If that boy with the Shibuki had been better prepared, Ren would have faced much greater difficulties, Ganra thought, watching him closely. Ren followed his instructions, starting to use the wind element in the Tanto during sparring. Every movement required meticulous precision to avoid wasting energy. You're dispersing much more chakra than necessary when infusing the wind element, Ganra said, stopping him with a sharp gesture. Then he added, where did you learn to infuse natural elements? Strange, this is the first time he seems so concerned, Ren thought. On my own, he replied simply. Learning to manipulate the wind element alone. A real talent. That might explain why his wind chakra feels disturbed, Ganra reflected. He then explained, each nature of chakra interacts differently with metal. Water flows and adapts, making it ideal for crafting precise blades. Wind cuts and increases penetration but must be concentrated along a thin line to avoid dispersion. Fire, on the other hand, requires intensifying without melting the metal itself. Each element demands a specific strategy. Ren nodded, absorbing every word. These teachings were invaluable, another step toward complete chakra mastery. After training with Ganru, Ren decided to relax a bit, avoiding the mistakes of the past and letting his mind find peace as well. He headed to the ramen stand, savoring a steaming bowl before returning to the shop. To his surprise, he found Kurara helping Yuki with some errands. This isn't what I meant by relaxing, Ren thought, watching Kurara move with her usual calm. After notifying his mother that he'd be heading out again, he left the shop. Walking through the streets of Hidden Mist Village, he tried to clear his mind when, in the distance, he saw Shinji in the company of an older man. Hey, Ren. Shinji greeted, raising a hand. Ren approached with a smile. Shinji, sir, he said, pretending not to recognize the older man from the Mizukage ceremony. Shinji grinned. What, sir? This is my father. Let me introduce you, Genji Karatachi, the strongest ninja in our clan. I've never heard of him. Could it be that Yagura wiped them out while under Obito's control? Ren thought. Ren Mizutani, correct? The man said with a faint smile. Genji Karatachi. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard about you. You made quite the impression during the exams. Thank you, sir, Ren replied respectfully. It was a team effort, but I'll do my best to improve even more. Shinji's father nodded faintly, his expression unreadable. That spirit will take you far. Ren seized the opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. The Karatachi clan. They're so reserved. I wonder what I could discover. I wanted to relax today, but opportunities like this don't come every day, Shinji, he began in a friendly tone. I'm looking for inspiration to improve some techniques. How about some sparring? Shinji glanced at his father for approval, but the man remained silent. Unfortunately, we already have plans today, Shinji replied with a nervous laugh, while his father nodded vaguely. Ren smiled, hiding his disappointment. This time the art of negotiation didn't work. It seems not fine. That means I'll be able to relax. What should I do? Maybe I'll visit the library to look for new jutsu for when I master the shadow clone technique. With that thought, Ren headed to the library, where he had an epiphany. He should start training in the lightning element. Chapter 108, shadows in the mist. The Mizukage's office was wrapped in a heavy silence, broken only by the rhythmic scratching of a pen on parchment. Yagura sat behind his massive desk, his expression inscrutable as he studied the documents before him. The dim light of sunset filtered through the curtains, casting long shadows on the walls adorned with ancient symbols of Hidden Mist Village. "If you want Hidden Mist Village to change," said Fujino, the counselor, his tone towing the line between respect and insistence, "then you must prove that our value doesn't solely depend on Kekkei Genkai. We need a new image. One that inspires everyone, not just those with extraordinary abilities." Fujino's words hung in the air like a whisper on the wind, leaving behind a trail of thoughtfulness. Yagura raised his sharp, gray eyes toward the counselor. "And who do you have in mind?" he asked, his tone concealing more curiosity than distrust. A measured smile appeared on Fujino's face. "Momaki Zobuza. He's young, yes, but he has raw talent that, with proper guidance, could become vital for the village's future." Yagura leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers before his face. He remained silent for a moment, his gaze drifting into the distance. "It will take years before that student can make a mark," he replied finally, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. "What he says isn't entirely wrong," Yagura thought. Amid his musings, another name surfaced in his mind, Ren Mizutani. A young man without a Kekkei Genkai, yet his exceptional chakra control and unwavering dedication had garnered attention. Despite his modest background, Ren was proving himself to be much more than an ordinary student. "As you wish, Mizukage-sama," Fujino concluded with a slight bow. His words were flawless, his posture impeccable. However, as he exited the office, a sinister smile crept across his face, unsettling in its implications. Alone once more, Yagura stared at the door that had closed behind the counselor. Fujino has been surprisingly cooperative lately, he thought, suspicion flickering across his features. But there's something about him I can't trust. He pressed a hidden button on his desk, summoning two Anbu operatives who materialized from the shadows, their masks concealing their identities. "Keep an eye on Counselor Fujino," Yagura ordered, his voice cold and sharp. "Make sure he doesn't notice." The Anbu nodded silently before vanishing like smoke, poof. Another cloud of smoke dissipated into the air, followed by a deep sigh of frustration. Ren wiped a hand through his sweat-drenched hair, staring at the spot where his failed shadow clone attempt had just vanished. "This is the hardest jutsu I've ever tried," he thought, clenching his fists. Not because of the seal's complexity, but because of the precision needed to keep the chakra flows separate until the very last moment. "I'm close, but it's like trying to grab mist with my hands." Taking another deep breath, he sat down on the damp ground, letting the crisp morning air help him recover. He gazed up at the overcast sky, the ever-present fog of Hidden Mist Village mirroring the haze in his thoughts. "I can't keep this up. I can't show up exhausted for my meeting with Utakata." He rose and headed toward the stream where he was scheduled to meet the young ninja. Upon arrival, he found Utakata seated on a rock, his graceful figure framed by the water's shimmering reflection. The man looked up, offering a calm nod and a faint smile. "Ready for our sparring?" Ran asked, trying to hide his fatigue. Utakata nodded and stood with effortless grace, shedding his cloak and draping it over a nearby branch. The two squared off, their movements fluid and harmonious, like a choreographed dance. Between exchanges of strikes, Ren recounted his recent promotion and his encounters with Shibuki and Tokunaga. Utakata listened intently, occasionally raising an eyebrow or offering a knowing smile. "I didn't expect that," Utakata remarked, pausing to catch his breath. "You've drawn quite a bit of attention recently. But remember, Ren, standing out isn't always a good thing, especially in a village like ours." Utakata's tone was calm, yet a shadow passed over his expression as he glanced toward the gray sky. Ren felt the weight of his words and nodded respectfully. "I understand," he replied earnestly. After a moment of silence, Ren gathered his courage to ask, "Do you have any advice for me? There's a technique I just can't seem to master." "What technique?" Utakata asked, tilting his head slightly. "The shadow clone," Ren admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "Ah, interesting," Utakata replied, his enigmatic smile returning. He paused, his gaze drifting to the gently flowing stream beside them. "You know," he began, "sometimes, when you desperately search for something, like a misplaced object or a memory you can't quite grasp, the solution comes when you stop looking. Both the body and mind need time to internalize lessons. Let the knowledge settle." Ren frowned slightly, finding the words vague. Yet, the more he thought about them, the more they resonated. Maybe I really do need to give myself time. My body needs a break, and my mind needs the right connection. As the two prepared to part ways, Utakata turned to Ren with a subtle smile. "I'll be away for a while, Ren. We'll resume our sparring sessions when I return." Ren watched him walk away, his dark cloak swaying in the breeze, while Utakata's words echoed in his mind. As Ren slowly made his way home, he reflected on how crucial it was to balance hard work with patience. Chapter 109, New Beginnings. The holidays had ended, and the third year at Hidden Mist Village Academy was about to start. Ren stepped through the academy gates, the usual buzz of students filling the air, though something felt different. Something has changed, but I can't figure out what, Ren thought, scanning the courtyard attentively. The students were quieter than usual. Maybe it was just the tension of starting a new year. At the entrance, Ren found himself surrounded by his friends, Shinji, Duneko, Aoi, Yukiko, and Kurara, all reunited in the same year. This year, all classes had been merged, making the classroom more diverse but also crowded with both new and familiar faces. Among the students was Misaki, who had finally advanced to the third year. Her determined gaze seemed to promise she would do everything to stand out. "Hey, Ren." Duneko greeted enthusiastically, waving a hand. Ren responded with a faint smile, though his thoughts were elsewhere. He noticed every detail, every expression. Something feels off. There's a strange atmosphere, like a shadow hanging over the academy. Fujimoto-sensei entered with his usual decisive stride, but his expression was sterner than usual. "Welcome to your third year," he began, scrutinizing the class closely. "This year will not be like the others. You will need to prove your worth, your dedication, and most importantly, your ability to face the challenges ahead. No exceptions." His tone was authoritative, almost gutting, and the tension in the room grew thicker. Even Juneko, who usually found a way to joke around, remained silent. Fujimoto began outlining the year's program, but Ren struggled to focus. His instincts kept telling him that something was changing. During the break, Ren wandered the courtyard and his gaze fell on Zabuza. He was sitting alone under a tree, a wooden sword resting on his legs. His face, usually serious, seemed even gloomier than usual. Strange, Ren thought, observing him from a distance. He's darker than usual. Could something have happened during the holidays? Better to figure out what's on his mind. Deciding, Ren approached slowly. When he was just a few steps away, Zabuza looked up, his eyes cold and menacing. "What do you want?" Zabuza asked, his voice a mix of irritation and challenge. Ren hesitated, caught off guard by the aggressive tone. "Nothing," he replied quickly. "I just wanted to make sure everything was okay after what happened last time." Zabuza stood abruptly, clutching the wooden sword. "I don't need your pity," he said, his tone as sharp as a blade. Then, without another word, he walked away, leaving Ren standing in place. Could it be that something or someone has pushed him to become like this? Ren wondered, watching Zabuza's figure fade into the distance. Though it's strange. Now that I think about it, in Naruto, Zabuza tried to assassinate Yagura in a few years. I wonder if it was out of retaliation? I'll need to keep an eye on him. Back in class, Ren couldn't shake his thoughts about Zabuza, but his silent musings were soon interrupted by the usual antics of the Juneko, Aoi, and this time even Kurara trio. "You can't be serious!" Aoi exclaimed, his glasses slightly askew as he tried to defend himself from Juneko's accusations. "I told you, it's your fault the punch froze during the party," Juneko retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Technically," Aoi began, adjusting his glasses with a scholarly air, "the freezing point of punch isn't related to my intervention but to Yukiko's elemental chakra." "Oops," Kurara chimed in, tossing a wooden kunai that landed near Aoi's foot. Shinji, observing nearby, burst out laughing. "You're worse than the drunken ninjas at the market." "Who are the drunken ninjas?" Kurara asked innocently, and Juneko replied, "They're legendary ninjas who wander the market at night." Kurara believed her immediately, her face lighting up with excitement. Fujimoto clapped his hands to regain attention. Silence. "This is a ninja academy." Ren smiled but noticed Misaki's gaze fixed on them. She was watching intently, as if trying to figure something out. When Ren met her gaze, Misaki quickly looked away, returning to her desk. When classes ended, the group headed home. Juneko and Aoi split off first, waving goodbye to Ren and Kurara. "See you tomorrow," Juneko shouted, while Aoi mumbled something about the statistical probabilities of being late. Left alone, Kurara looked at Ren with a serious expression. "Tonight, we're going to the market," she said without preamble. Ren looked at her, surprised. "Why do you want to go to the market?" "I want to meet the drunken ninjas," Kurara said naturally and seriously. Thinking about what Juneko had said earlier, Ren burst out laughing. "Kurara, Juneko was joking, As twilight enveloped the village, Tu and Bu moved silently among the shadows, following council member Fujino as he returned home. Their mission was clear, observe without being noticed. "There's nothing suspicious," one murmured in an almost inaudible tone. The other, more cautious, replied after a brief pause, "It's all too normal. Just home and work, no deviations, no unusual behavior." Don't you find that strange? The first Anbu didn't respond, but his eyes narrowed behind his mask, as if trying to glimpse something beyond the apparent monotony of Fujino's actions. The counselor entered his house without hesitation, shutting the door behind him. Hidden in the darkness, the Anbu exchanged a silent glance. Elsewhere, far from the alleys of Hidden Mist Village, a very different conversation was unfolding. Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, his unnatural figure shrouded in a sinister aura. 2 insects are buzzing around your puppet, Zetsu hissed, sarcasm evident in his deep voice. Obito didn't look away from the reflection, but his fingers tightened slightly along the edge of his cloak. Your plan to gain Yagura's trust doesn't seem to be working, Zetsu continued, his mocking tone stinging like thorns. A shadow of a smile formed behind Obito's mask. He said nothing, but a cold, distant laugh filled the air. His eye, red and full of dark secrets, revealed that something was brewing in his mind. It was clear he had no intention of leaving anything to chance. Chapter 110, Fragments. The past 3 months the cadence of Ran's days had become an unrelenting metronome, driven by a discipline that allowed no reprieve. Each dawn began with the same rigorous routine, a 10-kilometer run around the lake's perimeter, an exercise now intensified with 30 kilograms of weight evenly distributed across his torso and legs. The challenge had grown, but so had my endurance, Ren thought, measuring every step, every breath, every heartbeat. After the run, he moved to the lake shore, where the early morning light refracted off the still waters. There, he began hand-walking. The lake was not just a destination for swimming, it was also a place of introspection, where he honed his chakra control. He alternated between swimming laps and prolonged dives, holding his breath for increasingly longer durations, imagining himself moving as fluidly as the water itself. Afternoons were no less intense, filled with endless sparring matches with Ganru, showing his fondness of Ren in his own way. Their bouts were ferocious dances, where every mistake was punished with precision. Ganru-sama is a tough opponent, his fighting style adapts quickly, but that forces me to think outside the box, Ren reflected as he picked himself up after a particularly hard blow. Fuinjutsu was another constant in his days. Working alongside Tatsumi, Ren delved into increasingly complex seals. Ren was successful starting modifying seals to make them more efficient, earning a rare nod of approval from the old master. One of Ren's most ambitious goals was mastering the shadow clone, but his attempts still didn't produce the expected results. Each effort to create a shadow clone ended in a puff of smoke or an unstable clone that dissolved within seconds. Too much chakra, or not enough, he noted in his journal. Despite the failures, he remained determined, seeing this as a crucial milestone in his training. Ren's new projects also included learning the lightning style element. His initial attempts were rudimentary, small, unstable sparks of chakra that dissipated almost immediately. But training was teaching him the unique properties of this element. It's different from water or wind. Lightning doesn't flow or cut, it explodes and destroys, a chaotic force that defies control. His evenings often ended in a laboratory, where Ren experimented with chemical compositions and methods for developing poison immunity. He began with diluted doses of toxins, carefully monitoring his body's reactions. His workbench was cluttered with vials of various colored liquids, neatly written notes, and detailed anatomical diagrams. Some bullet points had been crossed out and rewritten multiple times, reflecting his thoughts on Kurara's condition, who still struggled with jutsu. The laboratory was shrouded in a surreal dimness, lit only by the intermittent glow of a makeshift Tesla coil. Ren sat at the room's center, gripping 2 metal cables, one positive, the other negative. His fingers trembled as an electric charge coursed through his body. Amazing. He muttered through gritted teeth, the sharp pain mingling with a sense of revelation. The lightning style element is completely different from the others. It feels irrational, chaotic, and devastating. Another jolt hit him, causing his teeth to clench. The chakra flowing through his body merged with the electrical energy, amplifying the sensations. Now I understand why Kakashi was considered a prodigy at a young age, he thought, sweat streaming down his forehead. Mastering lightning requires a level of control that defies logic. It's a living energy that seems to resist every command. Despite the pain, Ren continued his experiments. The coil emitted a constant hum as the discharges increased in intensity. Each electric impulse was an opportunity to better understand the element's essence. I must tame it, he murmured. If I can control it, I can incorporate it into my style, turning it into a lethal weapon. He closed his eyes, letting the pain transform into a steady stream of energy, a chaotic dance coursing through his body. He felt every fiber of his being resonate with the electrical energy, as if awakening something primordial. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, the future, the village, his family. I'm not doing this just for myself. I must grow stronger. The hum of the coil subsided, leaving Ren exhausted but resolute. One day, he said with a weary smile, I'll be able to generate this energy without a machine. But for now, this is a good start. The mist surrounding the Kaguya clan's headquarters felt denser than usual, as if reflecting the tense atmosphere within its walls. The clan members had gathered in a large circular hall, its walls adorned with ancient bas-reliefs depicting past battles. At the center, the clan leader, Ryoko Kaguya, sat upon a throne carved from gleaming white bones, a symbol of the clan's power and heritage. "We cannot continue like this," one of the advisors exclaimed, rising abruptly. "The Mist Village ignores us, keeps us at the margins. We deserve more respect, more influence." "And what do you suggest?" countered another, a man with a face deeply etched with wrinkles and battle scars. "Declaring war on the village? Bringing destruction to both sides? War is in our blood," the first retorted, his tone charged with passion. "We are Kaguya. We are warriors, not politicians. This village fears us because it knows we are not like them." Other clan members murmured among themselves, some nodding in agreement, others shaking their heads in dissent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as though a single spark could ignite a conflict. "Enough." Ryoko rose, his deep voice echoing through the hall. "We are not here to destroy each other. Our strength lies in our unity. Anyone who believes rebellion is the answer does not understand the cost of spilled blood." The hall quieted, though the tensions lingered, palpable and unresolved. Yet in the shadows, a clan member, Kenri Kaguya, observed the scene. His pale skin, masculine features, and sharp, sadistic gaze contrasted with the traditional twin red dots adorning his forehead, a trait shared by all members of the Kaguya clan. His dark hair was tied in two tight locks, framing his malicious smirk. When he stepped slightly into the torchlight, a sinister red glint flashed across his pupils. A Sharingan. Kenri withdrew silently from the hall, his steps deliberate and measured. No one seemed to notice the change in him, but his intentions had strayed far from the clan's collective will. Silence reigned in the Yuki clan's home, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the wind against the windows. Yukiko sat by the hearth, her gaze fixed on the flames before her. Behind her, her mother, Ayame, wove strands of white silk, a habit that helped her think calmly. "Yukiko," Ayame said, her voice gentle yet firm, "strange rumors are circulating." Yukiko turned slightly, meeting her mother's worried eyes. "You mean the ones about the KK Genkai?" "Yes," Ayame confirmed, setting aside her loom. "Some say we are a danger, that the village shouldn't tolerate abilities like ours. Others think the Yuki clan should withdraw completely from village life." Yukiko lowered her gaze, clenching her fists. "It's not fair. We've never done anything to threaten the village." "Fear doesn't need justification," Ayame replied, placing a comforting hand on her daughter's shoulder. "Promise me one thing, Yukiko. Don't draw attention to yourself. Don't appear too strong, too special." Yukiko nodded, but the weight of her mother's words seemed to crush her. She was tired of this continuous insinuations, yet she knew her mother was right. In that moment, the chill in the room seemed to deepen, as if Yukiko's emotions were influencing the very air. The forge burned with an intense red glow, its heat radiating into the cold night. The old blacksmith, Takeshi, was bent over a blade, his hammer striking the glowing metal with rhythmic precision. Each blow was deliberate, honed by decades of craftsmanship. "This one will be perfect," he muttered, watching the blade take shape. "Kurara. This will be your protection." The sound of approaching footsteps broke his concentration. Takeshi looked up toward the forge's entrance and saw figures in the shadows, as still as statues. There were 3 of them, cloaked in dark mantles with masks reflecting the forge's flames. Chapter 111, Dangers? The sparks from Takeshi's forge rose like tiny stars in the night as the old blacksmith struck the final blows on a curved blade. Each hammer strike was accompanied by a soft murmur, like a whispered prayer to the metal. But the peace of the forge was broken by the arrival of 3 figures. Their dark cloaks swayed in the wind, and the masks they wore reflected the glow of the flames. One of them stepped forward, slowly removing his mask. Long hair spilled out. "Takeshi," the man began, his voice low and sharp. "We need a weapon. Something special." Takeshi didn't reply immediately. He continued working on the blade, hoping to buy time. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm but lacking its usual confidence. "I have a lot of backlogged work. I can't take on new orders at the moment." The man took a step closer, his fingers brushing the edge of a workbench cluttered with sharp tools. "I'm not asking. I don't intend to wait. Or use alternative means." The veiled threat hung in the air like a suspended blade. Takeshi stiffened, the hammer in his hand trembling slightly. His mind was filled with images of his granddaughter Kurara. "I understand," he said finally, avoiding the man's gaze. "Tell me what you need, and I'll do my best." The man smiled, but it wasn't a warm smile. "I knew you'd understand, Takeshi. The Kiba blades are no longer mine, but a weapon. Can always find its master. He turned, signaling for his companions to follow him. We'll see each other soon. When they had left, Takeshi slumped onto a stool, running a tired hand over his face. He had never felt so powerless in his own forge. The council hall of the Karatachi clan was a vast circular space, illuminated by light filtering through stained glass windows etched with coral designs. The walls were adorned with ancient tapestries depicting the clan's pride and power, the manipulation of coral, their Kekkei Genkai. Seated at the center of the hall, Genji Karatachi, the clan head, observed the members gathered around him. Discussions about the clan's future had grown increasingly heated in recent days. Subtle tensions flowed between the younger members, inspired by legends like Yagura Karatachi, and the elders, who were wary of his rising influence. We cannot ignore his position, said one counselor, a man with a scar running across his face. Even though he didn't inherit the Kekkei Genkai, Yagura has proven his worth with unmatched skill. And yet, retorted a woman with cold eyes, that's precisely what should concern us. His strength could attract envy and resentment from other clans. And if Yagura were to act against us, who could stop him? Genji remained silent, his hands clasped as he reflected on the counselor's words. The silence in the hall became unbearable until he spoke, his voice calm but cutting. Yagura is not the problem. The atmosphere darkened. Genji rose slowly, his eyes scanning every face present. We cannot make assumptions. Yagura has always been respectful, despite some of us. He looked pointedly at certain counselors, trying to marginalize him from the village. We are all family, dialogue should take precedence. In the main hall of the Kurashimi clan estate, the metallic scent of blood was omnipresent, a constant reminder of their power and legacy. Misaki Kurashimi knelt before the altar of the ancestors, her head bowed. The torches illuminating the room cast flickering shadows over the stern face of her father, Ryuga Kurashimi, who stood above her on the ceremonial step. Misaki, Ryuga began, his voice echoing through the sharp-edged hall, you know why I've summoned you here. Misaki barely lifted her gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that no matter what she said, it would never be enough. Yes, father. For the future of the clan. Ryuga stepped forward, his figure growing larger under the torchlight. Exactly. Our future depends on you, and I cannot allow you to fail again. The second-year exam. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Those words hit her like a blade. The memory was still vivid, the failure to come in first, the humiliation of watching other students surpass her. She hadn't been fast enough. Not strong enough. She had trained to exhaustion after that day, but for Ryuma, it would never be enough. You should have won, he continued, his tone hard as steel. Not just for yourself but for all of us. But it was just an exam, Misaki told herself, a part of her wanting to scream it out loud. A single mistake. Even the best make mistakes. And yet, reality was different. For the Kurashimi clan, every mistake was a betrayal. Every imperfection, a blow to their reputation. There was no room for weakness. You will not repeat that mistake, declared Ryuma, cutting through her thoughts. You have a power that no one else possesses. And if you don't use it to dominate, then it is useless. Misaki felt the blood boiling in her veins, an instinctive reaction to the Kekkei Genkai she carried. Was this what he wanted from her? To use her power to prove the clan's superiority? But as her father spoke, another part of her longed for something different. I want to live a normal life. Like Ren. Like Juneko. Like Aoi. She imagined them laughing together, free from the pressure of representing an entire dynasty. Ren could afford to fail and try again, she could not. There was no room for failure in her world. Father, Misaki dared to say, her voice barely a whisper, I'm trying to improve. I want to make you proud. Ryuma paused, his icy gaze piercing through her. I don't want your effort, Misaki. I want results. Being the best is not an option, it's an obligation. Show the village that the Kurashimi are not just a shadow of the past. Bring glory to our name, or you won't be worthy of bearing it. Those words weighed on her like a mountain. I don't want to disappoint him. But how much of myself must I sacrifice? She felt trapped between two realities, the desire to be normal and the necessity of being the champion her father demanded. Ryuma stepped closer, his face mere inches from hers. Misaki, never forget. Your power is not just yours. It belongs to the clan. Every action you take represents all of us. And if you fail again, there will be no forgiveness. Misaki nodded slowly, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. I won't fail, father. I promise. I hope so, Ryuma replied, turning back to the altar. Because if you do, it won't just be your reputation that's destroyed. It will be the entire Kurashimi name. As he spoke, Misaki wrestled with the emotions inside her, anger, the desire to rebel, guilt, and, Deep down, a faint glimmer of pride. If I have to bear this responsibility, I will. Not for him, but to prove to myself that I can be stronger than I believe. When she left the hall, her determined steps concealed the storm of thoughts crowding her mind. The weight of the promise she had made to her father was crushing, but a fragment of resolve shone in her heart. I can't live like the others. But I can make sure the world knows who I am. Chapter 112, Game Changer. The days had intertwined like threads in the fabric of time, and the lake, with its barely rippling surface, seemed to be the only witness to Ren's silent struggles. The boy was there every morning, his steady breathing blending with the rhythm of the waves. Yet today, something felt different. Ren knelt on a damp ground, his body as still as a statue, but within him, the chakra flowed symmetrically. His hands moved with the precision of an artisan carving a complex masterpiece, weaving seals with an almost sacred delicacy. The world held its breath. An explosion. White smoke disturbed the silence. When the mist cleared, an identical image of Ren stood before him. Ren was speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. He rose slowly, almost afraid that this fragile miracle would vanish at the slightest movement. I did it, he whispered, his voice tinged with wonder. Finally. The clone stood motionless, staring back at him. Ren circled it, observing it as if it were a puzzle finally solved after countless attempts. The perfection of that creation captivated him, every detail was identical, every breath, every glance. It was like looking at himself from another perspective. Move, he commanded, and the clone obeyed, taking a defensive stance. Ren wasted no time. A step forward, a swift punch, a direct kick. But every blow was blocked with pinpoint precision. The clone reacted as if it were reading his thoughts. The fight intensified. Ren's strikes met perfect resistance, the clone's defenses transforming into attacks that he countered with equal skill. It was a fluid dance, a haunting symbiosis. We're synchronized, Ren thought, his heart pounding. There's no better opponent for me. Because no one knows me better. When they stopped, both panting, a satisfied smile lit Ren's face. But there was no time for complacency. Soon, he would test the true potential of this technique. Go, he told the clone firmly. Return home and handle the lab. I'll stay here to train. The clone nodded and headed toward the village. Alone, Ren sat by the lake, watching his reflection ripple on the water. His thoughts swirled. Now I can finally divide my tasks, explore my limits, and multiply my progress. Meanwhile, the clone made its way through the village paths, moving confidently among the crowd, confidence Ren had honed through years of practice. Reaching the weapon shop, Yuki greeted him with a sweet smile. You're back early, she noted, curious. Weren't you at the lake? I forgot something, the clone replied, its voice calm but carrying Ren's characteristic intensity. Yuki observed him knowingly, who better to understand her son. Help me with this delivery before you go, she said. The clone immersed itself in the shop's activities, working fluidly amidst small exchanges with Yuki. Once everything was in order, it headed to the laboratory. There, amidst flasks and scrolls, experiments on poisons awaited. The clone studied the materials Ren had left unfinished, noting observations and adjusting proportions. Then it happened. A drop of poison escaped control, hitting its hand. Pain seared through it like lightning, and the clone dissolved in a puff of smoke. Back at the lake, Ren stiffened. A surge of images, sounds, and sensations flooded his mind like a raging river. He could see everything, the shop, the interactions with his mother, the fatal experiment. The clone's memories overwhelmed him, leaving him breathless. The weight of that information was unbearable. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping. It's too much. He groaned, his head feeling as if it might explode. The images kept flashing, a chaotic blend of reality and memory. After long moments, the flow stabilized, and Ren found himself lying on the ground, his body drained but his mind clear. I need to be more cautious, he thought, rising slowly. He gazed at the lake, its tranquil surface mirroring the sky above. In that stillness, Ren found the determination he needed. He stood, his body still trembling, and began walking toward home. Yet I don't recall Naruto receiving such a backlash from clones. Perhaps he got used to it? I need more practice until I can handle this without breaking down. The clone's memories continued to haunt Ren as he made his way home. The laboratory was his refuge, the only place where he could sort through the chaotic flood of thoughts and responses. The poison. Just a single drop had been enough to dissolve the clone. It was crucial to understand the technique's limits and, simultaneously, uncover more about the substance that had such devastating effects. Ren entered the laboratory and ensured the area was well ventilated. He donned a mask and gloves reinforced with a thin layer of chakra, a precaution he had devised by combining his medical and ninja knowledge. Approaching the workbench, where an array of instruments, pipettes, flasks, and microsection blades, were neatly arranged, he focused on the vial containing the poison that had dissolved the clone. The reaction was immediate, he muttered, frowning. But a simple burn shouldn't be enough to cause complete chakra disintegration. What makes this poison so effective? Using a pipette, he extracted a small amount of the liquid and deposited it on a glass slide. With the aid of a microscope, he began analyzing its chemical composition. His eyes lit up as he identified some of the main components. Alkaloid toxins. Of course, these act quickly on the nervous system, disrupting signal flow, he murmured, jotting down notes. But there's something else. A catalytic agent that seems to react directly with chakra. He spent an hour testing how the poison interacted with small amounts of chakra channeled through a water-based solution. The result was startling. The poison absorbed the chakra, destabilizing it rapidly. It's as if it was designed for this purpose, Ren thought. This isn't just a physical poison, it's also a weapon against chakra itself. But if this poison was so dangerous, perhaps there was a way to neutralize it or, better yet, reverse its effects. Ren leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. If the poison works by disrupting the chakra flow, maybe I can find a way to stabilize it. And it can be useful against Zetsu. He thought. His thoughts drifted back to his past medical studies. He knew the basics of pharmacology. Every poison has its antidote. Some work by binding directly to toxins, neutralizing them, while others stimulate the immune system to fight the invader. He picked up another vial from his workstation, containing a plant extract derived from the forests near the village. Glycina nebula, he read the label. An herb known for its regenerative properties. If I can modify it to work at a cellular level. He poured a drop of the poison onto a prepared cell culture. The cells disintegrated rapidly, as expected. Then he added a small amount of the plant extract. Under the microscope, he observed the result. The surviving cells began to multiply at an accelerated rate. Interesting. The herb not only protects the cells but also stimulates accelerated regeneration, he thought. If I refine this, I could create an antidote that not only neutralizes the poison but strengthens the body to resist future damage. The idea struck him like lightning. He didn't need to stop at the concept of an antidote. There was a greater potential, enhancing the cells themselves. If he could develop a compound capable of stimulating cellular metabolism, he could accelerate healing and increase the body's resistance on a systemic level. Something that works opposite to the poison, he reflected. The poison destroys cells and disrupts chakra flow. A positive catalyst, on the other hand, could stimulate cells to regenerate and increase the body's capacity to sustain chakra. A theoretical foundation, similar to what Tsunade does with her Byakugo no In. He stood abruptly, sketching diagrams and formulas in his notebook. A compound that acts as a bridge between the circulatory system and chakra flow, supplying the cells with supplementary energy. But how does this integrate with chakra depletion? He thought of mitochondria, the powerhouses of cells. If I could develop a system that uses chakra to directly enhance mitochondria, the body could gain an extraordinary energy reserve. But I'd need samples of cells to see how they react to continuous chakra flow. Ren set his pen down, his gaze intense. This is just the beginning. If I can master this principle. Chapter 113, Teacher Yagura? The morning light filtered through the academy classroom windows, casting flickering shadows over the desks. Ren sat in his usual spot, his chin resting on the palm of his hand, while Fujimoto-sensei's monotone voice reverberated in the background, barely penetrating his thoughts. His attention was elsewhere. The first time I managed to create a clone with exactly 50% of my chakra. In the past 2 weeks, I've tried to make a clone with less chakra, but it's much harder than I thought. The memory of his attempts filled his mind. Each attempt seemed more complicated than the last. It wasn't the technique itself but the control, it's calibrating the amount of chakra for the clone, that's the issue. Maybe it's just a matter of practice. A faint smile crept across his lips. I need to figure out how to improve this. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Fujimoto-sensei's authoritative voice. Quiet, everyone. I have an important announcement. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted instantly. The students, who had been half asleep or distracted, straightened in their seats, their eyes fixed on the teacher. Next week, Fujimoto continued, his tone laced with solemnity, we will have a special lesson. The Mizukage himself will visit the academy. The class erupted into excited murmurs. The Mizukage? Really? Exclaimed Juneko, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Is it a lesson or a demonstration? Asked Aoi, adjusting his glasses in his usual manner. I imagine he'll show us one of his techniques. Juneko turned to Aoi with a grin. Maybe he'll teach us something about Genjutsu. That would be interesting, Aoi replied hesitantly, but statistically, it's unlikely. Statistics, Juneko interrupted with a laugh. You always think in numbers. Imagine how amazing it'd be if he showed us a secret technique. Kurara, sitting next to them, had grown unusually quiet. While Aoi and Juneko animatedly discussed the potential techniques the Mizukage might showcase, she tapped her fingers on her desk, staring at a point far ahead. Kurara? Juneko tilted her head. You okay? Kurara looked up, offering a somewhat forced smile that didn't completely hide her thoughts. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, I've never been good at Genjutsu. Juneko seemed surprised. Come on. It's not that hard. You just have to focus on your chakra and think about the image you want to create. Kurara frowned. I know in theory. But every time I try, it's like the chakra refuses to listen. I can never get the effect right. Aoi, adjusting his glasses again, interjected analytically. It could be related to chakra distribution. If you want, I could help calculate the optimal proportions. Ren listened silently to his friend's conversation, his thoughts trailing back to his own experiments with chakra distribution. He knew Aoi's suggestion was sound, and he tried to apply similar methods with Kurara before. Still. Juneko interrupted Aoi with another laugh. Kurara, forget about Aoi's calculations. If you're not good at Genjutsu, that's fine. Focus on something you're really strong at and make it your ace in the hole. Kurara lowered her gaze momentarily, then nodded slowly. Maybe you're right. But I'd still like to pull off a decent Genjutsu. Just once. Ren watched from the sidelines, observing silently. As the classroom filled with laughter and chatter, Ren noticed Shinji, seated in his usual spot, more silent than usual. The boy's eyes were half closed, his chin resting on his hand as though he were on the verge of sleep. Something's off, Ren thought. But he didn't have time to delve deeper. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lessons. Outside the academy, Shinigami approached Ren. His posture was as composed as ever, but there was something in his eyes that indicated he wanted to speak privately. Ren, he said simply. Do you have a moment? In his office, Mizukage Yagur stared at a map of Hidden Mist Village. His eyes analyzed the carefully drawn marks and annotations. A counselor stood beside him, holding an open scroll. I want to be more present in the academy's life, Yagura said, his tone brooking no argument. In the past 2 years, we've seen students rise and distinguish themselves as extraordinary ninja. Maître Mummy, 2 years ago. Amurn, last year. And this year. The Mizukage paused, his gaze steady. There's a group of promising young ones. One, in particular, has caught my attention. The counselor looked up. Ren Mizutani. Yagura nodded slowly. He has talent. He's not the only one, but there's something about him. Something that intrigues me. After a few minutes, the counselor left the room. Yagura remained alone. He snapped his fingers, and two Anbu appeared silently. A report on Fujino's movements, he ordered, his voice a sharp whisper. As the Anbu began to speak, Ren and Kurara were walking side by side, following the cobblestone path through the village streets. Ren was lost in thought, recalling his earlier conversation with Shin. I wanted to ask you. Shin began hesitantly. Have you ever felt like something's wrong? Like something is changing? Ren studied him carefully. What do you mean? Shin hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. I don't know. It's just that, lately, things feel tenser. Not just at the academy, but throughout the village. Like a storm is coming. Ren remained silent for a moment. You've noticed it too, Shin? He thought, but said nothing. Instead, he gave a small nod. Maybe you're right. The memory of Shin's troubled expression faded as Ren became aware of the sound of Kurara's footsteps beside him. The rhythmic tap of her sandals against the cobblestone road brought him back to the present. She had been uncharacteristically quiet since leaving the academy, her gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. Is she worried about her chakra issue? Kurara suddenly spoke. Grandpa has been acting strange lately. Always busy, always muttering to himself. He even sent me away from the forge, saying, it's not the right time. Ren glanced at her sideways. Your grandfather? That old fox? Impossible for him to be troubled. Kurara shrugged. Weird, right? I hope he doesn't have a lover. Ren blinked, momentarily perplexed, before bursting into laughter. A lover? Where'd you get an idea like that? Yukiko explained it to me, Kurara said, her tone matter-of-fact. Ren fell silent for a moment, thoughts beginning to swirl in his mind. Could something really be troubling Takeshi? He wondered. Seems unlikely. But now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've visited the forge. I could use the opportunity to help him, maybe even with a clone. That way, I could pick up our conversation about metal imprint again. An idea formed quickly in his mind. He could delegate the task of learning the forging process to a clone, freeing himself to focus on other priorities. They arrived in front of the Mizutani household. Kurara headed off to help Yuki at the shop. Ren, however, headed straight to the workshop. As soon as he entered, his gaze fell upon the tools laid out meticulously on the workbench. On the table sat a vial of Glycina nebula, the amber liquid he'd been perfecting over the past few weeks. He had worked hard to refine its properties. Cellular regeneration and toxin neutralization were now ready for testing. He approached the bench, examining the liquid under the flickering lamp's light. Only one step left, testing, he murmured, reaching for a notebook to jot down his observations. First on an animal, then myself. Or. A thought crossed his mind, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I could test it directly on a clone. It would be a more controlled and less risky experiment. With a quick weave of hand seals, he created a shadow clone, watching as it took form before him. It was always a strange feeling to look at an exact copy of himself, identical, yet distinct. Ready for an experiment? Ren asked the clone, which nodded resolutely. Chapter 114, Shadows in the Mist. Ren's clone sat motionless in the laboratory, holding the flask of Glycina nebula tightly in his hand. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast shadows across the walls, adding a tense atmosphere to the small space. Without hesitation, the clone brought the amber liquid to his lips and drank it in one smooth gulp. Silence filled the room, broken only by the monotonous ticking of the lamp and the faint sound of the clone's breathing. He carefully observed himself, every muscle tense, expecting a reaction. Minutes passed, then half an hour, and finally an hour. Nothing. There were no signs of distress, no accelerated heartbeat, no sudden reactions. Even the chakra remained stable. Across the lab, Ren sat on a stool, his pen moving quickly across his notebook. He was noting every detail, observing the clone as though it were a live experiment, and, in fact, it was. Well, it's already a result that it's not harmful. For now, let's see if there are any long-term effects. I'll wait a few hours before dispelling it. Ren set the pen on the bench and stood up. His eyes rested on the clone with calculated calm. Review all the tomes on Fuinjutsu Takeshi gave me. I want a comprehensive review of the seals we've learned so far. The clone nodded, its face identical to Ren's but devoid of unnecessary expressions. It turned to the bookshelf and began pulling out scrolls and books, spreading them across a long wooden table. With methodical precision, it started reading and replicating the seals on a practice sheet, analyzing every detail. While the clone worked, Ren returned to the main bench. He picked up the empty flask of Glycina nebula and began reanalyzing the residues, observing how the liquid reacted to different temperatures and adding small amounts of other compounds to test its chemical stability. The faintly sweet aroma of the compound mingled with the sharp scent of solvents and reagents. Stable, Ren murmured, jotting down results. No precipitation under thermal stress. No exothermic reaction. That's a good sign. However, it wasn't enough. Theory wasn't sufficient, he needed practical data. Tests on a living organism to verify if the compound had regenerative properties or other beneficial effects. After tidying up the instruments, Ren approached a small cabinet near the door, where he kept an empty cage and some tools for capturing small animals. He donned a light cloak to shield himself from the village's humidity and left the lab, the door creaking slightly as it closed. Takeshi was hunched over the still glowing blade, which was slowly taking shape under the methodical blows of his hammer. The sword Ruga had requested was almost complete, but every detail demanded utmost precision. He muttered under his breath as he worked, the sound of his words blending with a metallic clang. The forge's door creaked open, and Kurara entered, her usual impassive expression in place. "Grandpa," she greeted in her calm, unwavering tone. Takeshi barely glanced up, acknowledging her with a nod and a simple, "Kurara." Silence resumed, broken only by the rhythmic strikes of the hammer against the glowing steel. Aoi and Juneko strolled leisurely through the misty streets of the village. Juneko had her hands behind her head, her relaxed posture contrasting with Aoi's composed and reflective demeanor. "Strange," Aoi murmured, noticing two masked figures moving through the village. The Anbu usually avoid being noticed. Juneko shrugged, a carefree smile on her face. "Maybe they're on their day off." Aoi stared at her, a mix of disbelief and exasperation on his face. If that were the case, they wouldn't be wearing their masks. Juneko burst into laughter. "You always have an answer for everything, don't you?" Ren returned to the lab carrying a rat he had found during his search in the hidden alleys of Hidden Mist Village. It was a small gray animal, bright-eyed and scruffy, but healthy enough to serve as a test subject. He carefully placed it in a small cage, the cold metal reflecting the flickering light of the oil lamp. He picked up a vial of the Glycina nebula, observing its amber color with focused attention. The solution was clear, but under the lamp's light, faint convection currents could be seen, as if the liquid were alive. Using a dropper, he extracted a small amount and approached the cage. "Here we go," he murmured, carefully administering the solution to the rat while watching it with investigative eyes. The small animal initially squirmed, shaking its nose as if detecting an unusual taste, but then calmed down, resuming its exploration of the cage. Ren leaned against the bench, continuing to monitor every movement of the rat. "I don't think it has chakra," he muttered, jotting the first data points of the experiment in his notebook, "but I should still notice improvements at a cellular level." His gaze shifted to the clone, which was diligently working on the long scroll stretched across the main table. Each line of the seals was precise, a meticulous repetition of what Ren himself had learned from Takeshi's tomes. The clone, without pause, was making small variations on each seal, testing minor modifications to assess their effectiveness. Not bad, Ren thought, glancing at it briefly. At least I'm not wasting time. He returned to the cage and noted that the rat seemed calm, its movements fluid and free of any signs of discomfort. This, in itself, was already an encouraging result. Good, that will do for now, he reflected. I just need to wait and see if there are any long-term effects. But patience had never been his strength, and soon his mind began to wander. I wonder what I could do today. His thoughts returned to a matter he had set aside in recent weeks. It's been a while since I've heard from Utakata. I don't think anything serious has happened yet, it's too early for the Akatsuki's intervention. However, it might be wise to check on him. His expression grew more serious. Utakata was a crucial point in the intricate web of events that was slowly unfolding. If I can prevent his fracture with Haru-same, he thought, tapping his fingers on the bench, I might be able to delay or even prevent his capture by the Akatsuki in the future. Looking out of the lab's small window, he observed the mist that enveloped Hidden Mist Village like a protective yet oppressive shroud. Ren's eyes narrowed as he considered his options. Utakata was strong, but even a sharp mind could collapse under the pressure of the wrong circumstances. Haru-same, his master, was a key element. Their bond could either be a weapon against him or a salvation. First of all, I need to understand the current state of things between them. If I can intervene at the right moment, I might be able to prevent the situation from worsening. His gaze returned to the rat, still alive and active in its cage. A small relief crossed his mind, at least the compound didn't seem lethal. With a deep breath, he turned to the clone. Continue with the seals. I want you to review all the advanced combinations we've learned so far. Ensure the chakra flow is stable. The clone nodded wordlessly as Ran gathered his cloak and put it on. I still have time. I can start checking Utakata today. Chapter 115, Searching. Ran wandered through the foggy streets of Hidden Mist Village, immersed in his thoughts. Weeks had passed since he last saw Utakata. It wasn't unusual for the boy to disappear for a few days, but this time felt different. Utakata had warned him beforehand. We won't see each other for a while, he had said after their last training session, without adding further details. At first, Ren hadn't thought much of it. Utakata had always been reserved and rarely talked about his life outside their weekly training sessions. But now, as days turned into weeks, Ren began to wonder if there was more to this sudden pause. Come to think of it, Ren thought, despite training together for months, I never even asked where he lives. Never even thought about it. The realization left him uneasy. How could he search for someone when he didn't even know where to start? After a few minutes of reflection, a possibility crossed his mind, Haru-same. If he found Utakata's master, he might uncover something. But how to find him? He wondered. Ren stopped, his gaze lost in the fog blanketing the streets. Searching for Haru-same wouldn't be easy. He was a respected but private jonin, and his presence wasn't particularly visible in the village. Then, an idea struck him, Ganru. His former training master might know something. He was well connected among the village's ninja and knew many jonin. Tomorrow, during sparring, I'll ask him, Ren decided, mentally outlining his next step. As he returned home, a familiar aroma of spiced broth led him to a ramen stall. There, he spotted Aoi and Juneko seated at a table, devouring 2 steaming bowls. Ren! Juneko exclaimed, her mouth full, waving a chopstick to catch his attention. Come join us. Aoi's trying to convince me that ramen is the key to universal happiness. It's not universal happiness, Aoi retorted seriously, adjusting his glasses, but an optimal nutritional balance that encourages serotonin release in the brain. Juneko sighed dramatically. Please, Ren, save me. He's started with his theories again. Ren sat beside them, hiding a smile. Their conversation continued in its usual light-hearted tone, but Aoi soon changed the subject. Putting down his chopsticks, he fixed Ren with a serious look. Ren, what do you think about the village lately? Have you noticed anything unusual? Juneko groaned, resting her head on the table. Here we go again. He's becoming obsessed with his story. But Ren didn't dismiss the question so easily. He reflected for a moment before responding. Yes, he said slowly. It feels like the air is getting tenser. Aoi nodded, as if needing that confirmation. I've had the same impression. It's as if the village is on the brink of something. Rumors are spreading, and I've noticed the Jonin seem more alert than usual. Juneko tried to lighten the mood, shooting Aoi a pointed look. Or maybe it's you reading too many reports. Seriously, Aoi, relax. Isn't this just the usual village drama? However, Ren couldn't ignore the unease growing inside him. I might have agreed with Juneko if I didn't know the times we're living in, but now I have the means to act, Ren thought. Anyway, Juneko concluded with a smile, attempting to break the atmosphere. We should enjoy the ramen. I don't want your grim talk ruining my lunch. Ren managed a faint smile. Your carefree nature is contagious, Juneko, he mused. After saying goodbye to Aoi and Juneko, Ren returned home. Entering his laboratory, he found his clone still immersed in fuinjutsu work. Scrolls covered the long table, intricate symbols and notes scattered across every surface. Without disturbing the clone, Ren approached the bench where he had set up the mouse, the small subject for testing the glycine nebula. The mouse moved normally in its cage, displaying the same exploratory and lively behavior as always. Ren watched intently, searching for subtle signs of any effect from the solution. But there was nothing. No visible changes, no evident improvement. Even its energy levels and behavior remained unchanged. Ren crossed his arms, contemplating the situation. Perhaps the solution dissolved before fully entering the organism's system. It was a plausible thought. He had administered the glycine nebula orally, and the mouse's digestive system might have neutralized or degraded the compound before it had the chance to be absorbed. Reflecting further, he began forming a scientific explanation. The chemical structure of the solution might be unstable in the stomach's acidic environment. Digestive enzymes could have broken the molecular bonds before the compound reached the bloodstream. Additionally, the active ingredient might require controlled release or a different administration method to bypass these barriers. He jotted down a few quick notes in his notebook. Hypothesis: oral administration is ineffective for the glycine nebula vehicle. Possible enzymatic degradation or gastric neutralization. Next steps: test with gastro-resistant capsules to protect the compound during stomach transit. Intramuscular administration to bypass the digestive tract. Intravenous administration to test the direct and rapid effect on the bloodstream. Ren paused momentarily, rereading his notes. Intramuscular or intravenous? I'll need to prepare a sterile solution and find a suitable syringe. That'll be the next step. Another possibility crossed his mind: perhaps a higher dose is required to achieve a visible effect. But increasing the concentration without preliminary data on the compound's metabolism could be risky. He took a deep breath, turning toward the clone, which was still focused on tracing seals. Update your notes with these observations, he said, dropping a copy of his findings onto the workbench. I'm revising the administration method for the next test. The clone nodded without looking up from the scroll it was meticulously inscribing. Meanwhile, Ren began preparing the laboratory for the next experiment. He needed to be meticulous. Intramuscular or intravenous administration required sterile conditions to avoid infections or contamination. He gathered the necessary tools, carefully noting each step to ensure a safe and controlled environment. As he prepared the materials, he couldn't help reflecting on the entire experiment. Science is never a straightforward path, he thought. Every failure is just another step toward the solution. Still, a shadow of doubt crept into his mind. What if the compound doesn't work at all? The thought irritated him. He had invested too much time and energy into this project to accept failure. But science required patience, and Ren was well aware of that. Yagura sat at the center of the hall, the Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village surrounded by an aura of icy calm. The flickering light of lanterns barely illuminated the severe features of his face, casting distorted shadows on the walls. Yagura's eyes were fixed on the map of the village spread out before him, marked with subtle annotations and strategic lines. The silence in the room was palpable, broken only by the faint whistle of mist seeping through the slightly open windows. One of his advisors approached with measured steps, bowing respectfully. The tension in his posture betrayed the urgency of his words. Mizukage-sama, the advisor began, carefully choosing his words, there are increasing tensions in the village. Rumors are circulating that some of the Kekkei Genkai clans are planning a rebellion. Yagura did not immediately lift his gaze. His fingers drummed lightly on the edge of the map, a slow but charged rhythm. When he finally raised his eyes, his piercing gaze fell on the advisor, as sharp and cold as a winter's frost. Rumors, you say? He asked, his voice calm but imbued with undeniable authority. Yes, Mizukage-sama, the advisor confirmed, lowering his gaze. It's said that some members of the Yuki and Hazuki clans are dissatisfied with the current policies. They speak of oppression and favoritism. Other minor clans seem uncertain about where to align themselves. Yagura narrowed his eyes, sinking into silent contemplation. Strange. I've sensed no signs of hostility or unrest during the last council meeting. Everything seemed normal. Could someone be deliberately spreading these rumors? Someone seeking to sow discord? The Mizukage slowly lifted his gaze to the advisor. Have you verified the origin of these rumors? Are they credible? Not yet, Mizukage-sama. The information comes from multiple sources, but all are anonymous. However, the fact that they're so widespread warrants attention. Yagura remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to the map before him. Every street, every district, every alley was precisely marked. The KK Genkai clans were integral to the village's strength, but they were also a double-edged sword. If someone was indeed operating in the shadows to push them toward rebellion, it could pose a risk not only to the village but to his authority itself. This could be a deliberate move to destabilize Hidden Mist Village, he finally said, his tone more thoughtful. The Mizukage stood, his presence commanding. Summon now, he ordered firmly. I want a full report on the situation and the origin of these rumors. If someone is operating in the shadows, I want to know who and why. The advisor bowed again. At once, Mizukage-sama. He retreated quickly from the room, leaving Yagura alone with his thoughts. The Mizukage sat down again, but this time his gaze wasn't on the map. He stared into a distant corner of the room, shrouded in shadow. The tensions are growing. I must ensure that no one within my ranks is betraying me. I will know what to do. But if we discover an external enemy, their existence will be short-lived. Chapter 116, Harut. The sun had yet to rise when Ren completed his final lap around the lake. After a brief moment to recover, he moved to the lake's edge and began his push-ups, keeping his back straight and controlling his breath. Once finished, he stood up and wiped the sweat from his brow. Not bad, he muttered to himself. After a quick preparation, he returned to his workshop. On the table lay a scroll filled with complex diagrams, a study on a lightning style-based jutsu. Ren created a shadow clone and handed it the scroll. Study this while I'm away, he ordered. I want you to understand every detail and report back when I return. The clone nodded, taking the scroll and immediately immersing itself in the study. Ren observed it for a moment before heading out. It was time to meet Ganra for their daily training. While I take care of daily tasks, the clone can study Static Shock Strike. It's nothing extraordinary, but a solid D-rank jutsu to further understand the lightning element. Arriving at their meeting spot, Ren realized Ganru was absent. He waited for a few minutes, scanning the area, but there was no sign of his mentor. Strange, Ren thought. Lately, I haven't been able to find anyone, first Utakata, now Ganru. He shook his head, deciding not to waste time. Fine, I'll use this chance to train alone. He focused on a series of drills with the tando his father had given him. A bitter smile crossed his lips. I wonder how things would be if Tsan was still here. Later, Ren headed to the academy. Fujimoto-sensei's lessons began with the usual rigor, alternating between theory and practice. Let's move on to sparring, Fujimoto announced, breaking Ren's train of thought. The students formed a circle, awaiting their names to be called. Mizutani Ren vs. Kurashimi Misaki, the sensei declared. Ren stepped into the courtyard, eyeing his opponent. Misaki's expression was resolute, almost fierce, as she watched him with the intensity of someone eager to test his every skill. Ren adopted a defensive stance. I should only reveal what's necessary, he reminded himself. Misaki attacked swiftly, using her blood-based jutsu to control the battlefield. Ren moved with agility, dodging her strikes effortlessly. However, each of Misaki's moves was accompanied by a provocation. Is that all, Mizutani? She taunted with a smirk. I thought you'd be more interesting. Ren ignored her words, maintaining his calculated approach. Strange. She seemed calmer after the last exams, he thought. But when Misaki increased her intensity, Ren decided to take things more seriously. In a quick motion, he blocked her attack and countered with a strike that barely grazed her, forcing her to step back. Misaki was unfazed. She took a step back and began forming a jutsu. Ren watched her movements closely, ready to react. But just as he prepared to strike, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his mind. A flood of images and information overwhelmed him, as if a wave had crashed into his consciousness. The clone. He realized. It dispersed. The sheer amount of memories and details from the clone's attempt to master the lightning jutsu destabilized him, breaking his focus. It was just a moment, but enough. Misaki's jutsu struck Ren, a blood dart embedding itself into his left shoulder. He managed to shift slightly, avoiding a deeper wound, but the impact made him stagger. A murmur ran through the class. Many students cast disapproving looks at Misaki. Was that necessary? Someone muttered. She's too violent. Misaki stiffened, her expression shifting from confident to uncertain. But before the situation could escalate, Ren stood back up, gripping his injured shoulder. It's not her fault, he said firmly, drawing everyone's attention. I got distracted. That was my mistake. Fujimoto quickly stepped in, ending the match. Sparring is over. Mizutani, get that wound treated. Ren nodded and left the circle, feeling the weight of all the stares on him. As he walked to the infirmary, he absorbed the memories of the clone. That technique consumed too much chakra. The clone dispersed before completing it. I'll need to reduce the strain in future attempts. Despite the throbbing pain in his shoulder, a subtle smile formed on his lips. Another mistake to correct. But at least, it's one I can learn from. That afternoon, as had become his habit, Ren made his way to Tatsumi's workshop. The air was cooler, and the mist was lighter, making the walk almost pleasant. When he arrived, he found the old seal master cleaning brushes and preparing new scrolls. You're a few minutes late, Ren, Tatsumi greeted him without looking up. What happened to your shoulder? Ren gave a faint smile. Just a distraction, nothing serious. Tatsumi nodded, but his eyes studied the young shinobi carefully, as if trying to read his thoughts. Good. There's a new order, on the lower right shelf. Ren took the order slips and immediately got to work. The clone's review paid off. There were seals I hadn't practiced in a while, and I almost forgot them. Tatsumi watched Ren's work in silence for a moment before nodding slightly. You know, Ren, I have to admit, I didn't expect you to reach this level so soon. The old man paused, continuing to observe as Ren completed the seal. But something's distracting you, he finally said. I know you well enough to tell when something's on your mind. Ren stopped, brush hovering over the parchment. Should I try the art of negotiation? He wondered. He hesitated for a moment before sighing. I'm looking for someone, he admitted without meeting Tatsumi's gaze. Someone important, I assume, the master commented, raising an eyebrow. Do you have any idea where to find them? Not really, Ren admitted, pausing from his seal work. But as I was thinking about it, it occurred to me that you might know him. His name is Harut. Tatsumi froze. For a moment, his hand stopped moving, and his gaze seemed lost in distant memories. When he spoke, his tone was more serious, almost solemn. I know Harut. He's one of the best, if not the best, seal master in the village. Ren noticed the change in the old man's expression. It was as if a shadow had fallen over him, as if the name evoked complicated memories. Did you work with him? Ren asked cautiously. A long time ago, Tatsumi replied gravely. Harut always had an innate talent for Fuinjutsu. His ability to understand and create seals is something I've never seen in anyone else. But... He stopped, tightening his grip on the brush. Anyway, why are you looking for him? Ren remained silent, noticing how a melancholic expression flickered across Tatsumi's face. There was something unspoken, something the old master seemed reluctant to share. I'm looking for his student, Utakata. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Eventually, Tatsumi exhaled and took on a more practical tone. I understand. I can tell you where to find him. He began sketching a simple map of the neighborhood where Harut could be found. The address was in one of the quieter areas of Hidden Mist Village, far from the more frequented spots. Here, Tatsumi said, handing the map to Ren. Ren took the parchment and studied it carefully. Thank you, Tatsumi-sensei. This will help a lot. The old man nodded, but as Ren prepared to leave, his voice stopped him. Ren, he said, looking at him with an intensity the boy had never seen before. Harut is a genius, but genius often carries a heavy burden. Don't lose sight of who you are while trying to understand who he is. Those words echoed in Ren's mind as he left the shop. Ren made his way through the mist-covered streets of Hidden Mist Village. The quiet hum of the village in the late evening surrounded him. The map Tatsumi had given him was simple yet precise. Harut's residence was in one of the less traveled areas, a district that, while not abandoned, carried an air of isolation. The deeper he went, the thicker the mist became, not unusual for Hidden Mist Village, but something about this fog felt different. The streets grew quieter, the usual murmur of villagers fading into the distance. He soon arrived at his destination, a worn, dark stone building standing solitary at the edge of the district. The structure bore signs of age, ivy creeping up its sides, and dust-covered windows suggesting long periods without visitors. Ren paused, studying the scene. This is the place, he thought, gripping the map tightly. But something feels off. To confirm his suspicion, he activated his chakra perception, an ability he had been refining over time. Closing his eyes, he expanded his senses outward, allowing the flow of chakra in the surroundings to register in his mind. And there they were. Seals. Intricate, concealed, and layered. Not immediately visible to the naked eye, but woven seamlessly into the very structure of the building. They weren't offensive traps, at least, not obviously so, but their complexity suggested they served as detection barriers. Ren narrowed his eyes. A seal for every possibility. He admired the craftsmanship. Harut truly is a master of his craft. No ordinary shinobi could approach this place unnoticed. He took a slow step forward, scanning the seals more closely. They weren't the standard perimeter traps used by the village's security forces. These were personal, custom-made, delicate, and designed for a specific purpose. Do they track movement? Chakra signatures. Are they designed to react if tampered with? Ren's mind worked rapidly. One wrong move, and he could trigger something he wasn't prepared to handle. He exhaled, focusing. I need to find the right approach. If I act recklessly, I might not get another chance. Carefully, he traced the chakra flow of the seals, looking for a pattern, an entry point, a weak spot, or even a passkey embedded in their structure. Most Fuinjutsu masters left a way-in, a subtle mechanism that allowed the more select individuals to bypass their own defenses. It was just a matter of finding it. The wind shifted slightly, carrying the scent of damp stone and ink. Ink? Ren frowned. There was freshly applied Fuinjutsu nearby. The seals had been modified recently. This isn't just a precautionary barrier left unattended, someone has been here, actively maintaining or changing the defenses. That meant one of two things, either Harut was still inside, or someone else had taken an interest in his home. Ren took a deep breath. No turning back now. He placed his hand against the nearest surface, allowing a small, controlled pulse of chakra to interact with the seals, just enough to test their response. A faint shimmer passed through the markings, an acknowledgement of his presence. Then, a subtle shift. A portion of the seals dimmed momentarily, just for a fraction of a second. It wasn't much, but enough to confirm something crucial. There was a way in. He smirked. Found it. Chapter 117, Meeting with a Grand Seal Master. Kneeling before the seemingly abandoned structure, Ren carefully examined the seals surrounding its perimeter. The intricate lines and symbols etched into the ground and walls told a story of mastery and complexity. It would be easier to throw something at the building to trigger the seals and attract his attention, Ren thought. But it's not every day that I get the chance to study seals like these. With silent determination, he set to work. The first seal was a mosaic of chakra and symbols, and it took Ren several minutes just to analyze it. The details were fascinating, each layer seemed to serve a different purpose. Protection, barrier, tracking, concealment. And then he noticed something unexpected. A storage seal? He frowned. What could it be? A rig? A kunai? Shaking his head, he refocused on disarming the seal. As he decoded the first layer, Harut, inside the building, sensed a fluctuation in his chakra field. One of the seals was being tampered with. With a quick activation of his sensory field, he detected a familiar signature. This chakra. It seems familiar. Determined to learn more, Harut silently stepped outside, observing with curiosity the figure kneeling before the seal. When he saw Ren working to decode it, he immediately recognized him. That's the kid from the incident, Harut thought, arms crossed over his chest. To think that, at such a young age, he is already this skilled with seals. He didn't interrupt. Instead, he decided to watch, curious to see how Ren would handle the intricate layers of protection. Unaware of Harut's presence, Ren continued working. But as he moved on to the second seal, a sensation crept over him. He felt watched. He lifted his gaze and saw a tall, imposing man calmly observing him. Harut? Ren asked, slowly rising to his feet. Harut nodded. And you must be Utakata's friend, he said, his tone a mix of cordiality and authority. Ren nodded. Yes, I came to ask if you had any news about him. Harut scrutinized him for a moment before answering. He's undergoing special training. He'll be back soon. The vague response left Ren only partially satisfied. But before he could ask anything else, Harut changed the subject. Tell me, kid, where did you learn Fuinjutsu? From Tatsumi, Ren replied. He was my Fuinjutsu master. A flash of surprise crossed Harut's gaze. To think Tatsumi had a student so young yet this skilled. You disarmed a seal, but you made a mistake, he finally said. Ren frowned. A mistake? I don't think I made any. His voice was respectful but intrigued. Harut smirked slightly. There was an additional tracking seal linked to all the perimeter seals. When you disabled one, the tracking activated, immediately notifying me that someone was tampering with my seals. Ren was taken aback, mentally reviewing every step of his work. He hadn't noticed any trace of a secondary seal. It wasn't visible, Harut admitted, sensing his doubt. A Grand Seal Master doesn't reveal these details, but I decided to let you know. Consider it a gift for your efforts. Ren looked at him with a mix of respect and gratitude. Thank you, Harut-sama. I'll make sure not to make the same mistake again. Harut nodded, his expression turning serious again. Don't worry about Utakata. He'll be back soon. In the meantime, keep working on your seals. You have talent." With those words, Harut turned away, leaving Ren standing in front of the building, now more aware of his limitations and with a renewed sense of determination. Ren returned home, his mind filled with thoughts. Harut's words still echoed in his head, "Don't worry about Utakata. He'll be back soon." However, he knew he couldn't let his guard down. In his world, tranquility was often a prelude to chaos. Entering his laboratory, the memory of the information received from his dispersed clone surfaced. He took the scroll describing the lightning technique, static shock strike, and studied it carefully, comparing the data stored by the clone with his notes. "Damn," he thought, examining his notes. "The problem isn't the concept but the execution. The clone wasted too much chakra trying to power the technique. I need to regulate the flow better." Focusing, Ren began practicing the technique again. Static shock strike was a D-rank jutsu, seemingly simple, but requiring precision in chakra control to produce a sufficient electric discharge to stun an enemy. Positioning himself in the center of the lab, he executed the seals calmly, trying to minimize energy waste. The first attempt was weak, a barely visible spark flickered from his hand. Too little chakra, he noted mentally. The second time, a more evident discharge formed, but it dissipated before reaching the intended distance. Still unstable. Days of intense training followed, during which Ren created clones to replicate the technique and gather data. Each attempt provided new information, small improvements that, step by step, brought him closer to mastering the jutsu. Finally, at the end of a long day, Ren faced a target. Executing the seals smoothly, he concentrated chakra into his hand, transforming it into a precise and powerful electric discharge. He launched the strike, and a blue spark flickered in the air before hitting the target, leaving it slightly charred. Ren observed the result with a satisfied smile. Static shock strike. Mastered. I wonder what would happen if I infused the lightning element into my Tando. The next day, the third-year academy students were abuzz with excitement for a special event. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, would be giving a lecture to the third-year students. This is a great opportunity to observe him up close, Ren thought. The class gathered in the academy's main courtyard, where a small stage had been set up. The students stood in orderly rows, all silent as they awaited Yagura's arrival. The air was thick with anticipation, and even the most restless students seemed to restrain their energy. When Yagura appeared, accompanied by several Anbu, an undeniable sense of authority spread among those present. The Mizukage was a man of small stature, yet his presence was imposing. His eyes were cold and penetrating, and every movement seemed calculated to convey control and power. Ren observed him carefully, trying to capture every detail. He doesn't seem to be under Obito's control yet. But I still lack too much experience to be sure, Ren thought. The village of the hidden mist, Yagura began, his voice calm yet authoritative, as you all know, has endured turbulent times. The past has tested us, pushed us to the limits of survival and glory, but Hidden Mist Village is not a village that surrenders. Hidden Mist Village is a force. Hidden Mist Village is the mist that envelops and confuses, but also protects and strengthens. And today, more than ever, we need the utmost commitment from all of you to restore the mist to the greatness it deserves. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle on the students' shoulders. You are the future of this village. Every day, in your hands, in your decisions, in your sacrifices, lies the destiny of the Hidden Mist. A ninja of Hidden Mist Village is not just a warrior. He is a shield for his comrades. He is a blade for his village. He is the silence in the storm and the thunder in the shadows. His gaze became even more intense. Now, prove it. A tense silence fell over the crowd, like the moment before a storm. Then, a voice rose. Then another. Then a chorus. Yes. Yagura nodded slowly, his gaze scanning each of them, as if measuring the sincerity of their words. Chapter 118, Water Mirror Jutsu. The roar of their voices gradually faded, leaving space for a silence thick with expectation. The air seemed denser, heavier, as if the weight of Yagura's words had settled on the shoulders of every student. Ren felt a shiver run down his spine. Well, I didn't expect this turn of events. If I didn't know what he will become in the future, maybe even I would be impressed. Around him, the other students thrilled. No one spoke, but in the eyes of many, an unspoken question lingered, what lies ahead now? Then, with the same natural ease with which he had inflamed their spirits, Yagura returned to calm. Let's move on to the lesson. The open-air classroom held its breath as the third-year students waited anxiously for the next lesson. Yagura's speech had left a mark, but now was the time to prove with actions what words had promised. The young shinobi turned slowly, once again scanning those present. His gaze was firm, without ostentation. You are the future of the mist. But a ninja is not defined by words, but by actions. The students nodded, their faces tense, ready to listen. One of them, after a moment of hesitation, raised his hand. Yagura-sama, they say that among water techniques, there are some more refined, more difficult to master. Could you show us one? A murmur spread through the group. Not everyone dared to make requests to Yagura, but evidently, curiosity had won over fear. For a moment, the Mizukage observed them in silence. Then, with a barely perceptible smile, more an evaluation than amusement, he nodded. You want to learn something more advanced? The students exchanged excited glances before responding with a determined nod. Very well. With a fluid motion, Yagura raised his hand and concentrated his chakra on the water of a small basin near the training area. The surface rippled, and within seconds, a perfectly smooth water mirror, just over half a meter tall, formed before him. This is the water style, small mirror jutsu, Yagura announced in a steady voice, devoid of unnecessary emphasis. He didn't need to underline his skill, the demonstration spoke for itself. A buzz spread among the students. It is a variant of the more complex water mirror jutsu, he explained, as the mirror's surface began to clearly reflect the students' images. Do not be deceived by its apparent simplicity. Not everyone will be able to master it. The water mirror wavered for a moment before stabilizing, showing a perfect reflection of the group. With a simple movement of his hand, Yagura distorted the reflected image until it transformed into a mirrored figure that moved independently of the original. The student's eyes widened. Ren held his breath. I never expected this opportunity. That was not a common academy technique, nor one taught to gain in. A water-based illusion, a visual deception capable of confusing even an experienced opponent. Ren's mind was already racing with practical applications, distraction, diversion, even a psychological weapon. If I could master it, I could counter many jutsu and gain a huge advantage in battles. He lowered his gaze for a moment. He had always tried to keep a low profile, to not draw too much attention to himself, but maybe he was approaching things the wrong way. In a class full of talent, staying in the shadows could mean being left behind. Perhaps it's time to stand out. Can this technique really be used for defense? The question echoed through the training field. It wasn't Ren who had spoken, but another student, one of the more skeptical ones. Yagura remained unfazed. He turned slightly, observing the Anbu standing aside. Demonstrating it is the best way to answer. With a nod, he summoned one of the Anbu. The masked figure, decorated with a symbol resembling a swordfish, stepped forward. His stance was that of a seasoned warrior, accustomed to striking without hesitation. Attack me with kinjutsu. A shiver ran through the class. But Yagura-sama, do it. The Anbu nodded without hesitation. With a fluid motion, he unsheathed his katana, the blade gleaming for an instant in the mist-filtered light. Then, without any warning, he vanished. The wind stirred before he moved. The Anbu reappeared above Yagura, his katana descending with terrifying speed. A lethal strike. This is the water style, water mirror jutsu, Yagura announced calmly. A jutsu that not only reflects the enemy, but replicates them. He stepped forward, raising his hand. His fingers moved with surgical precision as he wove the hand seals. Torahebi Umaru Nezumi Ushi Torahebi. The students watched in silence, spellbound. Observe carefully. With a swift motion, Yagura rotated his staff 90 degrees, as if turning a giant key in water. The liquid mirror responded immediately. From the reflective surface, an Anbu figure emerged, identical in posture and details, launching itself at the original with blinding speed. The real Anbu drew his katana in a fraction of a second, the blade's glint reflecting in the water mirror. The two figures clashed in perfect synchronization. Every slash, every dodge, every breath was identical. Then, with a sharp sound of metal against metal, the mirror shattered, and the copy dissolved into a rain of droplets. Silence fell over the field. This technique can reflect and counter any attack, Yagura explained, his gaze scanning the class. Whether ninjutsu, taijutsu, or kenjutsu, the water mirror will always repel it with the same power and speed as the original attack. The Anbu landed silently, his katana lowered, and turned toward Yagura with an imperceptible nod. I will show you a weakened version, Yagura explained calmly, as if the fight had never happened. The small mirror jutsu is not just for confusing the enemy. If mastered at its highest level, it can reflect techniques and even counter them perfectly. Water is not just fluid, it is also memory. Everything it sees, it can reproduce. A student stammered, but does that mean it can reflect any attack? Yagura turned, observing him with an enigmatic gaze. Not all, he replied. But enough to win. Silence fell again. Now I will give you an opportunity. Anyone who can create a stable water mirror and make it reflect correctly will receive a reward. A murmur of excitement rippled through the class. But don't expect it to be easy. He took a step back, leaving space for the young shinobi to attempt. A ripple of tension ran through the students as they exchanged uncertain glances before setting to work. Creating a stable water mirror seemed easy when Yagura did it, but everyone in Hidden Mist Village knew that the gap between theory and practice was an abyss difficult to bridge. Ren stared at the surface of the small water basin in front of him. The reflection trembled slightly, rippled by imperceptible underwater currents. Water is never still, even when it seems to be. To create a perfect mirror, I must find a way to either tame it or follow its flow. Beside him, Yukiko Yuki already had her hands clasped in a seal. Her water was incredibly clear, almost as if polished by ice itself, but there was something static about it. Her mirror didn't waver, but neither did it reflect naturally. Hiroshi Hazuki, on the other hand, was taking a more instinctive approach. His mirror seemed to form and dissolve in irregular waves, almost as if responding to the beat of his heart. His innate ability to merge with water gave him a certain advantage, but the mirror required finer, more measured control. Ren took a deep breath. If I try to completely block the movement, I'll get something lifeless, like Yukiko's ice. If I let the water flow too freely, the mirror disintegrates like Hiroshi's. The secret lies in finding balance, and maybe, because there is some illusion in it, there is also some yin component. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting his chakra spread into the water beneath his fingers. Instead of trying to force it, he began to follow its rhythm. Small currents swirled beneath the surface, and Ren tuned his chakra flow to their natural movement. He opened his eyes. The water's surface began to smooth out. A perfect mirror took shape. A hushed murmur of excitement spread among the students. But Ren didn't stop there. If the mirror reflects what it sees, then... He made a small movement with his hand and, with a subtle command of chakra, the reflected image in the mirror began to move slightly before its original. A subtle illusion, but an effective one. Yagura raised an eyebrow slightly, an almost imperceptible movement, but Ren caught it. And he wasn't the only one. Yukiko narrowed her eyes in concentration, trying to understand what he had done differently. Hiroshi huffed, disappointed with his own result, while some students stopped to observe the phenomenon. Yagura approached with slow, measured steps. "Impressive," he said in a calm voice. "Many ninja merely imitate the technique, but you have chosen to understand it." Ren remained silent. He wasn't sure if it was a compliment or a subtle warning. "Tell me, Mizutani Ren." Yagura fixed his lavender-colored eyes on him, piercing him with his gaze. "How did you do it? He knows my name?" Ren thought, his mind racing. Chapter 119, Luck. Time seemed to slow in Ren's mind as he fought to think rationally. His thoughts raced, analyzing every possibility before settling on the most logical conclusion. He knows me because I ranked first in the second-year exams. But then, why did it feel like more than that? Yagura, observing the hesitation in Ren's eyes, spoke with an almost knowing amusement. "I see. A ninja never reveals his secrets." Ren opened his mouth to respond, but Yagura merely smiled, a brief, enigmatic expression, then gave him a small nod, as if to say it's fine as it is. Then, turning back to the rest of the students, his voice carried over the training field with quiet authority. "Those who failed, try again. Those who succeeded, refine the technique. The lesson is not over." The students wasted no time. Immediately, they resumed their training, each determined to master the technique. Ren took a moment to steady his breath. He knew he had drawn more attention than intended. Too much exposure is never good. But maybe today, it was inevitable. As he turned slightly, he found himself face to face with Yukiko. "You're much further ahead than you let on," she remarked, her usual composed expression betraying a flicker of curiosity. "Of course. She just had to start investigating again," Ren thought dryly. "For now, perhaps," he replied with a small, careful smile. "Or maybe I'm just lucky." Yukiko studied him for a few seconds, her sharp gaze unrelenting. Then, she raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem like the type who relies on luck." Ren didn't answer. After several more attempts and corrections, only 3 students managed to sustain the technique for more than 10 seconds without letting their mirror collapse: Hiroshi Hazuki, Yukiko Yuki, and Ren Mizutani. Yagura observed their results with quiet interest, then gave a slight nod of approval. "Very well. You 3 have demonstrated a sufficient level of control over the technique. It is not yet perfected, but it's an excellent start." He stepped closer to the 3 students, his sharp gaze softened by a trace of recognition. "And now, the reward." An Anbu approached, handing him 3 sealed scrolls. "Each of you will receive an advanced exercise to further refine this technique. The one who fully masters it and can demonstrate its effectiveness in battle will learn an even greater lesson." Excitement and envy intertwined in the class, rippling through the students like an unspoken storm. Yagura's gaze swept over them once more, his expression unreadable. But when his eyes met Ren's, something flickered within him, an almost imperceptible glimmer of interest, or perhaps curiosity. For just a moment, he lingered, studying the boy with the precision of someone measuring potential. Not just skill, but something deeper. Something unexpected. Lesson dismissed. His voice was calm, final. Yet, the weight of his presence remained even as he turned and walked away, his movements fluid, precise, like a shadow that knew exactly where it belonged. The mist, thick and heavy, seemed to respond to him, swirling at his feet before rising like a veil, as if the village itself wished to reclaim him within its embrace. Within seconds, his form became nothing more than a silhouette, then a whisper, then nothing at all. And yet, as the mist closed in around him, a thought settled in his mind, lingering like a ripple upon still water. Mizutani Ren. You continue to surprise me. I wonder just how far you can go. For a moment, he almost smiled. Then, the mist swallowed even that. Ren's fingers tightened subtly around the scroll as excitement pulsed through his veins. An advanced exercise from Yagura himself. His mind was already racing ahead, strategizing. The moment I get home, I'll put a clone to work on this. More hands, more progress. I can refine the technique in half the time. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the familiar sound of hurried footsteps. Ren. Juneko's voice rang out with uncontained enthusiasm as she and Aoi approached, both beaming. You have to teach me this. Juneko declared, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I mean, I was obviously planning to master it anyway, but now that you got the scroll, you're officially my new sensei. She winked dramatically, nudging his arm. Aoi, ever the analyst, adjusted his glasses before speaking. Statistically speaking, the probability of a student mastering an advanced water-style technique this early is remarkably low. However, he smirked slightly. I suppose I should have expected no less from you. Ren chuckled, shaking his head. You're both overestimating me. Before he could finish, another figure approached. Shin Kaguya. Unlike Juneko's exuberance or Aoi's calculating interest, Shin simply stopped beside him, arms crossed, his expression as unreadable as ever. For a moment, he said nothing, just observed. Then, with a slight nod, he murmured, well done, before walking away. It was brief, but Ren understood. Coming from Shin, that was high praise. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shinji lingering at a slight distance. He wasn't avoiding him exactly, but there was a hesitation in his posture, a subtle withdrawal that didn't go unnoticed. Something on his mind? Ren wondered. Before he could dwell on it, a firm voice sliced through the growing chatter. Ren, does that mean you can make food too? Korara, her bright eyes filled with innocent wonder, clasped her hands together. Ren blinked. What? Korara nodded eagerly. Well, if the mirror can copy things perfectly, then it can copy food, right? So that means, she gasped, nearly bouncing in place, you can eat twice as much. A brief silence. Juneko groaned. Korara, what? Aoi sighed heavily, adjusting his glasses. That's not how the technique works. But what if it was? She insisted, undeterred. You could have an unlimited supply of dumplings. Or rice balls. Or, her eyes sparkled, sweet red bean cakes. Ren chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I think you'd need a different kind of jutsu for that. Korara pouted. TCH. What a waste of potential. Juneko shook her head. Korara, I swear, your brain works in ways that defy all logic. Korari grinned proudly. Thanks. As the playful banter continued, Ren felt a faint prickle at the back of his neck, an awareness of being watched. He turned his head slightly, eyes scanning the group. There, standing a bit farther away from the others, Misaki observed him quietly. Her gaze wasn't hostile, nor was it warm, it was something else. Calculating? Curious? Thoughtful? For a moment, their eyes met. She didn't look away. And neither did he. Then, as if deciding something, Misaki turned on her heel and walked off without a word, disappearing into the shifting mist. Ren exhaled, feeling the weight of the scroll in his hand once more. Before he could reflect further, a firm voice sliced through the growing chatter. Enough, Fujimoto-sensei's authoritative tone silenced the students instantly. Back to the classroom. Now. The excitement in the air dimmed slightly as the class fell back into order. Even those who had been lost in their own discussions straightened up, knowing better than to test their instructor's patience. Chapter 120, Mirror Veil Jutsu, Part 1. A week had passed since Yagura's lesson. 7 days of relentless training. Ren sat cross-legged near a small water basin in the quiet courtyard behind his home, his gaze fixed on the rippling surface. His hands were steady, fingers brushing the water with delicate precision as he molded his chakra into it. Beside him, a shadow moved in perfect synchrony, his clone, mirroring his movements exactly. Together, They had spent the past week refining the small mirror jutsu, polishing every detail, pushing the limits of what was possible. At first, maintaining a stable reflection for more than a few seconds had been a struggle. The slightest imbalance in chakra control caused the mirror to distort or collapse entirely. But through constant repetition, trial, and error, Ren had begun to develop a more instinctive connection with the water. Now, he could hold the reflection effortlessly. But that isn't enough. His gaze shifted to the scroll lying open beside him, the one given to him by Yagura. Unlike Yukiko and Hiroshi, Ren had no idea what kind of lesson their scrolls contained. But his own had been unexpected. The exercise wasn't about creating the mirror. It was about understanding it. Ren glanced back at his reflection in the water, then exhaled. "All right," he murmured. "Let's try again." His clone nodded, repositioning itself. With a slow, deliberate movement, Ren extended his hand over the water. His fingers barely skimmed the surface as he let his chakra flow into it, not to create a reflection, but to alter it. At first, nothing happened. The water remained perfectly still, reflecting his own image with flawless clarity. Then, slowly, his face shifted. His hair lengthened. His eyes became narrower, the shape of his nose slightly different, his expression subtly unfamiliar. The features in the reflection were no longer his own. Ren clenched his teeth, forcing himself to hold the image steady. The technique required absolute control. One wrong fluctuation, and the illusion would break apart. His clone watched carefully, analyzing every micro-adjustment. The mirror veil jutsu. It wasn't a full-fledged jutsu, not yet. Rather, it was a precursor, a fundamental step toward mastering the small mirror jutsu. Before he could manipulate a reflection completely, before he could distort it into an independent clone, like Yagura had done, he first needed to understand how reflections functioned. Yagura's lesson was clear. A mirror does not simply show what is there, it can also show what is not. This exercise was meant to deepen his familiarity with the way chakra interacted with water, how even the smallest pulse could alter its surface. If he couldn't control these distortions, if he couldn't command the reflection itself, then he would never be able to create a perfect mirroring clone. Ren exhaled slowly, his chakra weaving into the water. The reflection held for 3 seconds, then the water trembled, and his face snapped back to normal. His clone, sitting across from him, gave him an unimpressed look. 3 seconds, it muttered. "That's weak." Ren rolled his eyes. "Thanks for the encouragement," he shot back dryly. "Just stating facts," the clone shrugged. "You're overloading the chakra input. The moment your control wavers, the water collapses." Ren considered that. "So, too much chakra distorts the image. But too little won't be enough to shape it. Then you find the balance." Ren smirked slightly. "Sounds like a lot of work." His clone smirked back. "Which means we should get started." Ren sighed, but inside, he felt a familiar determination rising. This was only the first step. Once he mastered the mirror veil, the true small mirror jutsu would finally be within reach. And he would master it. It was just a matter of time. Ren exhaled heavily, his arms resting on his knees as he fought to steady his breath. His vision swayed for a moment, a dull ache spreading through his body. "I've reached my limit." The realization annoyed him more than he cared to admit. His chakra reserves were completely drained, every ounce of energy poured into refining the mirror veil jutsu. He had been so focused on pushing the exercise further, stretching the illusion's duration second by second, that he hadn't realized how depleted he had become. His clone had already dispersed the moment his chakra had bottomed out, leaving him alone with a cool afternoon breeze and the open scroll beside him. Ren wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, staring at the reflection in the water. It was just his face again, unshifting, unaltered. How am I supposed to get to Tatsumi like this? Chapter 121, Mirror Veil Jutsu, Part 2. Ren exhaled heavily, resting his arms on his knees and struggling to catch his breath. His vision wavered for a moment, and a dull pain spread through his body. "I've reached my limit." His chakra reserves were completely depleted, every last ounce of energy had been poured into perfecting the mirror veil jutsu. He had been so focused on pushing the jutsu further, extending the duration of the illusion second by second, that he hadn't realized just how drained he had become. His clone had already dispersed the moment his chakra ran out, leaving him alone with a cool afternoon breeze and the open scroll beside him. Ren wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead, staring at his reflection in the water. It was his face again, unchanged, unaltered. How am I supposed to go to Tatsumi in this condition? His exhaustion wasn't the real problem. But for Fu in Jutsu, Ren was using the finger carving seal to quickly inscribe the sigils, and without chakra, it was almost impossible. A sigh escaped his lips as he stretched his stiff fingers. "I guess I'll have to go back to the good old brush." He stood up. "Tatsumi will be pissed if I'm late again this time." After gathering his belongings, Ren left the courtyard and made his way through the familiar streets of Hidden Mist Village. As he stepped outside, he heard a noise. Ren. He turned, blinking when he saw Kurara heading toward her mother's shop. Ren raised an eyebrow. Want to train later? Kurara asked indifferently. Ren chuckled, shaking his head. As much as Kurara was a whirlwind of energy, there was something oddly reliable about her presence. Then, a thought struck him. Kurara has been hanging around a lot lately. It wasn't just today, he had noticed it over the past week. She always seemed to be there. Why? Ren didn't have an answer. But another realization hit him, Takeshi. A wave of guilt washed over him. I forgot to check on him. It had been a while since he last saw Takeshi, and with everything going on, the training, Jaeger's lesson, the scroll, he had completely lost track of time. I'll go tomorrow, he murmured to himself. With that mental note, Ren waved off Kurara's offer, to her great disappointment, and continued on his way. When he arrived at Tatsumi's workshop, the familiar scent of ink, parchment, and faint traces of burnt wood filled the air. The soft scratch of a brush against paper echoed in the quiet space, blending with the occasional creak of the old wooden floor. Ren stepped in, moving carefully toward his usual workstation. He expected Tatsumi to acknowledge him, to ask how his meeting with Harut had gone. But he didn't. In fact, Tatsumi barely looked up. The seal master was seated at his desk, his hand moving fluidly across a long parchment. His gaze, usually sharp, was focused, but lately, there was something different about him. His presence, usually so firm and unwavering, seemed restrained. Too quiet. That's strange. Ren watched him for a moment, waiting for the usual question. After all, it was Tatsumi who had given him Harut's address. It was only natural that he'd want to know how it went. However, the question never came. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the rhythm of ink on paper. Something's on his mind. Ren set down his things, debating whether to say something or wait. For now, he chose to observe. As he picked up the brush and began to work, one thought kept circling in his head: what's troubling Tatsumi? When he left the shop that evening, darkness had already fallen over Hidden Mist Village. The streets were silent, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the mist, which seemed thicker than usual. As he made his way home, his heart pounded harder when he saw a familiar figure waiting at his doorstep. Ow! The ninja turned, locking eyes with Ren with an intensity that made the air between them tremble. We need to talk. Chapter 122, The Weight of Steel. The clang of metal rang through the air, sharp and rhythmic, as Ren stepped onto the familiar stone path leading to Takeshi's forge. The usual thick scent of molten iron and burning coal lingered, mixing with the ever-present dampness of Hidden Mist Village's mist. He reached for the door, his movements instinctive, ready to push past the wooden bar trap that Takeshi always left in place. But his hand met nothing. Ren frowned. The bar wasn't there. That was strange. Takeshi was obsessive about his little security measures. He always insisted it was necessary. A good blacksmith never lets just anyone wander into their forge. Even when it was just Ren, he never failed to reset it. Yet today, the door swung open without resistance. A quiet unease settled in Ren's chest as he stepped inside. The forge was as sweltering as ever, the heat wrapping around him in thick waves. Sparks flew from the central workspace, where Takeshi stood with his back turned, hammering away at something half hidden in the dim light. The rhythmic clang of metal on metal should have been familiar. But there was something off about it. Ren couldn't quite place it at first. The way Takeshi moved, his usual controlled, deliberate strikes seemed rushed. He was working fast, almost too fast, his shoulders tense, his grip tighter than usual. Ren leaned against a nearby workbench, arms crossed. Did I finally catch you in a good mood, or did you forget to set the trap? Takeshi didn't look up. Didn't feel like setting it, he muttered, bringing the hammer down again. Ren raised an eyebrow. Didn't feel like it? That was new. You? Ignoring your own security rules? That's a first, he commented, eyeing the scattered tools around the forge. It wasn't messy, not exactly, but there was an urgency in the way things were placed, like someone had been too preoccupied to care about organization. Takeshi exhaled, finally pausing for a brief second. Sweat glistened on his arms, his hair sticking slightly to his forehead from the heat. Not in the mood for games today, Mizutani, he said, voice gruff but lacking its usual teasing edge. Ren studied him for a moment. His friend was acting off, and not just because of the missing door trap. You working on something important? Ren asked, nodding toward the half-forged weapon Takeshi was hunched over. Takeshi's hammer hesitated for just a fraction of a second before continuing. Yeah. The answer was short. Clipped. Ren waited, expecting him to elaborate, but Takeshi didn't. He just kept working, his expression unreadable, his posture stiff. Ren glanced at the forge's anvil, catching a brief glimpse of the blade Takeshi was shaping. The metal was still raw, unfinished, but something about it felt different. It wasn't the usual type of weapon Takeshi enjoyed making. Normally, his craftsmanship had a certain care to it. But this felt monotony. Like Takeshi wanted to be done with it as soon as possible. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. "You don't seem too happy about it." Takeshi grunted, not meeting his gaze. "Doesn't matter how I feel. Just need to finish it." Something about the way he said it, flat, detached, made Ren's instincts flicker. Takeshi always took pride in his work, even when he complained. But right now, he sounded like someone carrying a weight they didn't want. Ren thought about pushing further, but something in Takeshi's stance told him he wouldn't get any answers. So, instead, he shrugged. "Well, if it's a commission, at least make it good. I don't want to hear about some idiot breaking your sword in a fight and blaming you for it." Takeshi exhaled sharply, but it wasn't quite a laugh. More like an acknowledgement. Ren let the silence linger for a bit before changing the topic. "You been out much? Haven't seen you in a while." "Busy," Takeshi replied, not missing a beat. "Yeah, I can tell," Ren muttered, watching as Takeshi's hammer came down again, harder this time. The tension in the room didn't fade, but Ren let it slide for now. There was something happening here. But Takeshi wasn't ready to talk about it. "Not yet." The rustling of paper was the only sound in the dimly lit office. Mizukage Yager slowly flipped through a file in his hands, the flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows over the dark inked lines. "Seems like nothing unusual," he thought, his eyes scanning the detailed reports. "He leads a very monotonous life. Almost too much so." He closed his eyes for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly against the desk. The information was thorough, but nothing stood out immediately. And yet, something felt off. He turned another page in the report, pausing as his gaze settled on a note in the margins. "But ever since I started having him tailed, even his advice has decreased." He remained still for a few moments, contemplating the connection. There wasn't enough evidence yet to draw any conclusions, but it was a coincidence too significant to ignore. After a long silence, he placed the file down, closing it with a measured movement. Better to let the Anbu continue the mission for now. Without changing expression, he picked up another file from the stack beside him. The title on the cover was marked clearly, Promising Ninja. He flipped through the first pages quickly, scanning the names and their detailed evaluations. "Good," he mused with a faint sense of satisfaction. "By investing in the future, we can restore Hidden Mist Village's former status within the next 5-10 years." His eyes lingered on several names highlighted among the most promising young talents. There are many strong prospects. This Maitru Mummy in particular. As well as Mangetsu. Soon, we will have the successors of the Seven Swordsmen. He continued reading, moving on to the next section, Promising Students. Even the Academy is producing good results, he noted with a subtle nod of approval. He turned another page and found himself staring at a detailed dossier on Ren Mizutani. The information was neatly compiled, academic records, training progress, instructor evaluations, and reports on his development. Just at that moment, a knock echoed against the office door. Ren had just left the forge, making his way through the mist-laden streets of Hidden Mist Village, heading home. There's definitely something bothering him. His thoughts kept circling back to his encounter with Takeshi, lingering like a shadow in his mind. But there's nothing I can do about it. He shook his head slightly, trying to push the thought aside. Better to focus on what Ao told me yesterday. If this opportunity is real, I could climb the ranks faster and increase my influence in the village. The memory of last night's conversation surfaced vividly, as if it had just happened. The night before Ao had studied him for a long moment, his piercing gaze unreadable. Then, calmly, he crossed his arms and lowered his voice slightly. "By order of the Mizukage, I'm selecting promising young ninjas for an elite squad to be nurtured in Hidden Mist Village." A barely noticeable shiver ran down Ren's spine. "I can't give you many details," Ao continued, his tone firm and measured, "but know that you're among the potential candidates." Ren's heartbeat quickened for an instant. "If you truly want a chance, you'll need to give it your all." Ao's voice held no hesitation, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Keep training, refine every aspect of your abilities. Don't waste this opportunity." Ren clenched his fists, the fire of determination flickering in his eyes. "Understood." Ao said nothing more. No encouragement, no sign of approval. But Ren had perfectly grasped the hidden meaning behind his words. Present lost in thought, Ren almost didn't notice the figure that had materialized in front of him in the labyrinth of misty streets. Only when his mind snapped back to the present did he register the young man standing before him, his light-hearted smile carrying an air of ease. Ren came to an abrupt halt, his pulse skipping for just an instant. There was no mistaking him. Yuikata had returned. Chapter 123, New Frontiers. Weeks had passed quickly, marked by intensive training and constant progress. Ren was now capable of creating 2 shadow clones. At first, he had struggled to manage chakra distribution, but after several attempts and a meticulous observation of the energy flow, he had learned to regulate it with greater precision. He no longer divided his chakra equally among the clones. Now, he could adjust the amount, assigning more energy to one clone and less to another depending on the situation. It was a significant step forward. Not only could he utilize the technique more efficiently, but he also avoided depleting his reserves too quickly. But this wasn't the only area where he had improved. His mirror veil jutsu had also advanced considerably. The illusion lasted longer, the reflection was sharper, and the deception was even harder to detect. When he felt ready, he informed Fujimoto-sensei, asking him to report his progress to the Mizukage. When he announced that he had mastered the technique, Yukiko and Hiroshi exchanged a surprised glance. "Wait, you've already perfected it?" Hiroshi asked in disbelief. Yukiko, usually impassive, raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think anyone in our class could pull it off this soon." Ren simply shrugged, hiding a smile. "I just practiced a lot." In reality, his training hadn't stopped there. Every afternoon, in addition to the academy training, he dedicated himself to private sessions with Ganru, his sword master. Ganru had been away for a while, occupied with missions for the village, but now he was finally back. The clash of swords echoed through the training grounds, each strike vibrating in the air with a metallic resonance. The blades clashed with force, bouncing off each other in a continuous flow of attacks and defenses. Ren lunged with precision, trying to take advantage of his speed, but Ganru easily deflected the blow with a minimal flick of his wrist. The difference in experience was evident. The intensity of the duel increased. Ren took a step back, trying to create space, and quickly formed hand seals. Water style, water wave. A surge of water burst from his hands, rushing toward Ganru, who remained still until the last moment. With almost disarming ease, he sidestepped and raised a hand. Water style, water wave. Another wave, even more powerful, crashed directly into Ren's, neutralizing it effortlessly. Ren gritted his teeth. Damn it, the difference in chakra and technique quality is still too vast. But he didn't give up. He crouched suddenly and formed more hand seals. Earth style, rock bullet. From the ground beneath him, a series of stone projectiles shot forward, aimed directly at Ganru. Ren was sure he could put him in difficulty. After all, Earth had an advantage over water. But Ganru remained impassive. He made a barely perceptible movement with his hand and spoke in a calm tone, water style, water wave. Once again, a wave of water erupted from his position, striking each rock bullet with surgical precision, shattering them instantly. Ren's eyes widened. Not even enough time to reach the target. He quickly realized the reason. It wasn't just about elemental advantages. It was the sheer amount and quality of chakra infused into the jutsu. Ganru's water style overwhelmed Ren's earth style through sheer technical superiority. The difference in level is still enormous. But he couldn't afford to be discouraged. At that moment, the battle resumed with renewed intensity. Ren decided to use a shadow clone to increase the pressure. He threw Shuriken, which changed trajectory midair, a well-calculated distraction. Meanwhile, his clone was ready to trap Ganru with the water whip. But Ganru evaded it with ease. Ren was already preparing for a counterattack when an explosive kunai detonated near the master. Dust and smoke filled the area, and for a brief moment, Ren thought he had landed a hit. But as soon as the veil of smoke cleared, Ganru had vanished. Substitution jutsu. Ren wasn't caught off guard. He was already behind him. His palm crackled with electric charges, ready to strike with a static shock strike. But before the attack could land, Ganru turned in a flash. He intercepted Ren's movement with surgical precision and stopped the attack before it could even touch him. Ren remained frozen for a moment. Ganru stared at him with a neutral expression, but his eyes betrayed subtle surprise. Has he mastered lightning style as well? The tension in the air shifted. Ganru released his grip and quickly formed a sequence of hand seals. Tiger dog snake. Water style, water spikes. Ren had no time to react. From the thick mist surrounding the training ground, razor-sharp water spikes suddenly emerged. Ren's clone was impaled instantly. The scene unfolded so rapidly and lethally that even Ren was left in shock. It wasn't just the speed of the jutsu that surprised him. It was the way the water had condensed directly from the humidity in the air, without any visible preparation. A moment later, the clone dispersed, and Ren was overwhelmed by its memories, the sensation of his body being pierced, the searing pain for an instant, the awareness of his own destruction. It was as if he had lived it himself. Ren. Ganru's voice brought him back to reality. The master was looking at him with a serious expression, his sword lowered. I have nothing left to teach you. Ren looked at him, confused. You've achieved your goal. You now know all the basic kenjutsu styles of Hidden Mist Village. It's up to you to refine them with practice. The words hit Ren like a punch to the gut. Is he saying we won't train together anymore? He opened his mouth to protest. But I don't think that. Ganru shook his head, cutting him off without hesitation. Then, with a swift motion, he tossed him 2 sealed scrolls. Practice. His tone was dry, definitive. There was no room for discussion. Ganru turned his back to him, heading toward the exit. But before disappearing into the mist, he paused for one last warning. Stay on guard. What the hell just happened? And then he was gone, leaving Ren alone. Ren stood there, still processing what had just happened. In less than a minute, Ganru had dismissed him. He had said that Ren now knew all the basic styles. But what did that really mean? Curious, he opened the first scroll. The pages were filled with detailed instructions on Hidden Mist Village's kenjutsu styles, but this time at a more advanced level. There were personal annotations from Ganru, notes on movements, transitions, strategies. Wait. And suddenly, he understood. Ganru had never explained the styles to him with words. He had taught him through battle. Every day, every fight had been a hidden lesson. A smile spread across his face. What an incredible ninja. For a brief moment, a thought crossed his mind. Why don't I remember him in the 4th Ninja War? He shook his head, dismissing the doubt for now. He opened the second scroll. Water style, water spikes. His eyes quickly scanned the instructions. A lethal jutsu. If used at the right moment, it could be executed directly from the air's humidity, making it unpredictable. It would take a lot of practice, but he could already imagine the possibilities. A devilish grin spread across his face. But that's not a problem. His shadow clones would have plenty of work to do. Chapter 124, Zabuza's path. The ever-present mist of Hidden Mist Village enveloped everything in a dense, gray shroud that never seemed to lift. Zabuza walked through the streets, his steps light, his face devoid of expression. He was still a student at the academy, now in his 2nd year, but he could already feel something inside him that set him apart from the others. Hate. A dull, burning hatred that grew stronger each day. He had always been discriminated against. His family belonged to the lowest ranks of the village. They were not illustrious ninja, nor did they possess a long tradition of warriors. They were nothing. And the village knew it well. His classmates constantly targeted him. Not a day passed without them mocking him, challenging him, or attempting to humiliate him. You'll never become a real ninja, they would say. They shouldn't even let people like you into the academy. The insults repeated like a mantra, the contemptuous glances pierced him like invisible blades. Every day, the same story. At first, Zabuza felt nothing but rage and contempt. Then, that rage turned into apathy. He stopped feeling emotions. No one would ever accept him, no one would ever give him a chance. The village was rotten. All those ninja were filth. He would destroy them. Of that, he was certain. Flashback, Zabuza's first year at the academy. That morning had started like any other. The academy was full of students training, chatting, challenging each other. As always, Zabuza was alone. But that solitude didn't last long. The usual 3rd-year bullies had found him again. Hey, loser, what are you still doing here? Maybe he still doesn't get that he's useless. One of them shoved him against a wall. Zabuza wasn't afraid. Not anymore. Also, if there would be too many of them, he would fight back. In their eyes, there wasn't just contempt, there was also the cruel pleasure of crushing those beneath them. Maybe we should teach him to respect those above him. One of the students clenched his fist. But he never got the chance to strike. Enough. A clear, confident, authoritative voice. Zabuza looked up. Standing between him and the older students was a boy. He didn't know him well, but he had seen him before. Ren Mizutani. The 3rd-year students stiffened. What do you want, Mizutani? This doesn't concern you. Ren stared at them, unflinching. If you think this doesn't concern me, then you don't know me at all, Ren replied, his gaze unwavering. If you're so confident in yourselves, why not try without the advantage of numbers? Zabuza said nothing. He remained still, watching Ren with empty eyes. For the first time, someone had stepped in. Something inside him cracked. Maybe. Not everyone was as he thought. But that hope didn't last long. At home, nothing was different from usual. His mother was desperately trying to gather enough money to pay the rent. The landlord knocked insistently, demanding his money. You have until the end of the month. Or you're out. The man's voice was harsh, cold. Without pity. Zabuza said nothing. He simply watched the scene. This is reality. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if someone stood up for you once. In the end, you're alone. He was tired of living that way. Tired of watching his mother struggle every day for a few coins. That was when an opportunity appeared. During the first-year final exams, Zabuza had surpassed everyone. It didn't matter who was in front of him. He had taken them down one after the other. The hatred he felt gave him a strength the others lacked. And someone had noticed. A hooded man was watching him. After the exam, he spoke to him for the first time. "You have potential." Zabuza turned, eyeing him warily. "What do you want?" The man smiled under his hood. "To offer you an opportunity." Zabuza remained silent. "You want to be strong, don't you?" The man continued, his tone persuasive. "You want to prove to those who humiliated you that you're not inferior to them. That you're superior." Zabuza clenched his fists. "I can help you." For a moment, the boy hesitated. But when he returned home and saw yet another scene of his mother struggling, another eviction threat, he made his decision. The next day, he accepted the man's proposal. That hooded man, as he would later discover, was Fujino, a member of the Hidden Mist Village Council. Fujino began funding Zabuza. He gave him scrolls, resources, forbidden techniques. He had seen something unique in him. Not just potential. Resentment. A student so young, with so much hatred, was perfect for his plans. Because a person with that much anger is easy to manipulate. Zabuza began training under Fujino's secret guidance. And from that day on, his path was set. Zabuza never forgot the incident with Ren. But he never allowed himself to believe that things could change. This was how the village worked. Only the strong survived. And he, more than anyone else, would become the strongest. Chapter 125, The Reflection of Power. Thwack. Ren barely managed to twist his body in time, dodging the attack by mere inches. Yagura's staff slammed into the ground with brutal force, shattering the stone beneath his feet. No time to think. No time to breathe. Yagura was relentless. The Mizukage's crimson eyes gleamed with an impenetrable coldness as he advanced, striking with precision, no wasted movement, no hesitation. "Why is he attacking me?" Ren tried to block a kick aimed at his ribs, but the impact sent him skidding backward. A desperate situation. A test? Or an execution? Hours earlier, at the academy, the classroom buzzed with the usual morning chatter as Fujimoto-sensei wrote something on the board with his characteristic precision. "All right," he said, turning to face the students. "Today we continue our study on elemental chakra applications. As you all know, Hidden Mist Village's strength lies in its mastery of the water element. However, true mastery isn't just about power, it's about control." At the word control, Aoi immediately raised his hand. "Sensei. Does that mean we'll finally learn the water style, water dragon shot today?" Fujimoto sighed. "Kaido." Aoi adjusted his glasses. "Yes, Sensei. You are correct that it is an advanced form of water manipulation, but no, we will not be learning it today. It requires chakra molding beyond your current level. But theoretically, don't start." Aoi slumped in his seat, disappointed. Janeko chuckled. "Nice try, Professor." One day, Aoi muttered, flipping through his notes, "I'll catch him off guard." "You manage it when you finish memorizing that medical encyclopedia you always carry around," Kurara quipped, twirling a kunai between her fingers with an amused smirk. Aoi's eyes widened. "How do you know about that?" Kurara gave him an expressionless stare. "Because you never stop talking about it." Laughter filled the classroom until Fujimoto cleared his throat, instantly restoring order. "Enough. Let's begin." As the students gathered their materials, Fujimoto approached Ren, his gaze more intense than usual. "Mizutani," he said in a low voice, ensuring only Ren could hear. Ren looked up. "Yes, Sensei. The Mizukage has summoned you." Ren blinked. "What?" "He wishes to see you immediately. He wants to assess how much you've understood from the hints he left you about the water style, small mirror jutsu." "Well, I didn't expect him to call me personally." A thin smile crept onto Ren's lips. "So, that time was really a test, dash." Ren had never been to the northern training grounds before. Unlike the others, this place felt more rural, less structured, almost abandoned. It looks neglected compared to the east and west grounds. Those areas are more controlled, but here, it feels wilder. As he entered, he expected to find at least a few Anbu present, but to his surprise, there was only Yagura. He wasn't wearing the Mizukage's robes. He stood motionless, his back turned, his staff planted in the ground beside him. Ren approached cautiously, then cleared his throat. "Good afternoon, Mizukage-sama, Pam." A direct strike. Ren instinctively bent backward, barely dodging the staff that would have shattered his jaw. No greeting. No words. Just a relentless assault. Is there even such a thing as a normal Kage? Ren thought, barely parrying the next blow. There was no hatred in Yagura's eyes, only unyielding determination. This was a test. A cruel and merciless one. After several exchanges, Ren realized that Yagura wasn't even being serious. He was simply overwhelming him, not allowing him a moment's respite. Then, suddenly, a single-handed seal. Water style, great gunshot. An enormous sphere of water surged toward Ren. Too powerful to block head-on. I can't stop it. Ren swiftly raised a water wave, using the pressure as a distraction. Then, taking advantage of the cover, he used the mist body flicker to reposition himself out of the attack's trajectory. But Yagura gave him no time to react. With fluid precision, he formed another seal. Water style, droplet sphere. A lance of water shot toward him. Ren attempted to create a water clone as a decoy, but he was too late. The spear pierced through the clone before it was fully formed. Damn. He is too fast. At that moment, as Ren unsheathed his tanto, Yagura's staff struck violently. The blow sent him flying. While still airborne, he saw Yagura already preparing his next move. He wouldn't give him any respite. In a flash of clarity, Ren directed a water wave at the ground, using the water pressure to slow his fall and change his trajectory. Ingenious. That was the first thought that crossed Yagura's mind as he prepared for his next strike. This time, he threw his staff at the exact spot where Ren would land. And simultaneously, water style, Gatling. A barrage of water bullets shot from his fingertips. Ren, now fully alert, raised a water barrier, knowing it wouldn't hold for long. He braced to block the staff with his danto. But just as the staff and the bullets were about to hit him, puff! They vanished in a cloud of mist. Yagura had withdrawn his jutsu. Silence. The test was over. Ren lay on the ground, breath ragged, his body pulsing with pain from the fight. Despite everything, he hadn't managed to keep up with Yagura, but at least he had survived. Before him, the Mizukage approached with a calm stride, his staff resting on his shoulder. His usually expressionless face bore a smile, half satisfied, half intrigued. With an unexpectedly gentle gesture, Yagura extended a hand toward Ren. Well done, Mizutani. Ren looked up, still slightly disoriented. Well done, my ass. He thought, forcing a smile to mask his frustration. Just as he was about to accept the help and stand, bam. With the same hand he had offered, Yagura grabbed him and hurled him into the air as if he were nothing more than a weight to be thrown. A real ninja should never trust their opponent. Damn you, Yagura. Ren cursed inwardly, twisting midair to regain his balance before landing smoothly, sliding one hand against the ground to dissipate the impact. He clenched his teeth, lifting his gaze. Maybe now the test was really over. Ren remained crouched, muscles tense, watching Yagura with sharp eyes. The Mizukage studied him for a moment, his usual unreadable expression giving nothing away. But there was something in his gaze, a flicker of curiosity. So it's true that he's been training with Genro. Yagura thought, noting how the young student had refined his control and techniques.